Pikey and Skelly. Atika Scott. Atika Scott, is it? And what's Pikey's first name? Stephen Pike. Stephen Pike, Kim Skelly, Atika. What's Atika's?
Not sure. Not sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to finals day here at Jubilee Park in Wagga. It's the final day of the the Junior State Cup for 2023. And first up, we have the under-18 boys playing their final round pool match. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. We've got a round 9 match. This one is of importance. Mike Sheen alongside Jason Standen. Good morning, Jason. Welcome to finals day.
Yeah, morning, Mike. Very exciting finals day. This is the one we've been building towards over the last couple of days. And this is a particularly interesting clash here because I think when I was sneakily looking at your notes earlier, all the locals, all the Wagga faithful, they'll be cheering Canterbury in this one because that gets them through to the finals.
So based on my equations, as we see a good touch there from LBM, they're in the dark blue strip with the light blue V. Canterbury in their traditional blue and white. For those watching at home who may not be familiar with these teams, Canterbury in their traditional, and I say traditional, it is their usual blue and white strip. LBM, now I don't know a lot about LBM, Jason, besides the fact from the lower mountains, so I'm assuming areas around Blaxland in the lower mountains?
Yeah, that's them. Anyone that doesn't want to drive down the hill to Penrith, they'll be in the lower blue mountains, but they're actually a very strong club.
Okay.
I actually remember when this affiliate was formed, and they sort of come out, used to get overly not competitive when they first started, and you look now and they're one of the stronger clubs. So.
Now to ask the bleeding obvious, is there an upper blue mountains or a higher another association further up the range?
There might be. Someone's probably going to ring through and tell me.
Somebody will let you know.
I'm not aware of it. I think if you get that high up, it's too cold for touch.
It's too cold for a lot of things up there.
Yeah, but no, that's good. And this is a bit of when I was looking at the ladder with you this morning, it was I think Canterbury probably a little bit unlucky not to be going through. They had some really good wins and had some standout players.
There's the first. The touch was made. We've got a penalty here to LBM. They're known as the Rangers. We'll refer to them as LBM. That's what they're known as on all the paperwork. LBM Rangers. So the 77 there is Riley Barguk. It's the first time we've seen these boys, so good luck to them. Welcome aboard. That's a try to the number 10, Will Ticehurst, getting on the board.
Might have got touched.
No, he's...
Mike, we want to make sure we don't give you the whistle today because mate, you call the tries a bit early, brother.
Yeah, I'm still learning the ropes here.
Still a good chance. Wide. Now you can mark it.
I don't think he got there.
He dropped it. Oh, well, cancel me as well. We're all getting too excited. We want to try here and it's not coming.
So the equation that I've got, based on my calculations, is that if LBM wins, they need to rely on a Wagga loss in the corresponding match. If Canterbury wins, Wagga are through regardless of their result in their match. Wagga are playing at the moment in their round 9 fixture, and I'll just bring up who they've got. This was not the game that was scheduled for broadcast last night, so I'm just catching up on the run as to who's got what. So it's Orange and Wagga on fields 2. Field 1 was the game we were due to have, Parks and Canberra Brindy. Both those teams are out of contention. Parramatta and UNSW on field 3, and they've moved LBM and Canterbury to the show field.
So if it goes just to, I suppose, add to that, if the results go according to rankings, Wagga may have their work cut out for them against Orange. So that makes this game here of particular significance because Canterbury can be the spoilers.
Yes, they certainly can. Wagga's cheering for a Canterbury victory. We know that much. If Canterbury gets up, Wagga's guaranteed their spot in the quarterfinals. It is a top 4 format, he says, checking his notes for the second or third time rather quickly.
Yeah.
Top 4 from each pool progress to the quarterfinals.
All right, so I think we've set all that up. Canterbury's, I think yesterday we saw some great sort of performances from I think it was Glendinning and Phillips and I think the number 21
David
for
Hurley,
Canterbury.
the number 2.
Yeah, Hurley. I was going to give a shout out to number 21 Mansell.
Yes,
he was he had a good day as well.
There's a nice ball to the right hand side. The touch was made. That'll be a turnover. Jacob Clower in the 11. Now LBM. That's Jackson Bagatella. Playing it. He's a dummy half Bagatella. The number 1 is Jackson Babbage. I'm wondering whether a lot of these boys don't come from the far reaches of the southwest. Areas like Warragamba and those areas as well. Patrick Burke on the run, the number 4.
Yeah, it was a nice scoop. They're unlucky to get a penalty there. They had Canterbury in a bit of strife there.
So we see Canterbury trying to get to the outside, not able to reach their target just yet. So still working their way into it. We're midway through the first half here at Jubilee Park. First game of the day. Of course, today a lot of the games are to be determined. So we don't have a full schedule of who's playing where and when, but we've got a fair bit of the information available to us that we can. The old spreadsheet got a workout last night, Jason. You'll be pleased to know.
Yes, yeah. For all those, for all the Mike's fans at home, we need to let you know that
one of them.
We get our spreadsheets from New South Wales Touch, but then Mike makes his own spreadsheets.
Yes.
In his own format, colour-coded.
Yeah, guilty, Your Honour.
So
guilty as charged.
That's why we stir about the spreadsheets, but it's great to have all the information at hand. And this is an interesting one here, Mike. It's like they've gone through the feeling out period.
The ball was there.
Can't quite get over the line. Yeah. We're sort of well into the first half.
The ball to Kitching was on, but he just couldn't find him with that last pass.
Yeah, it's a little bit dewy. First round games, it's still a lot of dew on the field. The ball's a bit slippery. So, Kitching almost could get that one for the try. This is Glendinning now with a nice run.
He's the man to watch. Nate Glendinning plays it just short of the halfway line or just on it. They roll to the eastern side of the ground to their left. Glendinning with a short ball. Only found David Hurley, but there was a penalty coming for the Canterbury Bulldogs.
Yeah, if you're a touch tragic, you might recognise Stephen Pike, referee there. He's touch royalty in the referee ranks. He's getting out there having a go.
Good touch on Glendinning there. Back to the 7 they come, Canterbury. Excuse me, Hurley just holding up, trying to draw the LBM defence. Glendinning goes left-hand side. Oh, the ball was on, just not quite out of the hand the way you wanted to Aiden Peterson. Now, back to Hurley. That's Clower. The touch is made by Joseph Kitching, so that'll be a turnover. Good work there from the Rangers to keep themselves alive. And I've got to say, they're not the only team. They've got an Indigenous design on their uniform, LBM, but that one certainly works a lot better. UNSW have got a very nice Indigenous pattern on theirs, but it does make it very difficult to identify when they're out on the field. But LBM with enough of a design that you can identify it. Offside play. The touch was eventually made on Tyler Larkham.
Yeah, that was strong there. Very good run there from Larkham. Would I be going off too early if I said we might have our first scoreless half or what?
Well, we nearly had a scoreless draw yesterday. You missed one of the games. It was Balmain and, from memory, Canberra Brindby. Or Canberra City Magic, sorry. Canberra City Magic beat Balmain 1-0 in the under-18 girls yesterday. That one was a thriller. The one score was enough. And that was an effective quarter-final sudden death playoff for 4th spot as well. So that had all on the line. I think Balmain were a little disappointed to not get the win there, but
this is better roll from Canterbury.
He's dropped it at the key moment there. Hunter Schoon, who looked like he'd injured his arm yesterday. I'd put a red pen through him for the weekend, but he's out there, that right elbow.
Yeah, very
maybe
very
dislocated.
resilient. Yeah.
Might have dislocated it yesterday. Here's a chance for LBM. That's Barguk going for a good run. Now they dump to the box, make some changes. That one didn't work out with Patrick Burke putting it down at the wrong moment. No brothers in the LBM side.
Yeah, it's still a fraction slippery out there, and the boys from both teams are just gonna
Struggle.
adapt a little bit. I think it'll be the Borkach will be a lot better in the second half once they get a bit of a feel for it. But for the moment, there's a few half opportunities going around just because it's a little bit of water on the deck and a little bit on the ball.
Yep, as we see a chance to the outside, just as you say that, Pat Moore puts it down for the Rangers. Minute and a quarter remaining, no score on the board. As you can see, the first game of finals day here at Jubilee Park. And a penalty to Canterbury. I'll take the tap now through Dimitri Dress. There's hurling Dress on the 1-2, but he didn't read that, but they get the penalty anyway. Canterbury back-to-back penalties.
Yeah, that's referee Pike there again. I think he's had about 5 comebacks. How many can you have? I think he's up to number 5.
Is he at John Farnham levels?
Yes.
I was going to make another reference, but that'd be obscure to everybody.
Yeah.
Let's go with John Farnham comebacks.
Yeah,
there's Dress on the outside.
Oh,
the touch
that was close.
Just made.
Talking about Stephen Pike, great positioning to save that one and get the right call for the Lower Blue Mountains.
Can't get through the line. It'll be a turnover on the 7 for LBM. Sun slowly rising here at Jubilee Park on the eastern side of the ground. The side that LBM are based on. Canterbury on the western side, or our broadcast side of the ground. There's the hooter for half time. So no score at the break. Canterbury and LBM in this vital round 9 under 18 boys pool match at the New South Wales Touch Junior State Cup. We should mention off the top our sponsors for 2023. ISC, the official apparel partner of New South Wales Touch. We thank them for their ongoing support. Budgie Smuggler, the van is back once again. Your favourite, or one of our favourite suppliers, Hyperactive Merchandising. Heads up, guys, I'm going to make a trip down there later at some point and check out what you've got in. Our man of the match today, Jason, thanks to your favourite sponsor of the weekend.
Guzmani Gomez.
That's the one.
GYG, when they see me coming, they
they run.
they put down the shutters.
Yes.
But
they run and hide.
Yeah, really great partners for touch footy.
Yes.
I actually got down to the merchandising tent yesterday afternoon in the bit of the sun. Picked myself up a long sleeve, Mike.
I noticed that. I saw you had that on yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't mind that.
Yeah, I'm going to trundle down there a bit later when I get the opportunity.
Save on the sunscreen when you wear the long sleeve, Mike.
Yeah, it didn't work. Didn't help me yesterday. I can give you the tip. I had a nice shade of lobster pink when I got back to the hotel room last night.
Oh no, well that's all part of the recovery.
Yes.
And, I think a lot of the athletes here, it's something that's a little bit new to them, Mike. When you'll play for your school or you'll play for your club, and then you progress, you make the reps, you come down and you're at the state championships, and all of a sudden you're thrown into this multi-day, 3-4 games, sometimes 5 games a day,
multi-day format.
Yeah, and it's you're getting the high temps and all that, and it's a really steep learning curve about the recovery. Icing. If you've got any nigglies, making sure you eat and rehydrate very quickly after the game. And I think you work out where to find the shade pretty quick.
Yes, there's a nice gum tree for those at the ground, a nice gum tree down at the southern end, or the northern end rather, to our left. There's a lovely gum tree down at that end of the ground that...
so you got to find it. So who's your pick here? Mike is Canterbury going to get the chocolates for the Wagga locals, or what?
I'm leaning to Canterbury, but not with a great deal of confidence as we get the second half underway. It is 0-0 as we kick off the second half. LBM in the dark blue for those not familiar, and Canterbury in their traditional blue and white. The equation is simple. LBM have to win to keep their hopes alive. If Canterbury wins, then Wagga are through regardless of the result.
Bit of space there. I think it's
outside
down.
Field. No try.
I think, I'm not sure if the dump was square, but that was a really, really close one.
That
Good
was
call
very
from
tight.
referee Kim Skelly getting that right, and we're still locked up.
Yeah, it's still locked up at 0-0 early in the second half. As we see LBM with the ball on the attack. That's Kitching, the number 8. 14 is Jackson Bagatella. As we see Barguk diving for the line, didn't make it. Back to the 7 he comes. Calling a play. Barguk seems to be the general on the field. Going to run a switch to the right-hand side. Barguk out of dummy half, has a man, goes long ball out to the right-hand side of the Canterbury defence. He had to juggle it. And it'll be a play the ball on the 7, last play. Arm goes up, they go short side down the right, but the touch is made. So it'll be a turnover. Canterbury holds on. Still no score on the board in this round 9 fixture. Canterbury coming to their left-hand side, looking to dump to the box as they prepare to send the reinforcements back on. They won't make the finals regardless of the result today. They're out of contention, unfortunately for the Dogs, but LBM still in the hunt. As we see Canterbury on the attack, they've got numbers here. Hurley gets it away to the outside. He did well to juggle that one, Thomas Marshall, but couldn't hold on to it. And it's gone over the touchline and out. So it'll be a play the ball on the 7 for LBM. They dodge a bullet there. Still no score on the board. His final round fixture. Up next, the under-14 boys' second round match, Penrith and Yass. The Panthers and the Bulls to meet in the 14 boys. That's up next here on Jubilee Park. A lot of the action moves here this morning and through the day.
Yeah, I think the referees have spotted a little bit of contact there. So
penalty to LBM on halfway. Excuse me. Excuse me. 28 games in 2 days.
Yeah, I think in these sorts of conditions, Mike, the try's probably going to come from a play like we call against the grain or against against the general direction. So they go one way and go back the other. That's what we're seeing here. Link should go in.
And they score here, LBM. No,
it's
they
a try,
do score.
Yeah. I got a bit lucky there. I was explaining it before they did it.
That was Pat Moore getting the score for LBM. So good result for him, getting LBM on the board 1-0. They need that score, LBM, to give them a chance of keeping their finals hopes alive.
Yeah, so if the Mountain Boys win here, are they guaranteed the 4th spot?
No, they're not guaranteed. Wagga's got them on percentages at the moment, but they do need a win and a Wagga loss, preferably a sizable one, to get through to the quarterfinals. They do need a healthy victory, so 1-0 certainly not going to cut it for them. Here's a chance, Glenn Denning. Can he keep it alive? I think he put it down. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they've given it.
Wow, the game's opened up now. As we said, the boys have worked out how to handle the ball, how to handle the conditions, and now 2 quick tries.
I think that might have
Back
been
to 1-1.
that may have been Prosser who got over. It might have been your boy Mansour.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Glenn Denning got in the in goal, and
it was Mansour. So we're
sure
1-1.
Yeah,
Yes.
so the speed of the game's starting to pick up, Mike. I think we're going to see a bit of action here now.
Yeah, I think the boys have settled into the play. Good dive there at dummy half, but no score. Back to the 7 they come. LBM, the boys from the lower mountains, showing that we do cover all parts of New South Wales. First 2 games alone, we've got Lower Blue Mountains, Penrith, Canterbury, Yass. Touch was made.
Yeah, very solid defence there from Schoon, I think it was, for Canterbury.
Babbage, the man on the attack. That's Barguk in the 77. They wrap around that way again. The winger. Touch is made. So it'll be a turnover to Canterbury on the 7. So 1-1 doesn't help LBM either. They need the 4 points for the win. They're 3-3 with a draw. LBM, Canterbury 3-4 is their record.
Yeah, been impressed with I think it's Barglick, is it? From
Barguk,
Blue
yeah.
Ends? Yeah, I've been impressed with him. He's pretty good game awareness, and it looks like he's one of the higher performers for the Lower Blue Mountains
Speaking
team.
of higher performers, Nate Glenn getting into space. Diving touch there made by Jackson Babbage. Did well. Full stretch Superman dive to get there in time. Got about 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. 1-1 the scoreline. LBM needs the win to get their chance of getting into the finals. May not be enough, even with a result here. The draw they had earlier in the tournament may cost them a win and a spot. Burke on the wraparound from Babbage, just couldn't find him.
Yeah, nice scoop there from Burke. It's not every day you see the Wagga locals supporting Canterbury, is it?
Well, I don't know about that, but
I'm pretty sure I heard some locals breaking out to the Bulldog chant.
go Dogs.
Yeah, the Bulldog chant. You don't see that every day.
It's certainly not at Jubilee Park. Maybe at Belmore this afternoon. The Mighty West Tigers taking on Canterbury. I think it is in a trial. As we see Hurley upfield for the Dogs. That's a good run from Hurley. Ball goes to ground though. That was the last. Good work there from Hurley, putting LBM on the back foot. Now,
Yeah, Hurley's been strong. He's had a strong tournament. Hurley, definitely one to watch
yeah, certainly.
in the future.
I don't think they have a merit team or an all-star team or anything like that, but he'd certainly be in the running for that.
How about if I made one? A
Yeah,
Guzmani Gomez
All-star team.
all-star team.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
I'm waiting for my phone to ring. No one from GYG's rang me yet. I'm waiting, Mike.
They're obviously not watching our coverage, Jason.
I'm sure I'll get the call soon, but this is actually turning out to be quite a good start to today. This game, this one.
He's almost through there. That was
right down the
Jackson
wire.
Bagatella. As we see Canterbury now from their own 7. Coming out to the left-hand side. They want to dump to the box.
Yeah, this
What have
is
we
good
got?
yards here from
3.5
Canterbury.
to go. 3.5 minutes
This is
remaining.
Mansell here now. You mentioned him earlier. He's
Yep.
had a good tournament as well.
Schoon out of dummy half, turns it on the inside, finds Luke Phillips, the diamond, in the rough. Ball out to the left-hand side. Can't find Thomas Marshall, though. Was a tough ball to take. He ran out of real estate in a hurry.
Yeah, a bit of a shout out to the controlling ref. There's Atika Scott. She's having a solid game, and she's with two very experienced counterparts in Kim Skelly and Stephen Pike. But Scott's had a very strong game.
Yeah, well, all the officials over the weekend have done an excellent job. Very few incidents. We had that one yesterday in the under-16s, but beyond that, there's been no dramas for them to deal with throughout the weekend that we've seen on our field anyway. As we see a dive there from Canterbury. Did he get it down? They're going to say no. It looks like it'll be no. That was Luke Phillips playing it. The number 41 for Canterbury. 2.25 to go in this one. 1-1 the scoreline. The chance to the outside, the step, the jink, and the
good
touch
play.
is made coming
Gee, that's good
across.
scramble there from the Blue Mountains.
Ben Leaney coming across,
Yeah,
making the
LBM.
touch.
Very nice scramble there, and that's part of the reason for the low scoring affair is that both teams are very resilient, very scrappy in defence.
The defence has been excellent from both sides. They've really scrambled well. Their goal line defence has been very good. We've got a penalty to LBM. They needed that. 1:45 and counting in this one. 1-1 the scoreline. LBM needs a win, and the ball goes to ground. A stumble there from Halar, Aiden Halar, certainly unintentional and on the dewy surface first thing in the morning.
Yeah, it is. May not be coming through on the stream, but it is quite slippery there underfoot out in the field just until the dew dries up.
Now they go right-hand side of the LBM defence. Marshall can't get through. He'll play it on the last, on the 7. 75 seconds to go. A score here would kill the LBM chances. Hurley, no. In fact, that was Phillips. No, I was right the first time. Hurley. Now, LBM need to go the distance in about 60 seconds to give them a chance of getting through to the finals. That's a good run there. That was Bagatella. Once again, they reload for the final 45-odd seconds in this one. LBM needs the score. Was that a penalty? Referee's going to say no, it's a turnover. Canterbury ball, is that enough for the Dogs? 1-1 could be enough to get Wagga through to the quarterfinals later today. Prosser. No, an error from Canterbury. LBM with a chance. 30 seconds and counting. Inside the final 30. That's Babbage playing it on halfway. They reload again, LBM. I would have gone on with it one more time. Now it's Bagatella to the outside. Little stutter step. The touch made on Ticehurst there. Out of dummy half. That's Bagatella back to Ticehurst again. Bagatella out of dummy half, has a man on the outside. Flips it back on the inside, the dive. I don't think he got there. That was Riley Paggetts. It'll be a penalty to Canterbury. They'll hold on. It's a draw, 1-1. There's the hooter in the background. A 1-1 draw to kick off the day. So that will put Wagga through to the finals regardless. 1-1 the final score. An exciting start to our day's action here at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, good result for the locals. They've got the result here on the stadium field they wanted. And finally, Mike's spreadsheets have come to show their strength and their worth, as we know who's through to the finals. So
okay, so that'll complete the final four for the under-18 boys. Up next, under-14 boys, second round action. It's Penrith and Yass. Under 14 boys, second round action at the New South Wales Junior State Cup Touch Football Tournament Southern Conference Finals Day. Mike Sheen and Jason Stanton with you this morning from Jubilee Park. And this is a round of 16 match between Penrith and Yass.
Yeah, this is the great thing about finals day here, Mike. Penrith are coming into this game undefeated, very dominant. Probably got one eye on a final this afternoon, but all that counts for nothing as the Yass boys here get a fresh crack at them. Nothing to lose, and see if they can cause an upset here on the stadium.
So Penrith finishing first in Pool A, Yass finishing fourth in Pool B. So this is a second round sudden death knockout match. We kick off the finals format right now with this round of 16 fixture. Yass will go in as the outsiders, but certainly Penrith will have their hands full. An early error there from Yass. They're in the white strip with the black and red. Penrith in their traditional all black or predominantly black strip. And a couple of familiar names famous to the Penrith area. See William Elford, the number 3. I'm sure he'd be related to former Penrith winger Shane Elford. As we see the Panthers coming to the right-hand side, that's Graham Whittle in the 7 from that family, the Graham Whittle family with Dallas in the 18 girls. As they get the turnover there, Yass, they'll take it on their own 7. The number 16 is Sutherland Holiday. He's the big number 16 in getting into dummy half. Now they're rolling to the right-hand side, the Bulls.
Yeah, nice defence there by Yass. This is one of the bigger divisions, Mike. I think there could be 20, maybe 23, 24 teams in the 14s boys. A really strong division. This one's the Yangu Cup.
Yep.
Or the Yangu division, named after one of our greats, Andrew Yangu.
Okay.
That's this division. But yeah, the boys 14's always a strong one.
Yep, we've got 4 pools. Just doing a quick head count, that's 18 and 5 is 23. So 23 teams in the under 14 boys. That is a big number of squads all here in Wagga this weekend and coming from all parts of the state. The 2 pools respectively, Penrith had Milton Ulladulla, Canberra, Leeton, Sapphire Coast. Yass had Temora, Canberra City, plus 3 from the city. Some of the other groups, Griffith, LBM Rangers, Parks, Wagga, Orange, plus all the metro teams, plus Canberra. So plenty of coverage of southern New South Wales in the under 14 boys. Yass flying the flag. We'll call them the adopted local team in this second round sudden death fixture, round of 16. Call it what you like. That's Holiday in the 16 for Yass. The 14 is not on my team list. There's a tough pass for him to hold there, but they've done well to give them possession back deep in their own end.
I like what I'm seeing here from Yass because, as I mentioned, Penrith might be thinking, quarter semi or final at the moment, and Yass has still got a little bit to say about that, and they've definitely had a good start, and Penrith's going to have to definitely go a couple higher levels if they're going to get over the top of Yass, because Yass are here to play.
So this game will play the winner of match 2 in the round of 16, which I'll need to calculate on the run, which I don't know if I'll be able to do, but they'll have an easier quarterfinal draw. They'll play the winner of the match between second in Pool C and third in Pool D. So Penrith would certainly fancy their chances there. I think the draw, the round match 8's the Pool D winner, so they would certainly be fancying their chances at least of getting to the final. Penrith, if they can get through here, I won't say it's an easy run to the finals, but on form they'd certainly be expected to get through. Ryan DeBritt taking it forward for the Panthers. Good run there from him.
And sometimes the form can give a bit of a false indicator if you check in ladders and that, because when you have such a big division, 23 teams, you could have 2 or 3 strong teams all in the same pool.
Yeah.
So sometimes it can be a bit deceptive.
As we see a chance for Penrith on the right, but the ball goes to ground. So no score there. We remain scoreless after about 4 minutes in the first half.
There's some of the stronger teams in this division, Mike. There's Orange and Wagga doing well in Pool D. Wollongong always strong in this division. And good to see Sharks and West, 2 of the traditional clubs, doing well in Pool B. So
there's the first try for Penrith. We'll give it to the, looks like the number 7 there, Kingston Graham Withall. But Penrith have their first of the morning. Pardon me, the voice. After 2 full days of touch, the voice is getting a little bit wobbly early in the morning. But we'll soldier on.
Yeah, that one might settle Penrith down a little bit. So let's see whether Yas with a fresh set here, see if they can steal one.
Might spark them into life.
Yeah, for sure.
As we see Yas on the right-hand side. That's a nice ball there for the number 12, Oliver Hodge. Looks like he's one of the younger age group players. Hodge trying to cut through the line. That's the last. It'll be a turnover on the 7. So nice work there from Hodge to at least pin Penrith in that bottom corner away from their box, which is a tactic used by virtually all the clubs in the various age groups. It's one of the things I have picked up this weekend, Jason.
Yeah,
been taking notes.
Yeah, they it doesn't. You won't see it in all the games a touch, but generally. Oh wait, we've got to run here from 37.
Penrith, that's Jackson Fayers.
Fayers, is it? That's a good run there. Yeah, you don't always see it like in all the levels of touch, but in this sort of multi-game per day format where the players often need to be sort of substituting off more often than not, it's a bit of a tactic to put the ball in the opposite corner to make it hard for them to substitute off.
Of course, I've just been reminded on my screen, it is the scoring format for finals has changed. I need to go back to my other page here for my notes. It is a 3-2 scoring system. So it is a 3-2 scoring system for finals.
Yeah, so what that, for those that aren't across that, so normally if there's a draw in these knockout games, you would go to a drop-off or, an overtime scenario. But unless we end up no score, we'll have a result because the first try is worth 3 and all the others worth 2. So
now, I think on our last game, I think we might have to correct ourselves based on that because we had it at 1-1. Parks, sorry.
That was a round game.
It was a round game. My apologies. You're
sorry,
right.
Mike. Sorry.
That's all right. Getting ahead of myself there.
Yeah, we didn't want to get Mike off going back to the spreadsheet too
Yeah,
early. Too early in the day for that. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I actually actually had forgotten that that we go to that 3-2 scoring. So first try's worth 3, all the subsequent ones worth 2, and that means that we'll always have a winner.
I thought I heard it was first 3, then 2, and then everything was 1 after that.
Oh, now you confused me even further.
I could be wrong.
I've probably confused all our listeners now.
Yes, I could be totally wrong there. It's quite possible. Making my debut at the State Cup this weekend, so...
I'm going to go with 3-2 because if I scored second and got 2 and I scored again and it was 3-3, I'd be pretty annoyed if I was up 2-1 in the game.
Yes, actually, I think you'd be right, yeah.
So I'm going to stick with 3-2 for the moment.
That makes a lot more sense.
I think that's the former player coming out of me.
Yeah, we might check
Mike.
we might check that with one of our officials that if we get a chance.
But yeah, so that makes that first try from Penrith even more valuable.
Yes. Got a penalty to Yas here on the attack, so good opportunity for them.
Yeah, just reflecting back on tournaments that have the 3-2 scoring system, there's been quite a few upsets caused by the underdog getting the first try and then putting a bit of pressure you know, and then you know, sometimes the more favoured teams start scoreboard watching a bit,
Yeah,
thinking, oh, now we need to get 2 to get back in the game.
we need to score twice.
Yeah, so it's actually there is sometimes it does throw a bit of a spanner in the works to some of the more favoured teams on finals day.
So yes, on the attack. That's Logan Collins with it, the number 1. The 6 is Seth Ola. That's him with the ball, Ola. Number 9's Lewis Jones. Ola and Jones working a little combination. A high ball there for the 14. He can't get through. 2 minutes remaining, first half. Penrith 3-0 to the good. Only one score made, but they're 3-0 to the good. And the ball was there for Collins, just grabbed at it. Not able to complete the score.
Yeah, so pretty good showing from Yass. They don't seem too overawed by the occasion. Getting through to finals day against the more fancied Penrith opponent. Nice shooting there.
Here's a chance for the Bulls to keep themselves in the hunt. Score before half time to, we think, put them back to within 1 would be a big bonus for them. A little bit of holdings off. Keepings off. Lewis Jones in the 9. The ball was intended for Jack Ryan, but they get the penalty here. Yass ball on the 7.
Yeah. So what happened there? Even though the ball went to ground, the referee was advising the Penrith players they hadn't hit the line. They were offside, so that's almost like an advantage play.
Playing
for
advantage for them, yeah. So now it's Jones. Touch is made. I think he was in dummy half, so that's an automatic turnover to Penrith. Nice heads-up play by the Panthers there. Got numbers on the outside. That's Logan Primer in the 23 with the big mop of hair. He's going to go into dummy half. It's him again with it. Primer now the 7. Graham Whittle, but an error coming from the Panthers. So Yass keeping themselves in it, approaching half-time. 3-0 the scoreline, only the 1 score. There's the hooter in the background for half-time. That's the break in this second round of 16 under 14 boys match. Penrith 3 lead Yass 0, but only the 1 score to their credit so far. Excuse me. We should thank our sponsors. We'll do that during the day. Hyperactive Merchandising with all the official merchandise for the weekend. Budgie Smuggler, ISC, the official apparel partner of New South Wales Touch, and Guzmini Gomez. We've mentioned over the weekend that Andrew and Ned, they're here. They've supplied every participant with a voucher and socks for taking part, and they'll be at Dubbo next weekend for the Northern Conference Finals. And they tell me this is the 5th instalment of the event here in Wagga. Some of the best teams from the state are in attendance. The winners will meet the Northern Conference winners at the state finals at Tempe on March 5 in a best-of-3 series. So the winners of each division will progress to the state finals in a fortnight, and the team from the northwest of Sydney, the Hills Hornets, are the current club champions. The Hornets looking to defend their title.
Yeah, that's something a little bit new with the best-of-3. So that'll provide some unique challenges. I think you win the Southern Conference, you get to have your celebration, and then you got the winner of the Northern Conference waiting for you a couple of weeks' time for a best-of-3.
And I don't know if that gives an advantage to the Southern or the Northern Conference. Southern having the week to celebrate and enjoy the victory, but Northern they know who they're facing in the finals if they get through. So. Bit each way, that one.
Yeah, well, I think normally back in the day, you'd probably want to win the Southern. Like you want to probably win ahead of time so you can watch the other team. But
well, that's what I'm thinking. Do you want to watch
TV now, mate? You can watch it.
That's what I'm thinking. Do you want to watch? Do you want to sit back and watch the other teams go at it, or do you want to know who you're playing before you step out?
Yeah.
6 to 1, half the other, isn't it?
Yeah, but something a bit unique. So I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
We get ready for the second half of this under 14 boys second round of 16 fixture, call it what you like. As we see an early error there from Yass. And in fact, no, it's going to be a play the ball for Penrith on the last. Penrith down the short side. That's Jackson Fayers for Penrith. Now Kingston Withell giving it on.
Yeah, Penrith look like they're going extra gear here. A speedy start to the half.
No, that was a nice ball out there for the winger. I've been watching the World Club Challenge last night. Result didn't go their way. As we see Yass coming out of their own end. That's Lachlan Brown. Plays it now just short of the 10. Approaching halfway, Yass. The ball was there on the inside for Kobe Walsh. He just couldn't handle it. So 3-0 the scoreline, the one score for Penrith. They score first. It's a 3-2 scoring format. Penrith gets 3 for the first try, 2 for the second, and so on.
Yeah, Penrith would be looking to try and get a couple of quick ones just to take the energy out of the Yass and the Yass team. But see, normally what you try and do when you've got to play 3 or 4 games on finals day is, if you can, you want to get a couple early scores so you can back it off a bit and cruise through the game.
Give yourself a bit of a buffer.
Yeah, you don't want to be using up all your energy in the in your round of 16 game when you know you've got 3 more games to go. So that's probably what Penrith coach has probably tried to remind the boys at half time. Let's stay focused, get a few early tries so we can cruise through. But Yass will obviously be doing the opposite. They'll be trying to scrap and grind and stick in the game as long as they can.
Penrith on the Yass 10, working to our right. That's Yass in the white tops with the black trim and the red numbers. Penrith in their traditional, I say traditional black, and has become the flavour over the last 30-odd years. Or maybe a little bit less than that, maybe 20-odd years. The all-black kit of the Panthers. It's a poor ball out of dummy half. Intended for Lewis Jones, but
yeah, still a bit
score
slippery.
That one.
Yeah, still a bit slippery down there. And it was what was good there was to see the Yass team going with Penrith, like having a much faster or a more purposeful set. So I thought that was quite positive.
A little error there from Penrith, so it gives Yass an opportunity. Can they use this chance? Jamison in the cap, that's the number 7. The 9 is Jones. Penalty there for a push against Penrith. So Yass deep in attack on the 7.
Yeah, this is what happens. This is quite common, Mike, in these sorts of sudden death games. Is when the speed, like when the game ramps up and gets a bit more physical, then you start seeing these not square. That's going to be a penalty there.
Yeah, we had a forced sub, Ryan de Britt.
And I think that could be the second penalty. So this is what happens. The whole intensity of the game goes to the next level. And then we start to see these things like not square, a bit more physical contact in the touch. Let's see whether Yass can get one back here.
They're going to the left-hand side. The dive, I don't think he got there, no. Lewis Jones.
Yeah, definitely the right idea from Yass. Much more enterprise in play.
Certainly had the right idea, but just couldn't execute the way they would have liked. Penrith now coming up towards their own 10-metre line. Working back to the middle of the park. Fresh troops on the field once again. That's Primer in the 23. Good short ball up the middle. They've got numbers to the right-hand side. Latu finds Hardy.
Wow. Number 10 for Yass, Jack Ryan. How did he save that?
So the diving save from Yass on the 7 means they're alive. Still 3-0 the score. They will need 2 scores to keep them in the hunt.
Yeah, I don't think Penrith would be expecting that sort of resilience from Yass. They had a nice easy 2-on-1 there to get a score, but Jack Ryan had other ideas. I think it was Jack Ryan, unless I've got the The wrong sheet in
we'll
front
go
of me.
with that. As we see Penrith on the attack once again.
Yeah, it's number 10, yeah.
Jalen
Great
Moran
work.
in the 6. Graham Whittle in the 7. He'll be the midfield general. They wanted a penalty there, Penrith. They didn't get it.
Yeah,
Ezekiel Tuatala in the 27. 29 is Zane Latu. The dive.
Oh, outstanding.
That was Graham Whittle again. So he gets a second.
Yeah, great, well deserved there for Graham Whittle. He's been asking questions throughout the whole game so far, and on that occasion, just too speedy there. The way he came onto it, there wasn't much downtime at all. He had the ball off the deck very quickly, and Yas weren't able to absorb that intensity of attack.
So now Yas with a big task in front of them. 5-0 the scoreline. It's only been 2 tries to Kingston Graham Whittle, but 5-0 the scoreline. So they play it now, Penrith on their own 7, coming out of their own end. We've got 5.25 minutes, still a long time to go in this game. But you get the feeling that Penrith have just got control of this one nicely here at Jubilee Park this morning. Up next, we've got the... need to check to my screen for my list. Next, we've got the under-16 boys quarterfinal between Wests and Parramatta. That's our next match for coverage.
And this is where that 3-2 scoring system puts a bit of pressure on Yas, because they need 3 scores to get the win here rather than 2 and taking it extra time. So,
and it makes it a lot harder for extra time to occur. Makes it a lot harder to get extra time. I think it's almost impossible to end up with extra time. Doing some maths in my head, it would be almost impossible to have extra time in a final. Ball down the short side. Late pass is the call. Penalty to Penrith. Ball was intended for Seth Graham down the left wing. Couldn't quite find him though. They found him, but just...
yeah, possibly a little
now
bit
an error.
Unlucky.
Error from the Panthers. Yes. No, I think he's going to rule it wasn't a roll ball. Yeah, it'll be a play the ball for Penrith.
It's just a strong D from Yas. When the defensive line on the changeover there, they can obviously roll back and be quite passive, or they can rush up like they were doing there. That's often you'll hear the coaches or players talk about shooting. That's when they rush up in that defensive line.
They really want to shoot out of the line and rush up for a... That ball was very flat there. A few of the spectators here thought that was marginal. Maybe the football gods are with us today. A penalty to Yas. So they'll take the tap here at almost halfway. Yas working to their box. Reinforcements back on. That's Jamison with it in the 7. Good quick play. The ball finds Oliver Hodge in the 12. Hodge once again. Nice ball back on the inside. Seth Ola with it in the 6. They seem to be the midfield generals for the Yas Bulls. The ball goes to ground at the wrong moment. They wanted a penalty though. Referee not obliging.
Yeah, I think the players might have picked up on some of the referees' comms, like some of the Penrith players are offside, but they've still got to run their play and ask questions of the defence.
As we see Penrith coming to the left-hand side, looking to dump to their box. They're looking to get a little bit of action going their way.
Yeah, and Penrith are going to get the result here, Mike, but I think they've got plenty more in them.
Kingston Graham Whittle with a third. That was far too easy from him. So they'll win it 7-0 with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Graham Whittle, he's how about that change of speed, that show and go? You've only got to blink and he'll get through.
Yeah.
He's probably been the difference in this contest today.
Yeah, well, he scored all 3 tries for Penrith, so certainly a difference maker there for the Panthers. So they will progress to the next round. The Panthers are through. Yas will bow out in the second round. Looks like we've got some updated... no, I thought we had some updated information coming into our broadcast position, but...
Yeah, the updated information's we're trying to work out when GYG opens in town, so the kids can get down there with their gift cards.
Yes.
That's the update.
Okay, Logan Collins, it'd be nice to see Yass get one in the final 60 seconds of this one. Up next, Wests and Parramatta under 16 boys quarterfinal. So now this game does matter, but the quarterfinals, once you reach the quarterfinal stage, it is all on the line.
Yeah. And Yass will take a lot away from this game. They've had a good weekend, got through the finals. Penrith probably a little bit stronger overall, but Yass have definitely performed well, and they'll gain a lot of experience and, of course, have a great time over the weekend, the Yass boys.
Yeah, away from home, only what is it, an hour or two down the highway? Only a couple of hours down the highway from home base.
Oh, look at the
Nice
feet. Look at this.
Step there. That's
Wow.
a lovely run. That was Bronson
Over the
Stokes.
top.
Ball over the top. I think that's full time.
Wow, that was how good was that run?
That was a great run there from...
Maybe Stokes is getting warmed up for the quarterfinal. We'll see more of that hopefully later today from the young fella.
Penrith recording a convincing 7-0 victory over Yass in the under-14 boys second round fixture. Under 16 boys, quarterfinal action coming up. It's Wests and Parramatta. No, we're not at Lidcombe Oval. We're at Jubilee Park in Wagga. Finals day of the 2023 New South Wales Junior State Cup. Mike Sheen and Jason Stanton with you for this one. An old-fashioned grudge match from the 80s, Jason, but this is the new age, new style, and it should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, this one should be a cracker. Most of these boys that actually know each other. The local comp up there at Doyle Ground, at Parramatta, not too far away from the Bark Huts Reserve there in Strathfield. So most of these boys that know each other, this is going to be a good one.
As the siren sounds in the background to get us underway, Parramatta in the traditional blue and gold, Wests in their traditional alternate strip of white with the black. It's an old Magpies rugby league man. It was the black with the white for me, but this is the alternate kit, the one that Wests wear. Good touch made on the left-hand side. That was Cruz Frangie.
Yeah, the crowd's starting to roll in, Mike. We've got a bit of a West fan club in front of us.
The junior girls, the young girls, might be the 10s, I'd reckon, making a bit of noise for the boys in the 16s in the black and white. They roll forward.
Yeah,
Emmanuel Lagos wins a penalty early.
There's a lot of energy here, Mike. We're definitely at the pointy end of the tournament here.
Yes, this is for the sheep stations, as they say. Quarter-final action. Winner into the semis. You know, I can give you that sort of information. Have been poring over it overnight. So West, the winner of this one, will play Hills or Penrith from quarter-final 3 in the first semi-final.
Yeah, that was quite sharp there, that nice little sweep and dive from Kanan. Probably unlucky not to get the try. Referees decided to come back for the penalty, but yeah, Parramatta definitely been stretched there.
The Magpies girls making a lot of noise. The dive was made there from Michael Jukador. Apologies if I've got that wrong, Michael. As we see Lagos with it. Now they come out the back. That's Kanan for the line. Didn't get there. Good touch made around the area was Raymond McHale. For Parramatta, they go right-hand side now. There's Lagos again setting it up. They peel back to the left-hand side. Long ball out wide. Ball on the inside from Charlie Alaro was there. It was high, but not able to be taken. Parramatta rolling upfield, getting some good momentum here, Parramatta. Up towards the halfway line as they dump in their box. Quarter-final action. First score, 3 points, then 2, everyone after that. Referee giving a caution for a forceful push.
Yeah, the referees are going to have
this time.
Yeah, they're going to have their work cut out for them, the referees in this one, because you can feel the intensity starting to grow as the players settle in, and the speed's picking up, and a little bit more contact in those touches.
The intensity rising here at Jubilee Park, as is the temperature. West on the attack early. Jukador looking for the touch, plays it out of first receiver, goes himself. Touch was made, that's the last. He'll play it on the 7, right-hand side of the ground. 3 minutes gone, first half, no score in this quarter-final.
Oh, nice switch.
Nice ball to the outside, can't get through. Touch was made on Brian Nader.
Yeah, unlucky.
Parramatta
there.
holds on.
Yeah, I think a nice pass to the winger there might have been the first score, but it wasn't to be.
That first score vital. First score is 3 points. Every score after that is 2. For those new to the format and the tournament, first score is 3 points. Every score after that is 2. It's not a single 1-all scoreline.
Oh, great pressure there from Lagos.
So Wests with the turnover. Alaro plays it on the 10. Parramatta end of the ground. Touch now made. Jukador and Lagos seem to be the midfield generals for the Magpies. Coming to the middle of the ground. Happy to just slow it up. They're going to run a play here. Wests. They draw the penalty. That's what they were looking for, Parramatta. So they'll take the tap on the 7 Wests. Parramatta being told to advance in defence. Jukador to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Got it down, but there was a touch made first. Referees found a penalty to Parramatta.
Yeah, West are playing quite direct through the middle, and what that'll do, it's only a matter of time before Parramatta's going to have to collapse, and if they are good enough to get the ball to the winger, we could see our first try.
Duke to the outside. Idea was right man coming through was Caden Canaan.
Yeah.
But the pass was way behind him and into touch on that eastern side of the ground.
Energetic defence there from Parramatta. This is the future talent, the future stars are on show here, and you can see how serious these clubs take it. We've actually got like Premier League coaches here. We've got Ricky Hetherington for Parramatta. We've got Milo Dalmaui, Michael Giacono on the west side. These clubs have put their best coaches with these young boys.
Ricky Hetherington, part of our commentary team over the weekend here at Jubilee Park. Thank him for his work over the weekend. Referees being red hot on the subs in and out of the box. Don't want to concede a penalty for too many players. JP Tanous wins the penalty for Wests in the 0, the 0-0. They're going to make the single change here, the Magpies. Referee.
Yeah, we've got Christian Azzi there, Joseph Matter in the play for West.
Forced sub for Parramatta.
Yeah, good opportunity here for the Magpies if they can act quickly.
They've got numbers out wide to the left-hand side. That was Oscar Salome. Tried to get in while they had the 6-on-5 overlap for the moment. They're back to 6-on-6. Now the 77, Christian Azzi. Short ball inside, try ball West. Joseph Matter gets it down first to the Magpies.
Absolutely superb play there. Azzi and Matter coming through. Let's see if I can work out this scoreboard.
There we go.
Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, it was Azzi and Matter there for West, and as we pointed out, they just kept peppering the Parramatta line, and eventually just the sheer weight of possession there resulted in the first try in this match.
So West take that vital 3-0 lead. 5 minutes remaining first half. It's all for Parramatta to do now. Can they strike back? Bit of a juggle there from Billy Fanene Soliola.
Yeah, nice save in defence there by Christian Azzi to come in to snuff that one out.
Luke Takshi in a dummy half alongside Fanene Soliola, who goes for the line, doesn't make it. Touch was made on the last. It'll be a turnover. Wests get it from their own 7.
Yeah, West doing quite well. They're almost like a bit of an over squeeze. All the defenders went across to help out. So the Parramatta box will probably be communicating that, looking for something else.
West's getting a real drive on here. Good momentum out of their set this time. They're over the 10-metre line, attacking end of the ground. That's Duke-Adore. Duke-Adore. Ball knocked down by Parramatta. 6 more plays for Wests. Deep in attack here, Wests on the attack. Up 3-0, 4 to go first half. Quarterfinal action. The only thing missing is Rodonicus. Boyd. Donnelly. Oh, great hands there from Parramatta to force the error. Michael Bustani couldn't hold on for the Magpies. Here comes Parramatta on the attack once again.
Yeah, solid drive.
That's been said many times over the years. Parramatta on the attack over the halfway line. That's Kallian Slayman. Little error there in the play. The ball from Slayman. Wests get it. 3.5 to go to half time. Wests up 3-0, 1 score to their credit.
Yeah, I think maybe the Parramatta player unfortunately might have stepped on the line, and the referees were right onto it. And this is just further possession for West Magpies. They'll be enjoying the run of this first half.
They'll certainly be enjoying it. These young girls down below us making a lot of noise, adding to the colour and the atmosphere here at Jubilee Park for finals day. State Cup, Southern Conference, good dive there from Caden Canaan, didn't make it. Penalty to the Magpies once again. They've been camping down this end of the ground.
Yeah, and we're starting to see that Parramatta line starting to squeeze a bit. So again, a sweeping play like that, almost where you dummy to the sweeper and go back the other way.
Little error in the play the ball. Little error in the play the ball from Wests. Parramatta get it on the 7, their own end of the ground. 2.5 to go to the break. Parramatta trails 3-0, down 1 score. If you're new to the concept, first score 3 points, then 2 for every score after that.
Almost a relieving penalty there for Parramatta. They haven't had a whole lot of ball up on the west line, and that's probably the next thing to see in this contest to see how West can handle Parramatta attack.
They roll over the attacking 10-metre line. Parramatta on the attack. Good ball to the right, the left-hand side. The right of the West's defence. Just outside the attacking 7 now. Parramatta happy to hold it up. Finn Custo in the 6. Penalty to Parramatta. Now let's see what they've got here. Takshi directing traffic like he's on Argyle Street in Parramatta. They roll to the left-hand side. They give it off. That's Takshi receiving it. Ricky Hetherington happy with something they're going to say. That's a try to Parramatta.
Well, the referees are just checking they've got the right call, and this is the first real test for West. Parramatta have sent that sweep around to the short side. The referees called the defender off, and we've got a hit back from the Parramatta Eels.
So 3-2 the scoreline. Parramatta trail Wests. I think that might have been the 22 in Luke Takshi getting over for the score.
Yeah, probably a little bit of concern there in the West box because that's probably the first time they've been asked some questions, and Parramatta will get a lot of confidence for that going into half time.
Inside a minute to go. Wests by a point. 3-2. Be very difficult to end up with a draw. I think it's almost impossible for a draw to end up here, so no extra time. They double back, the ball down. That's a great try. Matter with a double.
That's classy. Christian Azzi has been dominant from the very first tap off, and there was no denying him on that occasion. You just can't afford to give him that space. Christian Azzi, I think inside the Matter, I think it was. Absolute superb try for the Black and Whites.
Matter with a double, Pies up 5-2, 20 seconds remaining first half. Under 16 boys quarterfinal action from Jubilee Park. That's Jason Stanton. I'm Mike Sheen. Ricky Hetherington down on the touchline, coaching the Blue and Gold Army, trying to lift them to a semi-final berth. Penalty Wests. There's the hooter for half time. They'll take the play. I think West will be happy to just take the touch, will they? Yeah, they're happy to just take the play and go to the break at half-time. Parramatta trails 5-2 in this under-16s quarter-final. This has been a cracking game of touch football this morning here at Jubilee Park, match number 3 of the day.
I really like seeing that last try there, Mike, because it was what we call like a late switch, where as he's genuinely taken the guy on to try and score, attracted the defence, and then Matters ducked in under him, and that's a sort of very clever play that West are capable of, and that's what you're going to see more of on finals day. You know, a real variety in attack.
I can see Ricky Hetherington down in the huddle at halftime, laying down the law to his Parramatta boys. Meanwhile, Milad Al-Maoui in the West's huddle looking very calm and composed. On the far side of the ground, the eastern side. See the teams rolling around through the complex here at Jubilee Park. Good crowd in the grandstand already.
And when you have this sort of calibre of high performance coaching, after this halftime break, we could see a totally different second half. Ricky Hetherington, a very experienced, one of the top performing coaches. On the other side, we've got Al-Maoui and Jacono. We could see a totally different second half here because they're very, very astute, judges of the game, and they're going to assess that first half and come out with different plays to run, different tactics for the second half.
Just watching Ricky Hetherington really laying down the law. Boys break from their huddles. Coach's work is done. He can't do much more with his charges. Half-time message has been delivered. Wests will start play as we get underway in this second half of this under-16 boys quarter-final. Wests lead at 5-2, 2 scores to 1. Parramatta have the task in front of them. Can the Blue and Gold Army strike back? Or will the Magpies advance to a semi-final? They will take on either Hills or Penrith in that semi-final later this morning. Lovely ball to the outside. That was far too easy for Western Suburbs.
First class attack there. And Joseph Matter really coming into his own. That was an important set for Parramatta to hold out. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do it. And the Western Suburbs Magpies with the wind in their sails.
Pretty sure that was Michael Ducador getting over for the score, making it 7-2. Inside 60 seconds gone, second half of this quarterfinal. Parramatta, the task got a little bit tougher, the mountain a little bit steeper. Can they bounce back? Takshi has the lone try for Parramatta. He'll go into dummy half just outside the 7. Long ball left-hand side. Was the touch made? They're appealing for it. Yes, they get it. Just short of the line. Touch was made on Antonius Habib. They go to the left-hand side. Touch was made. It'll be a turnover. Antonius Habib in the number 1 shirt. Now, Parramatta having to defend once again. 90 seconds gone. They're down 7-2. They need 3 scores to get back into this game. West's on the attack. Inside the Parramatta half. That's the 10-metre line they're crossing. Ball left behind. Referee says play on. Crowd groaned. Long ball out wide. Finds Christopher Amadeo. Back on the inside. No, it's not going to count. Penalty to Parramatta.
Yeah, it was a forward pass there. The actual ball control and the speed on show here is absolutely incredible. You wouldn't be mistaken. You could easily be watching a men's Premier League game here, how well these young boys are playing.
It's been excellent skills from both sides in this game so far today. 9 minutes remaining. A pile of black and white streaming into the ground. Supporting the Magpies, 16 boys. Ball goes to ground, it won't matter. Jared Kanan couldn't hold on to that. So West's with a comfortable lead. Ball thrown away, so 10-metre penalty for Wests. Just rubbing a bit more salt into the wound of Parramatta. They take the tap just short of halfway. Cruz Frangier. The number 3, the 7's Matter. He's got 2 tries to his name. We go into dummy half, keep it alive with Christian Azzi, who's been the midfield general. He takes the touch. What's he going to do this time? Trying to draw the defenders into him.
Yeah, that's Azzi and Kanan.
Azzi with a long ball. Goes to ground. It was intended for Michael Bustani. Couldn't come up with it in the end. Now Parramatta need to score and score quickly to get back in the contest here. Parramatta working to their box on the western side of the ground.
Yeah, definitely enough time. There's enough time for the Eels.
Plenty of time for Parramatta. That's listed in the 18. Chase Kingston-Liston fires it off to Finn Custo. And Harrison Fletcher turns it over on the last. Wests make a mistake here. A chance for the Parramatta side. What can they do with it?
Yeah, just a little sniff now for Parramatta. An uncharacteristic turnover from the Magpies. Parramatta really have to make them pay here. They're going to need 3 scores.
Luke Takshi on the attack. A little bit of tape around that left knee. They get the penalty here, Parramatta. They take the tap and go quickly. He dives for the line and they're going to say no. Second penalty in quick succession.
Luke Takshi is one of the high performers from yesterday. And he's had a really strong weekend, so he could be the man to try and turn it around here for Parramatta and get him back in this game.
On the park now, Raymond McHale. That's him playing the ball in the 16, replacing the number 6, Finn Custo. So we see Parramatta keeping it alive on the right-hand side. Was the touch made? Yes. Defence from West holds strong. Late pass is the ruling. 6.5 to go. West's in control, 7-2 over Parramatta.
Yeah, both these defensive lines are quite compressed, Mike. So I'd be encouraging some long balls to the winger if I was in either team's box at the moment.
They've got numbers to the left-hand side here, Western Suburbs, but they decide to roll midfield. Ducador and Lagos doing the traffic directing. They're the 1-2 punch. Ducador got it down, did he? They're going to say yes, he did. Ducador gets a double. Makes it 9-2 in favour of Wests. And you would say, still with 6 minutes remaining, that just about ices the win for Western Suburbs. Be very hard to see them come back from here.
Yeah, and that was really classy attack there from West, and just the variety of play. We've seen sweeping plays and like runarounds or wraps. We've seen some dive overs, some quick release returns. It's been really a handful for Parramatta to try and to sort of come to terms with that sort of variety of attack.
Next game up is the under-18 girls quarter-final, East and Canterbury. That's coming up after this one at 8:30. Having to check myself on the times. 8:30 is our next start. East and Canterbury, the 18 girls quarter-final. The big guns come out to play on finals day here at Jubilee Park.
East and Canterbury, that'll be one to look forward to.
Long ball out wide, try ball in the corner. Christian Sarkis gets it down. They're going to say, yes, that's a try to Parramatta. They're still alive, the blue and golds. 4:40 remaining, they're down by 5.
Yeah, they've still got time. That was a tremendous try. They're probably kicking himself a little bit. They haven't tried that earlier, but they've still got time. Still got time to get a few back if they can control the ball and unsettle this West attack.
3 scores needed in 4.5 minutes. Not impossible, but will be a tough assignment for the Parramatta side. West's directing traffic nicely. Kanan plays it. Out of dummy half goes Matter. Has 2 to his name. Long ball to the left. They'll get it down in the corner. Will they? No, it won't count. Forward pass to Charlie Alaro. Parramatta on the counter. Looking to roll forward and get another one in a hurry. Nice little step there. That was the number 8, Isaac Angel. Working to the touchline here, Parramatta. Reinforcements on, that's Habib. Habib goes down. Referee says play on. Touch was made. Billy Fanini, Soliola. Now McHale over the top. Ball for the corner. Did he get it down in the corner? No. Harrison Fletcher made the acrobatic dive, but the cover was there.
Great scramble from the West Magpies. They're making it tough for Parramatta. Parramatta's really in this fight. They're showing some great skill, but West are just hanging in there. Scrappy hanging in there, making it hard
Error
for them
from
to
the
come
Magpies.
back.
Error from the Magpies. West have a chance to defend again. Parramatta on the 7. Full set at their disposal. Just over 3 minutes to go. A score here makes it interesting. Fanini Soliola, my apologies. That's him in the 17. Penalty Parramatta. Offside the ruling. Fanini Soliola plays it. Takes the tap. Gets it back. They're going to run a play here, Parramatta. What if they got in their bag of tricks? No touch made. Now it is. They go out of dummy half. He'll need to offload the ball. Needs support. Gets it away. Goes to ground. They want a penalty here. Parramatta referee says hold it.
Yeah, the referees will just have a quick chat to unpack that. It was a very strong play from Parramatta, but they just weren't able to get the ball down to finish it off for the score.
Penalty to Parramatta. The 18 boys are watching this on the touchline. I can see Prince Guian in the grandstand cheering on the boys. Fanini Soliola. No, he didn't get there. Touch was made. 2 minutes remaining. 2-minute warning for Parramatta. They need 3 in 2 minutes. Referee sets the mark. Fanini Soliola gives it off. McHale dancing around, trying to find an opening. Fanini Soliola wins another penalty. No, the referee says not on the right mark. A forced sub for Wests. Ducador goes off. They've got an overlap here out wide, Parramatta. They can't use it on this occasion. Referee says touch was made inside 90 seconds to go. Get the feeling Parramatta is going to run out of time here. Parramatta to the left-hand side. They doubled back. The inside ball was there for Habib, but he couldn't get there. West will have it on the 7 with 70 seconds to go. They're up 9-4.
This has been impressive from the West Magpies. It's going to serve them well going into the remainder of the day because they've come up against a strong opposition in Parramatta who have really taken it to them, and West have been able to respond.
It'll be Hills or Penrith. They meet in a semi-final. That's Lagos.
And West have got 7 on at the moment.
So that's
Still got 7 on. That was a little bit comical there. They had 7 on, one player ran on off, and another one ran back on.
Came back on, and they still had 7. Parramatta under pressure. They're not going to get out of jail this time inside 30 seconds. 9-4 the scoreline to the Magpies.
Yeah, spirited performance from the Parramatta Eels, but probably a fraction outclassed here today in this matchup with the Magpies.
The 22 for Parramatta is Luke Takshi. Now it's Habib. Takes the touch. Takshi, the siren sounds in the background. This will be the final play. It won't matter. Wests are through to the semi-finals. Wests win at 9-4 over Parramatta in the under-16 boys. Good result for the Magpies. Parramatta bows out at the quarter-final stage. Up next, the under-18 girls, the big girls in town, and it's a heavyweight battle. Easts and Canterbury.
Concludes our 8 a.m. time slot for today, the 2023 Interstate Cup Southern Conference Finals Day. Just a reminder, all clubs, if you could please take the rubbish from your sub boxes and use the bins provided. There's plenty of bins around the venue, so please assist us in keeping the venue clean. We appreciate it. All clubs, please just a reminder to keep your sub boxes clean. Please take any empty water bottles and other rubbish.
When I get Welcome back to finals day of 2023 Southern Conference Junior State Cup. This is Dave Stone. Hopefully joined in commentary very shortly with Jason Stanton, but we have a game here between Eastern Suburbs and Canterbury Bulldogs. Should be an enjoyable clash. Always a good rivalry between both of these teams here. This is a quarter-final game, so sudden death. We are playing the 3-2 point system, so we do not, if there is a try scored, we will not have a drop-off. Due to timing and regulations, we try to keep it with no drop-off, but if it is 0-0, we will have a drop-off at the end of the game. The Canterbury Bulldogs, they tap off the game with Kirk and Baldwin working in the centre together. This is the 18 in Creary. And short side quickie play, step back and dive, but good tight defence there by the Roosters. Good start to the defensive set. See what the Dogs can construct here on a repeat set. And they're just going to kill it on the sideline by the looks of it. The Roosters will have to work it to the far side to get some fresh legs on. Interested to see if they go direct here. That's a good strong touch there by Creary, and yeah, force a mistake. So nice contact there and good solid touch. And we are joined in commentary here by the one and only Jason Stanton. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. Very excited to be here. This is a big clash, this one.
It is. Old rivalry from way back. They always seem to pair up in semi-finals, quarter-finals. So good one to see how we go here. Who will get victory in this one?
Yeah, the Roosters and Dogs are like neighbouring affiliates, so some of these girls may even play against each other in some of the local comps.
Yeah, that is true.
They'll be known to each other.
That is true. And this is Kirk with the ball, and Baldwin's down. Kirk on the wraparound, long ball out to the wing, just couldn't find the target. And this is the first chance for the Roosters to work the ball off their own line. The sun's starting to heat up, Jace. Hopefully not as hot as yesterday, but yep, quarter final we have. Here we have the Roosters working the ball off their own line. Good press defence there with the Nate, number 8 for Canterbury. And here we have East working the ball through the middle third. 34 at half will be Bowery. Bowery gives the ball away, and the 22 is in the corner for the first try of Norburn. It's all clear, and Roosters open their campaign with the first try, so that will give them actual 3 points on the 3-2 scoring system. So every try from now on will be worth 2 points.
Yeah, it almost looked like Canterbury stopped there for a moment, thinking that maybe a touch was made, but East weren't going to stop for him.
No, that's it. Yeah, they played the whistle to the referee. Here we have Canterbury working the ball from halfway in the 26, which is Gordon. Play on's the call there. This is good defence here by the East Roosters. The 44 is Balzan. Balzan with the ball now. A wraparound play. Gives the ball off, and once again, well defended there by the East Roosters.
Never ceases to amaze me these young representative players. After 3 days of running, they're still flying up in defence. They're flying up. They're running.
Yeah, there's a lot
unlimited.
A lot of energy in the tank, and I'm sure they've worked hard on their fitness leading into this. And this is Carmody with the ball. 24 in Parsonage. The 3 out of half is Kuhn. Good defence there. That's a bit better. Stayed nice and tight. Tried to force the pass. Didn't let them scoop through the play. With the Bulldogs working the ball in 38 is Laverance. This is a good drive here.
We've been talking about it for most of the tournament, how the female touch, how strong the skill level is, and you only get to see here by the width and speed. It's just a whole nother level. You could easily be mistaken thinking you're watching the Women's Premier League.
Yes, that is correct, and probably a couple of these girls around the fields. I know in another couple of teams there are a couple that do play Women's Opens, and you see that from a young age now that the under-18s, the Opens teams do blood them young now and develop their skills very early.
Yeah, well, I noticed a lot of the clubs are putting their most experienced high performing performing coaching into the 16s and 18s as well. So they obviously see it as a great development tool for their more senior teams.
Yeah, and that was a nice constructed play there. It's nice hands between all the girls through the middle field and good momentum leading into the try line by the Roosters. So that's something the Dogs will have to work on, is trying to counteract that momentum of their rucking set. Here we have the 5 from East, rucking the ball off. It's Canterbury, I believe this would be Kirk.
Pretty good drive in there from Kirk from Canterbury. I've been impressed with her eyes up footy in some of these early settles she's taken.
Yeah, they just couldn't handle the ball there towards the back end of the set. So good chance here for the East to hit from halfway. East Roosters here, coached very well by a couple of accomplished players themselves in Clay Studden and also Amanda Squarko. I believe Amanda would probably be the brains of the outfit down there, mate. Clay's just there for his presence.
Oh, I think Clay would be adding a lot of value in moral support and encouragement.
No, he's a very good player and very accomplished in himself.
Yeah.
New South Wales mixed up Origin Open player. But once again, good chance here for the East.
Yeah, well, Studden was one of those players that had the full range of skill, so it doesn't surprise me to see the Rooster girls throwing long balls and being good on their feet and all that. They're definitely got the right the right coaching staff around them.
That's true, and it's good to see them giving back to the sport as well. Just young players back out of the game themselves, so good to see them giving back to the sport. Here we have the 18 from East in Davis. The 12 would be, I do not have the 12, I'm afraid, but that's a good dive, slide dive there, but good defence there, once again by Kirk. Kirk working hard in the middle for the Dogs. This is the 18 of Davis.
Good save. Yeah, I think on the Dogs side they'll be really looking forward. I think it's Coach Bowser, and he'll be really looking forward to half time because I think Canterbury's maybe a fraction off what they can actually bring today.
Yep.
So I think he'd be looking forward to get him in and settle them down. They're still finding their way, I feel, in this game.
Oh, that could be ball down. No, it's play on. Oh, no, they've turned the ball over. So one thing with this weekend, Jace, I have seen, normally at Junior State Cup, coaches don't get half-time breaks. So it's been good for them to experience that and have that change up through a half-time period, where normally it's just a straight game, and it's very hard sometimes to change a game during the whole process of
that's a great try there by the Roosters. It was a nice little quick play, and instead of trying to run around the Dogs, they've actually gone straight through them.
Well done there to the Roosters. So
again, that could have been something that Amanda Squarko picked up on, because East looked like they were trying to go quite lateral, but all of a sudden, very direct, and it results in an immediate try.
We've seen that all weekend. The direct teams, they seem to be really performing well this weekend, so we'll see if a lot of teams do go direct later on in the tournament. That could be ball down. Yes, it is. Well picked up by the referee.
Yeah, so back to your point about the half-time, you're right, is that the coaches, it's a bit of a learning for them, something different, because they can actually influence the momentum of the game, and you'll probably see that in this one, where Canterbury's probably a step off it. They'll get into half-time, they'll have a bit of a chat, and then, they'll come out. It could almost be like a totally different game.
Yeah, that's correct.
So, it's sort of added something different to this year's event.
Here's Parsonage, just couldn't control the ball there in the 3 and Kewen, and the Bulldogs will work the ball off their own line again. And this is good eyes up play, ball down the sideline. Oh, just once again could not control that last play, and once again just cheap turnover in the middle third, and another good opportunity here for the East Roosters.
Yeah, that's that ball control, bit of composure. I think Canterbury have been very strong throughout the weekend, and it's only that East have just raised the bar a bit that are making it a little bit tough for the Dogs.
Yeah, that's correct. And we've got Bowery working on here, and also the 90 McRae. Bowery and McRae in the middle. This is Bowery with the ball, short side play, steps back, looks for McRae, but just couldn't control the ball.
Yeah, that was very clever. You notice there with Bowery how when she's dumped the ball and split laterally, she hasn't gone too wide. She stayed quite close.
Yep.
And so you can do a quick release and be quite wide, spread, or you can do quick release and stand close. So that's an example of what you were saying, Stoney, where East look like they're trying to be a bit more direct.
Yep.
So you could have the same play, like that quick release or a quickie, you might hear people talk about it.
Yep.
But you could run the same play, laterally trying to run around.
And when they don't go
direct.
And when they don't go too lateral, like they only go like a short, like you said, a short step, is that easier for them to step back with momentum?
Yeah, it's a different play. Yeah,
Yep.
it sort of enables you to go the offside player a little bit straighter, and opens up plays on the other side of the field. You might hear sort of coaches talk about going against the grain or against the flow of the attack.
Yep.
So it's not like one's better than the other. It's just picking what's going to work.
Yep.
And in this situation, looks like Roosters have they've done it again there,
Yep.
where they're looking like they think they can go through Canterbury rather than around them.
Yep. And this is the 18 in Davis with the Davis from half gives the ball on short side quicker. They got him on the short side.
that's
I
a
think a
great
ball
play.
down. Yes. They only worked in 5 metres of space there, but
Yeah.
once again, look, just a short side quickie play, and it was
Yeah,
good.
nice
hands.
little play there, Stoney. Down the side, and that's probably a lapse in concentration there from the Dogs. They probably won't be too pleased about letting that one in on the coming in half time.
No, that is true, and we have a 7-0 scoreline. That is off the 3-2 point system, so 3-0 at the moment. And the Dogs got a chance to reply here in Labyrinth with the ball. We've also got the 26 in Gordon. Gordon the 44 is Balzan. Balzan on the sweep. Just once again, these little passes, they're just not finding the hands of the Dogs, and it's hurting them at the moment a little bit.
Yeah, they're just a fraction under. So with the 3-2 system, what's the reasoning for that, David? How does that work?
Yeah, so I explained it at the start. We do the 3-2 point system because we've got so many games through the State Cup, Junior State Cup period. 3-2 point system will avoid a drop-off scenario if tries are scored. If it is still 0-0 at the end of full time, we will have a drop-off. So it's just to try and keep the games on time, and we've got half time in the background. Keep the games on time and everything flowing throughout the day because we've got 3 days of jam-packed touch football.
Yeah. And for those new to the game, the drop-off's almost like an extra time or an overtime scenario. Where how's that working for this year's event? Are we going straight to 4 players, or is it one less player every minute?
No, it will be under the 8th edition, so it'll be 4 players for 2 minutes. If the scores are still drawn after that, it will be straight to 3 players, and it's sudden death, whoever scores first.
Yeah.
So here we can see we've got a couple of different scenarios with the coaches. We've got the Bulldogs coach. He's appointed. He's talking to the girls straight away. But we've got the young Roosters girls here in the short side box. They're actually working together as a group, and now the coaches are walking over to address them. So a couple of different coaching ideas on what they think works best for their team, and it'll be interesting to see how they come out after half time.
Yeah, both the techniques have got their pros and cons. What we've seen on with the Roosters here on the bottom of the screen, that's quite a good method that's sort of, I think, gaining a bit more popularity now, where the coaches will actually step back and give the players, just even if it's 20 seconds, 30 seconds, have a drink, compose yourself, because then what we find as a coach is that they're more susceptible to listen or to absorb what you say.
Yes.
Whereas if you just come in and you start sort of giving the instruction, that's sort of quite a good technique. On the other side with Canterbury, that can work as well, depending on like with your group, as you said, how they respond.
What leadership group and that you've got as well. Because sometimes, the players can only remember the last 1 or 2 things that are said. Sometimes the first things that have been said may go in one ear and out the other sometimes, but it's
Mate, if you're
interesting.
coaching me, you're lucky if I listen to anything, mate. So, yeah.
You are the coach,
I think
aren't
if
you?
you're doing 1 or 2, I think
You're the coach, referee, and player all in one.
I do try and help the referees because I think they're very nice people, and I like to let them a hand sometimes with a few pointers. Maybe let them know that player's offside, that was forward. I think they appreciate a hand.
Yes, everyone does need help. We're always open to constructive criticism. And here we have the Roosters with the tap off. They've got the overlap straight away. This is the 22 in Norburn.
That's lightning.
It gives I just couldn't find that last pass, but straight away off the tap off, Roosters have
That was
opened them up.
lightning. See, what was particularly impressive with Norburn there is that she sort of gassing it, like, going hard for the line, but she had enough composure and game awareness to realise that, the pass was a better option. Really unlucky. That could have easily been another score for the Roosters.
Yes, it is. And once again, here we have good press defence here by the Bowery. The Dogs working off their own line. And this is Kirk. She's been good for the Dogs. And then the 16 in Lone. Lone and Kirk out of half, looking for a strike dump here. Just once again, could not complete the set. And Allen. But I'm sure the Dogs have got a game plan to work forward. The press defence of the Roosters is good still through the second half. Here we have getting fresh legs on the Roosters in the 22 in Norburn. He's a 34 in Bowery. We've got fresh legs coming on in Junanja. He's the 18 out of half in Davis.
And that's, I think that's Kirk again for Canterbury.
Yeah, she's been strong
Really
for Canterbury. Yeah, she's been probably their best, and this is the part that's hurting them at the moment. Just a bit of momentum coming out of their own half with the Dogs pushing the ball off through 16 in Lone. We have fresh legs coming on here.
Yeah, you can play this. You can see the players subbing to the box though. And what's a good sort of tip, I guess, for the younger teams is you want to sort of, like, if you are going to go to the box to substitute players, you want to sort of try and be over halfway if you can, or further down the field. You saw on that occasion Canterbury maybe sort of went off a little bit too early, and it put himself under pressure with the players coming on.
Yeah, that's
and now
correct.
it's resulted in a turnover. So that's a bit of a tip. Where possible, you want to sort of get a good bit of momentum down the field and be making your substitutions over halfway when you can.
Yeah, I know teams that I coach, we're not subbing until we get to that 10. You've got to go direct, I believe. That's just my personal coaching opinion, but everyone's got their own philosophies.
What did your teams win, Stoney? We're happy to take your tips as long as you've got the runs on the board,
We
mate.
don't always win, but we do our best. That's the big thing.
Mate, don't give us tips if your team's coming last. we want the good tips, mate. We don't want the...
Once again, we can see it's like an odds and evens defence that the Roosters have got moving up here, and you can see they're taking a lot of ground, and they've turned the ball over again through the middle third. But that's something that I'm sure the coaching staff will be working on, how they can counteract that.
Yeah, Canterbury haven't handled that well, and what Stoney's talking about there with the odds and evens is sometimes the coaches will number the players 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across the field, and when they shoot up, the odds will be obviously 1, 3, 5, and the evens 2, 4. So,
Yep.
Canterbury didn't seem to handle that alternate player or the odds and evens that you mentioned shooting from the Roosters.
Here we have Mahone. Just a cheap turnover there. So here's a chance for the Roosters there. I think the big thing is the transition. And the transition is here where they jump on the ball and they can either go slow or they can go jump on the ball and go as quick as they can. And Canterbury just seem to be taking their time at the moment. Maybe if they tried just to jump on the ball a little bit quicker so the defence isn't set, may help with that odds and evens defence like we're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. So if you can do a quick play of the ball or get on the ball early, sometimes the shooters haven't got time to set.
Here's Creary with the ball, but that's the set of 6 over. So here's a good chance for the Dogs to counteract the East rucking set, but East go to the middle first. Oh, that could be ball down. No, he's just going to call touch one. Okay.
Yeah, the Roosters seem to be quite a balanced outfit of skill, speed and pace across the line, which is really good to see. It's almost when the players are coming on, they could be a middle, link, or a wing, and they're all adding value. And
yeah, that's correct.
It's a really good balance team.
But here's a good chance here with the Bulldogs. I'd like to see Kirk stay on here. She's been their go-to player with the 16 with the ball in Lone. This is Kirk with the ball, the one to watch. This is rucking through the centre here with Lone again. Kirk from half. Looks to give the ball off to the 18 in Creary. Kirk, I think she needs a strike dump here. Other girls just need to work a little bit harder for her. And she's down on the ball, and here's Kirk and Creary with the ball and just couldn't find space. I think the old legs are starting to get a little bit weary. It's been a long tournament, as we said.
Yeah. And Canterbury's effort's good here, but you can see that the Roosters are handling what they're throwing at them.
Yep.
So they've got to, I think, it's almost like caution the wind and try some different plays, I guess, if you're on the dog side, because Roosters seem to be quite comfortable with how this game's unfolding for them. Yeah,
that's correct. And this is Davis with the ball. Dish the ball out. They got the overlap with the 7, and this is Carmody in the corner. Carmody's through, and they've gone up 4-0, or we could say 9-0 on the 3-2 point system. The Roosters with 5 minutes to go.
Gee, that's impressive there from Carmody. You might have been noticing that the defensive winger for Canterbury didn't come in. So, sometimes we might say, oh, we're watching, why didn't that winger just come in and get it? But Carmody had the ball in two hands.
Yep.
And she was running, flat stick and dummying, putting pressure, putting the winger in two minds. And that's really, really clever and solid footy there.
It's a good skill to have in the girls' game too, because a lot carry the ball in one hand, but if you can carry it in that two hand and keep the defence second guessing, it's a good skill to have.
Trust me, when I'm coaching the boys, I wish they'd carried in two hands. I think some of these girls out here from the Dogs and the Roosters could teach my boys a few things for sure.
Okay, and we have the East Roosters pushing the ball through the middle with Davis, gives the ball out. Oh, just a little bit firm push there. Mahone got pushed over the sideline, and Davis is down, and fresh legs coming on in the 24 in Parsonage. 16. This is Parsonage again. Drives the ball through the middle, and this is a 3 out of half in Kewin. Kewin finds the open side on the
same passing.
Once again, and there's almost the same play. They're catching him out on the far side link hole.
Yeah, I think it was Balzan, was it? Or I'm not sure if I said that right, but she actually had 2 or 3 run out of there with the overlap, and she was nice and composed and took the inside player, rolled out, and a great dive to save the try. And that's really good effort and good resilience there from the Dogs to hold him out.
Yes, it was, and it was a good diving touch there in the corner as well by the Bulldogs. Player in 38 is Laverance. Here we have the Dogs. This is a little bit better set, rucking the ball off here. This could be touch 4 coming, and Kirk with the ball. They just need to get a good dump with some wheels out of half, and here we have Creary back to Kirk. They almost had the overlap there, and it's good field position here for the East to work the ball off their own 10. I like the depth also from the Roosters when they're rucking the ball out.
Yeah.
They seem to be running onto the ball, and there's nice depth.
Yeah, they've been quite strong in that regard, the Roosters, and they've also been able to maintain focus. Sometimes when you get in front in these games, you start thinking about the semi or the final, and you lose focus. But Roosters have maintained the intensity right throughout the whole first
game.
and second halves. Yeah.
Yep. Here we have the Bulldogs there. This is going to be a hard set here for the pushing through the middle, and here this is good shooting here in the 9 in McRae. 16 in Lone, and once again we're going to turn over, not playing it straight.
Yeah, Canterbury not ideal. I think they've shown a lot sort of stronger drive and all that throughout the tournament, but I think this because Roosters are putting pressure on them.
Yep.
And making it hard for them.
Here we have, this is the 34 in Bowery. Bowery and the 9 in McRae working together through the middle. Be interesting to see whether they construct one of them short quickie sets. And there's a quickie, bit wider in Bowery, long ball out to the wing, and unfortunately Ibrahim could not just control it, but they almost had a chance there on the far side once again.
Bowery's been asking questions all game. She's definitely one to watch throughout the rest of today and in the future. Got the full range of skills.
Yeah, she's been very strong, and Bulldogs once again, they've just
another turnover.
Turned it over. It's hurt the Bulldogs in this game, the turnovers.
Now, I must say, Stoney, I've lasted 20 minutes, which is my record of not mentioning our great partners, Guzmani Gomez.
Yes.
GYG. I was holding on as long as I could, but...
Have you picked, are we still doing the player of the match, the GYG player of the match, or has that gone by the wayside, Jason?
Okay. No, GYG are sticking with me long term. I'm just waiting for them to call me with the sponsorship. We've got the most valuable player or player of the match. There's also a bit of a rumour circulating about a GYG merit team.
Oh, who's the sole selector of that, Jason? You?
I'm the coach, selector, water boy, manager.
Yes, we must thank all our partners also in ISC, Budgie Smuggler. We've got some great hyperactive 10 out the back.
The merch, yeah. ISC's been, I think I made sort of comment of it yesterday. It's can't really be understated. You're playing in your playing gear 3 days.
Yep.
Multiple games. Obviously like sweating and all that. And I think like the player comfort and having good gear really makes a difference. So
it definitely does.
Yeah, having ISC as a partner, it's sort of a big advantage in terms of your performance as well, not just sort of looking good on the field.
That's correct. And We also must thank Wagga Council to have this venue in the pristine condition that it is. They've had some very hot weather, but the fields are outstanding to play on. All the players and coaches have praised the facility and how good the fields are to play on. So congratulations to them, and they've been good to work with as well from a New South Wales touch point of view. And there we have the siren in the background. That would be it. We have East Roosters coming out winners 4-0, or in the 3-2 point system, 9-0. We will be back with another game very shortly. Thank you for joining.
The 2023 Junior State Cup Finals Day here at Southern Conference in Wagga Wagga. Players and referees approximately 3.5 minutes. Players and referees, 1 minute, please, make your way onto the field. Players and referees ready.
It's the under-16 girls quarter-final between Wagga and Penrith. Mike Sheen with you for the call. Jason Stanton to join me momentarily for this under-16 girls match. A sudden death quarter-final between Wagga and Penrith. Wagga in the traditional black of the Panthers. Wagga in the navy blue with the green saddle and green trim. So they are easy to distinguish, although they are rather similar. We don't have a team list just yet, so we're working on getting one of those so we can identify all the players in this under-16 girls quarter-final. We may well see the Devils the Vipers rather, in our next match, the under-18 boys quarter-final. They will meet Wollongong. It'll either be Hills or Wagga to take on Wollongong in the under-18 boys quarter-final up next. But first up, may have a little run of Wagga teams over the next hour or two. It's Wagga with the ball in the 16s quarter-final. Seeing if I can find a team list to provide some information for you as we get our way into this final day, finals day. There's a score in the corner for Wagga. That's a great try to the... A great try to the Wagga team.
Please bring it to tournament control. If anyone has found a car key on the precinct, unfortunately one has been lost and they do not have a spare to be able to get back to Sydneyville. So if you have found that car key...
So great try to Wagga there. They lead it 3-0. That first score is vital in the context of the match, with the 3 points for the initial try and then 2 points for every subsequent try. So the pressure back on Penrith now. They trail 3-0. Penrith on the attack, working to the left-hand side. That's a nice dummy run, but penalty goes to Wagga. Goes to Penrith, rather. Penalty to Penrith, playing 11.5-minute halves. We're midway through the opening half. Now Penrith trying to find a way through this Wagga defence. They've stacked the left-hand side of the Wagga attack, or the Penrith attack rather. The dive out of dummy half, they're going to say touch was made on the shoulder. Touch was made, no score, so back to the 7 they come, Penrith. On the attack once again. Now Penrith turning it over. Costly error there from the Panthers. Jason Stanton rejoining me in the box. Wagga off to a 3-0 lead early on, Jason, and a great start for the home team.
Yeah, I was wandering up to the box. I actually thought it was 18's girls at how fast the game was. So, bit of a shout out. I was really surprised to see that it was the young girls, because the standard's high.
The standard is very high as we see Wagga slicing through the line for a second try. That's 2 to the home team. So Wagga leads at 5-0 in this semi-final, or the quarter-final rather, under 16 girls quarter-final. Nice try down the right-hand side for the Vipers.
Yeah, the Vipers have got out of the blocks, and it's definitely got the locals talking. Some of us city folk like myself, you wander up and you just expect Penrith to win every game because it's such a strong club. But the locals have got something to say about that, Mike.
Yeah, they certainly do, and the hospitality's been excellent here at Jubilee Park over the 3 days, sampling some of their wares.
Yeah, these young Viper girls from Wagga, great hospitality, but only to a degree. Once you get on the field in a quarter final, then
all bets are off.
All bets are off, and it's time to play.
Certainly is. That's Jason Stanton. I'm Mike Sheenan with you for Bar TV Sports. Great to be with you from Jubilee Park in Wagga. Finals day in the New South Wales Touch Junior State Cup, the Southern Conference Finals. This is a quarter-final in the under-16 girls division. Next up, we'll have an under-18 boys quarter-final. It'll either be Hills or Wagga taking on Wollongong. First time we've seen the Devils this weekend.
Yeah, there was a little bit of shuffling around. I think, Mike, it could actually be Parramatta boys potentially that final.
Okay.
I was just waiting for confirmation from New South Wales Touch. But either way, all these games, you can just see that they're all just crackers. The
standard has lifted infinitely following these finals day matches being scheduled. All teams have really stepped up the intensity and ramped it up to deliver something very exciting.
Yeah, really skillful ball movement here from Wagga, and I guess just to unpack that, you got these young girls that they would be like the better players in their club or at their school. Then they make say for example the Wagga rep team. Then they come here. Then they're playing against all the best from throughout the state, and they've actually won through to the final. So when we get to final day, we're really the best of the best is what we're looking at here.
This is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, definitely.
As we see Penrith on the attack over the 10-metre line. Getting some good drive in this set here. Pass was questionable. Referee said it was okay. It'll be a turnover on the last anyway.
Yeah, he's onto it. He's picked up the forward pass.
Yep.
Wagga absorbed that quite well. Penrith are gonna have to do a bit of a change up or something here because Wagga seems to have their measure for the most part.
They certainly do as they roll forward once again. The Vipers looking to strike for a third time. Up 5-0. Good advantage to the home team. As we see Wagga trying to strike here from long range. Well into the second half on the last play. And we've got a penalty to Wagga. Excuse me. So a penalty to Wagga in their own attacking half. Now they're looking to create something here. They'll go to the left-hand side. They decide to settle it here, Wagga. Looking to run a little set play here down the short side. The dive. Referee says no, the touch was made. Penalty to Wagga for offside. Well into the first half of this under-16 girls semi-final. Or quarter-final, rather. We'll have the semi-final due at around 11 a.m. They've got numbers out to the right-hand side. Can they get it there in time? They can. That's a lovely try to the Wagga Vipers. They're in again.
Absolute great try, and the locals, they're very excited. I think I saw 4 or 5 parents leave the coffee line and come down banging on the fence.
You are an expert on the coffee line, Jason Stanton, so if they're leaving that coffee line on a Sunday morning, it must have been good.
Yeah, so if you want a medium cappuccino, now's the time to get it, because Wagga are continuing to extend their lead here, and the locals are full of energy and support.
They certainly are, and it's great to see here at Jubilee Park, the home team on the board and rolling along nicely as we approach half-time. Dive there from Penrith. I think they're going to say that's a try. It is.
That's down. They got one back.
So 7-2 the scoreline. Wagga over Penrith. Well into the first half of this under-16 girls quarter-final.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Panthers needed, because Wagga pretty much had the run of it, had most things go their way. So it's great for the Penrith crew to get one back, and that'll give them a bit of a confidence to see if they can work their way back into this game.
Well into the first half of this one. They'll be looking for, in fact, this is an under-14s, my apologies. This is apparently an under-14 girls.
It's 14s. That's why I was a bit surprised wandering over, because the game was that quick. I thought it might have been 16s or 18s. So, yeah, it was quite a pleasant surprise.
My apologies. I thought it was a 16s game, but it's the 14s. So these girls really turning it on. Touch bait on the last. So we've been caught well and truly unawares here. Wagga certainly making a claim to make a semi-final push in this under-14 girls division. Excuse me. Thank you. We've got the team list now for this match.
Yeah, apologies for that. We didn't have the team list earlier. But yeah, we've got them now, so we'll try and backtrack a bit with highlighting some of the players that are doing really well in this matchup.
Penrith on the attack, approaching the 7-metre line. And number 9 there, Marissa Chloe. That's her with the ball now, Marissa Chloe. They'll play it on the last. They'll go to the left-hand side. Nice step there from Sage McQueenie, but not able to get through the line. And Wagga on the attack once again. There's about a minute and a half remaining in this first half. Bit of a fumble there at dummy half at the play. The ball, the referee said it was okay. Stayed just in the field of play there, Wagga. Number 3 is Abby Hunt. Takes it forward at dummy half. It's Sophie Lang, the 8. Now Wagga looking sharp. Hallie Baggio in the 2. Now Wagga on the outside. They've got good numbers here, Wagga. A little bit of space. Dancing through the line, but no way through on that occasion. Nice work there from the Vipers. There's the siren for half time. So at half time, it's Wagga 7, Penrith 2. That is the half-time siren in this under-14 girls quarter-final. So that's our match at the moment.
Yeah, the Vipers look quite settled, Mike. They look like they're obviously winning the game on the scoreboard, but they don't seem too flustered by the way this game's playing out. So they look like they're well and truly in finals mode. Penrith are going to have to try and come up with something a bit special, I think, if they want to get through this Vipers lineup.
Yeah, you were correct with your mail a little bit earlier, Jason. It's Parramatta. On the notes I'm seeing, Parramatta versus Canberra Magic. Canberra City Magic in the under-18 boys up next. So that one's been...
Was that Canberra? That'll be a cracker.
That should be a belter of a quarter-final, Parramatta and Canberra City. So that's our next game up at 9:30. I think I heard a whisper that you're going to have some commentary changes during the day.
9:30. Some of us have got church at 10 o'clock, Mike.
Yeah, I know.
So there might be a few phone calls around the around the Parramatta region.
The parish?
To the parish saying
Won't
we might be a little bit late for church, Father, because the 18s boys have got a big match-up with the Canberra Magic.
They're playing in the quarterfinals, Father.
That could actually be quite a solid multi-purpose phone call, because you can say you're running late for church, but the priest might ask the man upstairs for a bit of help against the Canberra Magic.
Divine intervention. But then again, down in the capital, I know they might be making the same phone call at the other end.
Well, they need to. Then they can square the ledger on one of your famous spreadsheets, Mike. So if you're tuning in from Canberra, give the local parish a call.
Yes.
Because you know your counterparts up north are making the same call.
As we get underway in this second half, Wagga leading 7-2 in this under-14 girls quarter-final against the more fancied, you would say, Penrith Panthers. So Wagga on the attack on the 10-metre line, attacking end of the ground. That's them in the dark blue, heading to the right of your screen. Penrith in their traditional black strip, or what has become the traditional black strip for the Panthers over recent years. That's Abby Hunt with the ball. She'll look for a score. Touch was made. That'll be a turnover.
Yeah, pretty good attack there from Hunt. She's been poking her nose through the defensive line throughout the first half, continually asking questions of Penrith, and I don't mind her being in the black. I think that's fractionally better than the old brown.
Yes,
from the old days.
The old chocolate soldiers days.
Yeah, I'm happy with the current Panther strip. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad one. And just having a look down the line, we've got Penrith and Wests coming up in the 16 boys semi-final a bit later on this morning. So the next couple of games have been booked in. Certainly running on the fly here at Jubilee Park.
There's Hunt again working with Baggio.
Out of dummy half, the ball was headed for Evie Perry, but they couldn't find Evie's number.
Yeah, that was quite strong attack as well. And this is sort of what we mentioned during that halftime break, where Wagga seemed to be really, really sort of showing good calmness, and they're really composure with the way this is rolling out. So, great job on the Wagga side. Penrith are going to have to keep trying something different here.
Now we see Penrith on the attack over the halfway line on the last. They'll need to spark something here down the short side. They've got the numbers. The touch was made on Amelia Shemp. That'll be a turnover for Wagga. She had Taya Wood on the outside but couldn't find her. As Wagga comes out of their own end, we've had about 2.5 minutes in the second half. 7-2. Wagga leads Penrith in this quarter-final, the under-14 girls division.
Yeah, I like that run from Alia. She really sort of like took the ball on, took the line on, and I think more of that. That's what the Panthers are going to need.
As we see Wagga taking a penalty and advancing midway between the 10 and the 7 metre line. The 11 is Taylor Lawrence. We've got a little error there from Lawrence in the play the ball.
Yeah, referee picking up for not being square. You got to, whenever you get touched and you roll the ball, you got to be facing the opponent scoreline. So you'll see a few of those throughout today. Sometimes the plays we get a little bit side on.
Penrith on the attack now. That's Amelia Shemp with the ball, the number 1. Number 3 is Alia Vehikite. Now she's got an option on the outside. 6 more for Penrith. Knocked down there from Kiwa Kahuroa in the 14 for Wagga.
A good opportunity now for the Panthers. See what they can come up with. I think we've got, is it Shemp in there?
Yeah, Shemp's the number 1. She's directing traffic. That's her with the ball now on the left-hand side. She'll play it on the 7. Wagga looking very sharp in defence. Penrith not getting... That's an incorrect play the ball from Vehikite, so it'll be a turnover to Wagga deep in their own end. 7:25 remaining. They're up 7-2 in this quarter-final.
Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to get square. That like the defender gives you a bit of a nudge, and of course you're trying to do it as fast as you can. So it's a bit of a challenge sometimes. Yeah, nice width of play here from Wagga. I don't think the ref will miss that one. A little bit forward.
Just a little bit, he says.
Just a little bit. We've got to get away with everything we can when we're on the field. And
yes.
But the referee was, he wasn't going to let that one slide. No, another opportunity here for Panthers. Let's see what they can come up with.
Have they got more points in them? Still time on the board. They need 3 scores to get in front of this Wagga side. That's Addison Roden with it. Keeping it alive on the outside. There's Roden once again chiming in. Touch was made. Forward, a late pass. Ball goes to Wagga. So they get out of jail here. The Vipers. Good run downfield. That was a nice run towards halfway as they come off and make the changes here, Wagga. Refreshing the stocks on the field. That was a great run. I think that was Abby Hunt with the big run downfield. Now, Wagga on the attack. That's Hallie Baggio.
Yeah, Baggio's been strong. And what we're talking about when we sort of say, like, Wagga seem to be handling quite well what's been thrown at them, we're looking for things like, whether the defenders have to scramble or dive or whether overlaps are created, those sorts of things. And that's where this Wagga defensive line appears to be very well drilled, well coached. And they seem to be, quite comfortable with everything that's going on here. So well done, Vipers.
Wagga on the defensive, Alia Waipuri making the run downfield. Now the ball goes to ground looking for Trinity Bellingham for the Panthers. 5:25 remaining. Wagga comfortably in front 7-2 at the moment in this quarter-final under-14 girls division. Next up, the under-18 boys, Parramatta and Canberra City Magic. That's our next match for broadcast. As we roll towards finals later around lunchtime today. So buckle up on Bar TV. You'll get all the finals action here on the stadium field through Bar TV Sports. Great to be with you from the heart of the Riverina this afternoon. And the Riverina is roaring. Abby Hunt upfield. Abby Hunt gets the ball away, but she can't hold on to it in the corner. It would have been an acrobatic try I think that was Ava Spencer in the corner looking for the score,
Wow.
but it goes to ground.
Abby Hunt, how do you handle that? Off the left, off the right,
Apologies,
dummying in and out.
it was Sophie Lang on the wing, the number 8. At full stretch from Sophie, but she couldn't reel it in.
Yeah, she had lots of options there, Hunt. She had a lot of support come through. Almost had too many options, I think. But wow, what speed and skill we saw there. Very difficult for Panthers to handle that.
Now Penrith reloading on the counter-attack. That's Amelia Shemp playing the ball. Ball goes to ground off Vehikite. Not what they were looking for. Now Wagga on the counter-attack. Does this count as an upset here, Jason, if Wagga continue on?
Well, Wagga is strong. I think it's more like at that club level for Penrith to be such a strong and dominant club, and Wagga to be stepping up against them. I think it's great. But I mean, if you look at the way these teams have been going throughout the weekend, Wagga has been impressive all the way through.
3.5 minutes remaining. Wagga comfortably in front, 7-2. 3 scores in 3 minutes. Not impossible, but you would say very unlikely from the Panthers. But this game can turn around in a heartbeat. Sage McQueenie, that's a good run from her. Now it's Vehikite. Shemp plays it. Vehikite has Douglas on the outside. Doesn't go that way. Back to Shemp. Back to McQueenie. On the outside was Taya Wood, but she couldn't find her. Pass wasn't the best, and it goes over the touchline and out.
I like how Penrith have been able to, even though Wagga appear to be like slightly ahead on them, they keep meeting them in defence. As you can see here, we saw some good touches earlier. That's Shemp again. I think it was Mackenzie getting up early, doing some good stuff as well. So, Penrith are definitely not overawed by the situation.
Certainly not, as we see Wagga charging upfield. That's Molly Stephen playing it for the Vipers. Evie Perry out there. Now it's Baggio. Baggio out of dummy half. A good run there for Abby Hunt. She's been instrumental. That was Stephen back on the inside for Hunt. Shemp.
Yeah, I think the opposition coaches are going to be doing their homework on Abby Hunt. She's going to cause some nightmares.
Absolutely.
For the teams today.
She's been outstanding, just about in line for the GYG MVP, Jason.
I've got the gift card here.
You've got it ready? Good to hear.
Yeah, and we've already started writing Abby on it in permanent marker.
That's what we like to hear. Now Addison Roden for the Panthers with the ball. Has a player on the outside in Marissa Chloe, but the ball goes to ground. 1:45 remaining. I think we can safely say that Wagga are through to the semi-finals of the under-14 girls division.
I think so. And I think, I know I've mentioned quite a handful of times about their composure and the way they've rolled through the game, but this is a really good sign for a young team to not getting overexcited, not getting, too animated about everything, just doing their job, getting it done. And this is the sort of team that you'd expect to then, have a lot left in the tank when they get through to the semis and finals, hopefully, for the locals.
Yeah, Jordan McFadden made the run on the last, but the touch was made, so no joy for the Vipers on that occasion. Now it's Abby Lee Larkham for the Panthers. That's Marissa Chloe. They'll come back to the open side. Bellingham. Good run from Trinity Bellingham. Out of dummy half was Alia Waipuri. Waipuri for the line. Long ball. That was behind the winger there. That might have been Felicity Town on the right wing. Pass was behind her. It was a tough one to take. She wasn't able to take it cleanly. So Wagga.
What a run. That just shows what the Panthers are capable of, doesn't it, Mike? They quality stuff here. It's only been the class of Vipers.
25 seconds to go. Wagga are through to a semi-final in the 14 girls. Good result for the hometown club. I'll be delighted with that. There's the hooter in the background for full time. Referee will say we've got a penalty here to Wagga. A penalty to Penrith, rather, against Wagga. So one final play for the Panthers, but it goes straight to ground. I don't think the referee's heard the siren now. They've been given the call. That is full time. Wagga advance to a semi-final in the under-14 girls with a 7-2 victory over the Penrith Panthers. Up next, the under-18 boys, Parramatta and Canberra City Magic. I think it's a double change here. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Is that the roster for today, is it? Sorry? The roster? Yes. Okay, cool.
Canberra.
No, I'm surprised. I thought they were like
Rivals? Touch, mate. We all support it.
we're all
Let's get this set up here. Mike's coming up, is he?
No, I'm all.
Huh? No,
another
no,
mic.
you're right.
There's another Michael, so just make sure it's set up. I might stand. Test, test.
Yep.
Morning, Golly. I've been supporting the locals.
Players and referees ready.
It's different, yeah. Yeah, it's different.
Oh, let's get set here. Look. Oh, what's up? Mick,
First game scrimmage was a round game.
Mick, come. I'll just sit with you if you're commentating. Mick, come up and I'll sit. I'll have my brekkie. Have my break. I'll sit with you.
Good morning and welcome back to Jubilee Park. We have an exciting game here between the Parramatta and also the Canberra side. We saw the two Canberra sides supporting each other over there in the tunnel, and that's very good to see. But this will be an exciting clash, a hotly contested one in the 18s boys, and we got the Parramatta kick it off early, but no. Mr. Kim Skelly's called touch. Good touch in the corner there by the Canberra winger.
Yeah, nice little play there, Sony, against the grain, where they swept to the right, the Parramatta Eels, but then they come back and tested the Canberra scramble, and they were up to the task.
Hasn't the intensity picked up? We can tell the 18s boys are on, and Here we have the Canberra side flying on with fresh legs, looking for a 4-on-3. That's good defence there by the Parramatta Eels. Created the 4-on-4. It's a good start here by both teams. Here we have Parramatta. We're also joining commentary, special guest, now a Parramatta legend, Mr. Michael Musa. How are you, Michael?
Good, mate. How are you this morning?
Very good.
Happy to see the 18s boys having a run.
Yes, mate, that's good. So you're in the Parramatta system now, mate, which is good to see. So hopefully you've got a couple of insights into these Parramatta boys a little bit.
Yeah, well, Coach Phillips has got him humming. He's been with this group for about 10 years now. He started with them from under 10s and he's rode the wave all the way along.
Very good. So here we have Canberra working the ball off their own line. Fresh legs once again.
I don't know whether Moose is a Parramatta legend. I think he's a legend that went to Parramatta.
Yeah, well, he's now at Parramatta, so I'm going to call him a legend that's at Parramatta. Does that sound all right?
I think there'll be a few Parramatta greats, Bowl and Barton, that might have a little bit to say about that. But he's definitely a legend that's gone to Parramatta.
Don't forget Fredo.
Oh, Fredo.
Yeah, I want to have a quick shout out too to the. This is a bit of a special situation if you follow the high level touch. We've got our top 3 referees in New South Wales are on this game. We've got Baggio, Skelly and Calibria. So this is they're not going to miss anything. I think they'll probably know what's going to happen before it happens, these 3.
Yeah, that's correct. And they'll keep the game flowing very well. Mr. Baggio's come back from a long injury and it's good to see him back on the field trying to become the number 1 once again. And here we have the 1 in Moron with the ball, and this is the 3 getting Takchi to half. The 11 is Boutros. The short side quickie play. The 25, I think he's over for try number 1. And the 25, Guyan. Got a set of wheels. I've seen him play before, and he's a very quick boy.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. That was just sheer speed. I don't know whether Canberra did a lot wrong in their defensive policy. It was just too quick, too sharp. 3-0 to Parramatta.
That's one thing. Coaches like yourself, Michael, cannot coach speed. That's one thing that no coach, I don't believe, can coach.
100%, mate. You need a couple of those in your team. Parra's certainly got a few.
Here we have Canberra with Schumacher with the ball. Out of half is the 6 in Carey. Baldwin with the ball, they've opened him up, but no, good touch there by the 67 in Rawali. An Australian squad member, I believe, for the under-18 system.
Yeah, Parramatta looking quite strong here. Michael, when you're coaching these sorts of events, how do you keep them focused on this game, like so they're not thinking about maybe a semi or a final?
Are we going to go to the old cliches? Take one game at a time? Is that where we're heading with this, Jace?
Yeah, but it just sounds better when you say it.
There we have Luke Moran straight through.
Going through again.
Straight through the middle. He's been good to watch all weekend, hasn't he?
100%.
He's really one to watch. I believe he's in possibly a union system as well, rugby union system possibly.
Yeah, and I think he was at Para Eels as well, so he's got his finger in every pie, this kid.
He's also in the Lebanon men's open touch system as well, and I think that's where he's going to get his biggest wins this season.
Oh, very good, very good. There's one for everybody out there.
Luke Maroon, he was absolutely on fire yesterday. Nice little short ball. It just makes it look so easy. And Baggio, great positioning. He's right on the spot there, the referee, making it an easy call. And Luke Maroon making it look oh so easy here on field 1.
And that's Crowley hitting a nice line, scoring the second try for Parramatta Eels, and they hit a lead in 5-2 in the 2-point system. 5-0, sorry.
5-0, 5-2?
Yeah, 5-0.
Luke Maroon just seems to have so much time with the ball, Stoney. He's, I don't know, what's that from? Do you think like the defence is just hanging off, or it's just really good downtime? He just seems to have so much time.
I think when you see quality players with the likes of him, and he looks like he's got a very good head on his shoulders as well. It creates time. He's holding the ball out in the front of. Oh, and here we go, a runaway. I don't believe they'll catch him. He's going streaking down, but look at the winger in the 12 from Canberra making ground. But no, once again the 25 in Guyan, Prince Guyan. And he flicks the ball all the way back to halfway. I think it was shut the gates.
Right there, Prince Guyan. Hopefully I got it right. That was just, we just were talking about speed. When he got that intercept, I would have just started cheering and walking to the box.
We saw you get a runaway at Nationals, actually, or State Cup, was it?
He was flying. We just got to stay on point here, Stoney. So what's happened? I almost felt like I was at the Olympic Games there. He was absolutely flying. I don't know whether I'd have any luck catching him. I think he takes one stride to my 3.
Yes, and this is Schumacher in the middle with Van Dalen. Working well together. Van Dalen dishes the ball off to the 4 in Leeson. Nice sweeper play there, but good defence, tight defence once again by the Parramatta Eels. And Canberra goes through, dishes the ball over, but couldn't find fresh. Good defence there by the Parramatta Eels. They're very composed on their own defensive line.
Yeah, they do look strong. I think this is almost a warning shot to Penrith and Western Hills, and and I think it's Orange is the other team that's strong. It's a bit of a warning shot. Parramatta look like they're really cruising here.
This is, look at the 60 here in Wickman with the ball and just over the mark, says Mr. Skelly. So we'll have Canberra with not too bad field position to work a full set of 6 from their own 10-metre line. Here we have Leeson and Schumacher in the middle.
How do you say his name?
There's a penalty here, so a good repeat set from halfway.
Yeah.
Here we have the 16 from Canberra.
Yeah, I think this is. I think that was Baldwin with the ball there. He's looking to looking to try and construct something here for the Canberra Magic.
I'd like to see him try and make sure they get to the 7-metre line. Try and attack with some flow here. This is the 5 in Crosby, the 10, and once again in Baldwin. Baldwin's down, and a bit of a splitter play there, but just the communication dropped. Once again, we've got the solid defence of Parramatta Eels working off their own line. This is nice direct play here in the 68 and Grosvenor. Now to the man Moran. Here's the 88 in Abu Tuma. Here's the speed demon in Guyan. This nice fly play. This is down for a 4 on 3. Here's the 9 out of half in Musa.
Wow.
And once again, Parramatta Eels clinical with their rucking set. And it was Musa out of half, but finding the man Guyan for a hat trick in the first half.
Yeah, and that's absolute superb team play from the Parramatta Eels. They were driving direct, then they gave it on the runaround or the wrap out to the right, really pulled the Canberra D-line to the left, and then a nice early ball, and yet another try to the very elusive Parramatta Speedster Guyan. And I don't know how many he's scored, but you're going to run out of fingers really quick if you're trying to keep track of it.
And this is Moran here running on. They're going to get the flow happening again, and this is a 59 in Gray. Gray's down for the 60 in Wickman. Wickman out of half, throws the sinker ball. Oh, it's an intercept, and away goes the 22. We don't have the 22 for Canberra, but good covering defence there by 20 in Sabat. Here we have Canberra with good field position. Thorson driving the ball forward. Ball down, says Mr. Calabria.
Oh, this is a big set for the Magic here. They can't afford to leak another one here on the stroke of half time. And Parramatta with a strong right across the park here from left to right. They'll be asking questions here.
They seem to have a lot of options coming in from their attacking sets. Here we have a sweeper for Guyan, sweeping around. Look at the wheels. Once again, he was looking for try number 4, but good defence there by the Canberra City Magic.
Yeah, Guyan's so impressive. When he gets touched now, we're almost surprised. Oh, someone got him.
Yes, that is true. And this is Wickman with the ball. Wickman down, open side play. Goes for the 4 and 3. Finds Guyan, the man. He's got 4 in the first half. Look out. Parramatta are on fire early. I don't know what the top try scorer in a game is in the 18s boys, but I reckon Guyan's on target.
Oh, yeah.
Here's Canberra Magic working off their own line, driving the ball forward in the 5 in Crosby. And these are 10 down the sideline. Good cover defence by Rawali there. And this is better for flow for the Canberra Magic. Coming on with speed. Don't slow it down, keep going. And here's the 6 out of half in Carey. Carey over the top, but here's another intercept. And away goes the winger on the sideline, but number 6, Carey in defence, trying to cover him. A good intercept once again here by Schumacher. And 6 to go is the call, so here we have Canberra working off their own 10. Not too sure. I didn't even hear that halftime.
I think there was back-to-back intercept. The crowd was roaring, and we missed the halftime siren.
So what a start here by the Parramatta Eels. They're out to a commanding lead early, but interesting to see. Canberra did start strong. I was impressed with their start, but just the class of Parramatta towards the back end of that first half.
Yeah, lots of high-five in there from Parramatta. They're pleased with their first half performance.
So we have a 11-0 scoreline off the 3-2 point system. Would actually be a 5-0 scoreline in normal scoring.
Yeah, we might need to double check on the score, and I wasn't sure if there was one at the end there. We might do a score check if we can. Yeah.
I will check on our live stream to see how we're going. No, 11-0 is right, so we're on target. We'll take a short minute break and we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to the second half of the men's quarterfinal here between Parramatta Eels and Canberra City Magic. We've got a scoreline of 11-0 off the 3-2 point system scoreboard. And I think Parramatta are really showing a bit of dominance here and really stamping their authority in this competition. We have Canberra with the tap off.
Really entertaining first half, and I wanted to give another shout out to the referees, because that's when it's a really good performance. We spent our whole time talking about the quality of play. It's almost not one call wrong in the whole half. Very uneventful from that side. So well done to the referees. They're providing the platform for a great contest here.
That is true. So true. That they've kept the flow going, Jason, which has been really good.
Yeah, they nice and open, good early calls. We saw Calibria there right across it. Badger, you can see him early setting the 5. This is really good stuff, and Parramatta really getting a benefit from a nice open game of footy.
Yeah, I know Parramatta have scored a lot of tries, but I've been very impressed with their defensive structure. And here's Guyan out of half again. Guyan goes, and look at the speed, goes through the middle, but good defence there. They actually tried to defend 3 on him, I believe. He's been a real threat here for the Parramatta Eels, with the Magic working the ball off their own line. And here's the 7 sweeping around in Thorson, but just couldn't handle the ball. So an early chance here for Parramatta to put another one on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Parramatta are obviously doing really well, but Canberra have had a really strong weekend, and it's only these couple standout players like Maroon and Guyan from Parramatta that are the difference. Apart from that, these sides are quite evenly matched, so it's a little bit deceptive. The scoreboard probably not reflective on how strong the Magic team actually is.
Yeah, that is true, and that was a good call there by Mr. Skelly forward off the ruck. So Canberra working the ball off their line with Carey. Nice drive there to Carey to halfway. Fresh legs coming on in the 3 and Schumacher. And the 10 will be Baldwin. Baldwin with a scoop out of half from Van Dalen. Van Dalen's through, but once again, just good defence there by Sabat from in the middle from Parramatta. Here we have the 59 in grey working the ball off, but a bit of a forceful touch, so Eels get let off with a repeat set here, and this is Gray working the ball forward again. We have new legs coming on in Crowley. And look at just the flow. Canberra just seem to be rolling. They need to stop this momentum, and this is a 60 out of half in Wickman. Wickman, they try to go a passive play out the back to Rawali, but just couldn't find its target.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that stuff throughout the weekend. It's sort of becoming more and more into the game where that passive runner that Stoney's talking about, the link or the outside players can be running up with the ball carrier in that space and hitting the hole nice and flat, or in that case they actually stood quite deeper, almost not hitting the hole, which is often referred to as a passive. So we're seeing that more and more in the game with the youngsters picking up on some of the techniques used at the high levels.
And here's Schumacher out of half. Looks to go open side, but once again, good tight defence there by the Parramatta Eels. And here they are, working off their own line once again. This is a bit better from Canberra, trying to keep them in their own half. And this is touch 3 working, and just a relieving penalty once again for...
In the contact, yeah. We had some questions come through about that, Stoney, about... So what happens, just to sort of unpack it a little bit, is when the drive is so fast and the player's so elusive, as a defender, it's quite hard to get in front and make a soft touch. So often you find yourself, getting a bit tangled up in it, maybe a bit of a nudge. So, before you know it, you end up giving a penalty away. So certainly not intentional.
That's definitely correct. And there was Moran trying to throw the ball over the top. It's what they call a sinker pass, where they look to go long, but they just lob it over the top of the Lynx head. And if it was held on, I think it would have been try number 6. But, good hands there by the 4 in Leeson.
Early shooter, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that sinker pass you're talking about, Stoney, that's a good way to visualise that is if you're the winger, you're sort of coming in to help. So do you take your link or do you take your winger, and you see the ball go high and you think it's a long ball. Yep. So you run out and that leaves the link. So again, sort of a bit of understanding of what they're doing really, then sort of watching the game makes sense. You see what these elite players are trying to do.
And here we have Canberra working the ball from halfway and just couldn't find the target on that pass. And just to touch on that sinker pass, it's these days with defensive links, they're really up in that short passing lane. So that sinker pass was designed a little bit just to try and catch them out and lob it over their head. And once again, we've got Mr. Calabria blowing another penalty. So the young winger here.
Contact again. So the Parramatta attackers are doing a great job at late feet or sidestepping or moving late, getting the defender off balance, and then the defender's reaching to still make the touch, and it sort of comes across as a bit of a push. So certainly the Canberra not going out there trying to push the Para players. It's just that they're getting beat in the ruck a little bit, and the referees are on top of it.
Here's Rawali. That's his pet play, a link quickie play. Mr. Baggio calls play through, and Rawali's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Rawali's been, I think he might be have one eye on the final, Rawali. He's been a little bit measured in this one.
Yeah,
but you can see there when he's when he wants to take the game by the scruff of the neck, he can do it with absolute ease. And this is what we're talking about with the actual weapons in Parramatta, like 1 through to 14, are really strong. And then you add Guyan, Maroon, Rawali, and certainly. I'd be a bit nervous if I was in the Penrith or the Hills or the Magpie camp, because this Parramatta side look like they're here to play today.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I think Coach Josh Phillips, he's holding a couple of tricks up his sleeve for later on in the tournament. That's a bit of a fumble, so good call there once again. And here's a turnover for the Magic. I'd like to see them try and construct a good play here, and that would be Schumacher with the ball. Leeson down for Schumacher. They're trying to get fresh legs on here, so they've tried to save a couple of touches here, and this is Leeson. The 16 coming on would be Enlazark. Enlazark's got the ball, but just couldn't find any space. And once again, the transition from Parramatta, jumping on the ball straight away, not letting the Canberra defence retreat. And here's Guyan driving the ball forward. This is good flow here by the 60 coming on in Wickman. Wickman's down and the 3 in Tachi. Look at the flow here. Tachi with the ball. Tachi's through, but good defence there by Leeson. Here's Tachi with the ball again, trying to find open space. They got a 3-on-2 over the top, but just couldn't find this.
Had the right idea.
It was, yeah, just a little bit more effort. It would have found its mark.
Yeah, just almost got it there. And also good shout out to Josh Phillips, because I noticed I've been seeing some slight changes in the way Parramatta are playing today, and I know they did some work overnight in prep for finals day. And this Parramatta boys team, I was going to say young men's team because they're all men, but they sort of really look like a more composed, a more controlled outfit this morning, and they're flowing up and down the field. So well done to Josh and the coaching crew there. Looks like they've made some changes.
The 13's through. Look at him with a bit of toe. I reckon he's got a bit of speed to try and match Rowan. And that's Van Dalen. Van Dalen gets on the scoreboard for Canberra's first try.
Yeah, Van Dalen, he was probably noticing Guyan's speed, and he said, I can do that as well. Give me the ball. And Parramatta made the mistake of giving him a little bit too much space. And that's that quality that we've seen in this Canberra Magic team throughout the weekend. If you give him an opportunity, these guys will take it every time.
That's correct. And here we have Rawali. He's been pinned for possibly, what was that? Not playing it straight. So fair call there. I think they're going to set up for a play for Rawali then, but Canberra's got the ball now, moving forward, and this is the 7 in Thorson. Oh, that could be a forceful touch, and yes, it is.
Same thing again. Canberra getting one back of their own there. So that sort of ruck work, that's sort of something that you'll notice throughout the day when you see players dumping the ball. Have a look if they're in front of the defender, to the side of the defender, and that'll give you a bit of an insight into, you know, whether it's square, whether there's a push in the ruck. Those things follow whoever wins that ruck contest.
Yes, and this is Schumacher working here with also Anazak. They find the leak hole again, but good defence there in the 88 in Abu Tuma.
The Magic are still coming at them. They've certainly, Parramatta have had the run of the game, but Magic just keep asking questions. There's another quick release there.
And Schumacher with the ball, he dives low, but good defence there once again. So not too bad a sequence set there by the Canberra City Magic. They're finding their feet towards the end of this game, and here we have once again Parramatta with Moran driving the ball forward, and this is the 20 in Sabat. Here we have Crowley coming on, and the 60 through the middle, dishes the ball off, and there's no real defensive press there by Canberra, and there's that sinker ball once again, but just couldn't find its target again. So obviously Coach Phillips there has notified that the Canberra
we lost signal. All right, we're in the final minute. We might have had some tech difficulties. Hopefully we're back online.
Yeah, we're all good to go again, Jason. So this is Crowley with the ball.
Yeah, so you mentioned that sinker pass. So when we talk about like sequencing,
oh wow,
sequencing the attack. As an example, you might throw the sinker, then you might throw to the winger a long ball, or you might go for a dive, and that's probably that last piece of the puzzle for Josh Phillips to unlock for this Parramatta team, is that they've thrown a few sinkers very successfully. Probably a couple long balls now they need to add to the repertoire coming into the finals. Yeah,
so we may see towards the back end of this game who's got a long ball from the Parramatta Eels, and here's Canberra going away from their box. So they've obviously noticed that Parramatta are really flooding the box channel of Canberra, and they've gone away. Here is a 4-on-3 play, but not playing it straight. So that's a few times this game that the top 3 level referees have picked up throughout the whole game. So that's something to look at for the teams coming into the grand finals. And here we have once again Moran driving the ball on, but just couldn't find his target then. And there we have it in the background, the siren. They'll play the penalty out, Canberra, and Mr. Badger says, yep, the game's not finished until this penalty's played out. We'll see if Canberra has a little crack, or whether they just take the touch and say, Too good, Parramatta. Thank you very much. You know, they're going to have a little go, but no, couldn't find any space. And well done to both teams. Well played. Well done to the referees, the 3 top-level referees of New South Wales Touch. And Parramatta move on to semi-finals. And I dare say we may see them either on Field 1 or the Stadium Field later on today.
How about those referees? Can we stir them up, Stoney? Let's have some referee rankings for GYG. I'm gonna cause a bit of a stir by saying Calibria number 1 in that game.
Calibria 1, have you got a 2?
Maybe we should give him a Guzmani Gomez gift card.
We'll send someone down to get a photo with him.
Yeah, and see whether Badge and Kim Skelly, see what they've got to say about that.
Yeah, they've got 2 games. I dare say they'll be on the semi-final final, so they've got two games to change them rankings, and look forward to seeing you all very soon, and thank you for joining us.
The under-16 boys semi-final as we continue finals day from Jubilee Park in Wagga. It's the Penrith Panthers and Western Suburbs Magpies. Mike Sheen with you to be joined shortly by Jason Stanton as we get set for the start of this game. It's all on the line, the under-16 boys semi-final. The winner will advance to the grand final later this afternoon. There's the all clear underway in this under-16 boys semi-final. Penrith in their black, Wests in the white with the black V. Penrith taking us through the opening passage of play. Long ball out wide. I think the touch was made. Referee says no. Asa Visesio gets in the opening set of the match to give Penrith a 3-0 lead. Inside 30 seconds. Penrith off to a dream start. First possession of the game, and they score at their own end. So it gives them the 3-0 lead and the ascendancy leading into this match. Now Wests, all the work in front of them. That's Matter. He was very good in the quarterfinal early this morning. As we see the Magpies now on the attack. Matter fires a long ball over the top looking for Michael Ducador. Ducador, man on the outside in the form of Charlie Alaro, but he wasn't able to get through the defensive line. Jason Stanton about to rejoin me up here in the commentary box. We've already had one score, Jason, a nice one on the opening set for the Panthers. They're up 3-0 early.
Yeah, Penrith, I think there was a fair bit of talk about this West Magpie team, but Penrith have come out there and started well, so they're going to have to see if they can respond, the Magpies.
It'll be a tough task for the Magpies to come back, but they were certainly impressive in their quarterfinal this morning.
And I think, what was Penrith's matchup? I think they might have knocked out Hills, I think, in the other quarter.
I'll have to have a look at the illustrious spreadsheet here. Penrith beat Hills, Wests beat Parramatta. So...
yeah, so Penrith have been rolling through the tournament very strong, and a nice win against Hills.
Yeah,
West's got the number here if they can hit the... I thought it might have been the link I was going to say, but he's got it to the winger.
Touch was made in the corner, so no score. Remains 3-0 Penrith. We've played 2.25 minutes in the first half, 11.5 each way for those just joining us. Great shot down here on the sideline. We've got Penrith, Saints, Penrith, Parramatta, Penrith all sitting together on the sideline.
Oh, how good's that?
You talk about the family of touch football. There it is.
It's actually
front and
quite
centre.
unique. It's actually quite unique, isn't it? The mums and dads, the families all supporting.
Just
And
enjoying.
I think you mentioned a few times there. There's maybe the 10s and 12s, boys and girls watching the 16s and 18s, and vice versa.
Watching the big kids, and the big kids forming a guard of honour for the little ones when they play in their finals during the weekend. Very much a family atmosphere here at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, right the way through. And again, I think we mentioned it in previous games. We've actually got, the really, like the highest level of coaches at each club actually been assigned to the 14s or 16s or 18s. Here we've got Scott Buckley, one of the, he'd be top 4 or 5 players of all time. Scott Buckley, absolute touch royalty, and he's here coaching the 16 boys for Penrith. Looking on the other side of the ledger, Michael Giacono, we mentioned earlier, Milad Al-Maui. Like, this is a bit of a who's who of touch, and they're here with the 16s and 18s boys. It shows, how much significance these boys have in the club.
Now a good run from Penrith, Luke DeBerti making a good run upfield, but no score for the Panthers. Wests on the attack, heading upfield. Good run there towards the halfway line. Getting some good drive here. That's Christian Azzi drawing a penalty for the Magpies.
Yeah, good work there by the Magpies. Another quick thing to sort of round out what I was saying there with the coaches. It's not so much giving back. It's actually these teams are running the same moves as what you see in the Men's Premier League. I just noticed in the Penrith box, they've got Nicholas Good there. He's another, top 5-6 player all time. You're talking about two of the greats of our game over the last 30, 40 years in the box for Penrith. Like, they're getting all the tips, all the tricks, and this Penrith team looks very similar to the Penrith Men's Open team.
As we see the Magpies on the attack just outside the 7, the long ball out to the left-hand side. Kept alive by Nader. Nader plays it now. They go down the short side. Ball back on the inside, but the ball's gone to ground anyway. Penalty for a late pass. Penrith dodged that bullet there. Would have been a score in the corner for the Penrith opponents in Western Suburbs. Now Wests having to do the defending here. Penrith wrapping around. Penalty to the Panthers.
Yeah, we're still settling into this one. I wouldn't be too worried if, with Penrith getting the first score. I think both teams are still settling in. There's still a lot of footy left in this one. We were talking about the jerseys earlier. Mike, I think I saw one of the parents in a brown and white Penrith touch. There's a bit of a, they must have a retro edition out there at Panther Town.
Oh, the retro kit would be on fire. That would be on fire, that retro edition. Long ball out wide for Penrith. The touch was made on the number 10, which is Ryan Goncalves. Penalty to the Panthers.
Yeah, Ryan was there to finish the play, but West defence equal to the task. Yeah, I like that brown and white. I might head down to the merch tent, see whether I can get myself a Panthers singlet.
The old chocolate soldiers from years gone by. That would have been quite the sight to see the old chocolate soldiers in action.
Play. Yeah, so they've run that play 2 or 3 times there. It's we've got a middle dump, and then the link coming flying onto it almost like a settle, and then they're playing out the back. So they've run it 3 times. Here it comes again, same play, 4th time, and this time they got it away. Oh no, it was late.
The touch was made, so it'll be a penalty to Wests for the late touch.
It didn't turn out, but it's absolute quality from Penrith. They're running the same play 4 consecutive times with different options on each time. That's the highest level of play, that variety.
I know in the last game they were talking about the sinker play that Parramatta were running, and they were running it repeatedly. Every time they got into the area, they were running a sinker ball over the top. Penrith at least running that option with a different ending every time. So
definitely,
West can't quite predict. They know it's coming, but what are they going to end with?
Yeah, that's the variety, and that's very much, Scott Buckley and Nicholas Good's footprint on this team, or fingerprint, I should say, not footprint.
All the dive for the line.
Close.
Did he get there? No. Referee says Caden Kanan didn't get there. Touch was made. Back to the 7.
Yeah, so the attack, they're trying to condition the defence by running the same shape at them all the time. And it's a really good pickup, Mike, comparing this to the previous game, where Penrith have got that variety of option.
They seem to run the same play, but it's always got a different outcome on the end of it. So the defensive line has to be aware of what's coming towards them without knowing exactly what's coming. There's the cutout ball that ends up to my favourite player, nobody in particular.
And that's the class, and this is that jumping play we've been talking about for most of the weekend. Normally that sort of variety, sequencing, that sort of stuff we're talking about, that's normally what you'd see from a conditioned women's or men's Premier League team where they've got 10, 15 years experience playing the game. These young kids haven't been playing as long, but they're actually executing the similar plays, the similar lines. It's just can't speak highly enough of the talent here at the state titles.
Now West's on the attack, just outside the 7 on the last. They go short ball, the dive, no, didn't make it. Matter went for the line, got down lower than a snake's belly, but didn't make it.
Yeah, Matter's asking questions there. Him and I think last game we saw Christian Azzi. They're going to have to settle in and run some good stuff at Penrith for West to get back in this one.
They're only down 3-0 with 2:45 remaining first half, so game well and truly in the balance. As we see the Panthers on the attack over the halfway line. That's Jack Affleck with it. Now on the next run, it's Taj Jelicic. The turnover comes from Penrith, and West will play it just on their own 7-metre line. Back they come now. West on the attack. Nice run there from Brian Nader in the number 5 shirt. He'll take the ball this time. He wasn't meant to get it. But he kept it alive anyway. Didn't kill the play or the set for the Magpies. That's a nice run upfield. That was the 60 in Luke Abuzaid. They get the penalty here, Wests.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for them in the stroke of half-time. The Penrith defensive line looks like they sort of hold quite well, and then they make their decision of whether they're coming in to help or not. I'd like to see West almost run a fake dive and then into a long ball.
Short ball back on the inside.
I think it'll work.
Short ball for Emmanuel Lagos on the inside from Christian Azzi. Azzi and Lagos, certainly two of the key players for the Magpies.
There's a fake dive in the long. We just called it, and they've executed.
Nobody out there. That was far too easy for the Magpies. That was the 99 in Oscar Salame.
Christian Azzi with the ball, and again, it seems like we're sort of always wrapping it, but this is something you'd expect from 10, 20-year veteran players where they've noticed what Penrith are doing. You can hear us in the commentary saying, the quick play hitting the winger. But, we're talking about 14, 15-year-old boys having that sort of maturity. It's really amazing to see, and such a great compliment to Penrith and West.
Penalty to Wests. Penrith in possession. Turn it over. Forward pass. Was the ruling from the referee. So Wests a chance before half-time. Possibly to go in front. Really got a good drive here in this set. The Magpies on the charge. That's Azzy. Takes it midway between the 10 and the 7. Gets it back. He'll take the next touch just outside the 7. They go out of dummy half. Touch was made, was it? No. Yes. Yes, it was made on Lagos. That'll be a penalty to the Panthers. They avoid conceding points before the break. Looks like they'll go to the break with a 1-point lead here. Penrith, you'd say they probably won't get to the break without any further points being added. Nice drive upfield from Penrith. Jelicic with the last, and that is the halftime siren. The siren hasn't been heard in the background, but this time they've had to run it here at Stadium Field. It's halftime in the under-16 boys semi-final. It's Penrith leading Wests 3-2. Been a very entertaining first half in the 16 boys. As we've said, it's been all kinds of action.
Yeah, it's been the highest level of touch. If you're at home taking notes, or you're coming through the ranks, you could do worse than to watch these two teams and see if you can run the same plays and the same options.
Certainly would be a great lesson to learn. Now I believe we've got an under-18 girls semi-final up next. I can see Canberra Brindy off to our right warming up. Looking for an opposition team in the neighbourhood. The grandstand off behind us filling up nicely here at Jubilee Park. Everyone hanging around for finals day. We should thank our sponsors once again: Guzmani Gomez, Budgie Smuggler, ISC Sports Apparel, the official apparel partner of New South Wales Touch, and Hyperactive Merchandising. I made a visit down to their marquee in Tent City, as it's known, earlier today. Picked up some merch, including the cap that's on at present. So, well done to the crew at Hyperactive Merchandising. Certainly kitting out the spectators with the official merch. Did have a bargain table just quietly. Some stock take items for $10, which I did make a selection out of. Players back on the park for the second half. Ready for the second half of this under-16 boys semi-final. Penrith and Wests. Penrith with a slight 3-2 lead.
Yeah, got the 3-2 lead. So it's almost like you could think about it as maybe half a try.
Yeah.
Rather than 1-1, because being up by a try, because if West score, they're in front. So
the old
one score each.
The old rule: next score wins.
Yes.
Kind of mentality.
Next score wins. I like it. Well,
you need to have
West will be doing anything if it'd be really keen to get the first try here.
There's a nice ball for Azzy on the outside. Long ball, but it goes to ground. Said they weren't square. Turnover to Penrith on their own 7. 30 seconds gone in the second half. Looks like the Shutterbugs been doing their best work downstairs. Getting a whole bunch of images from the weekend. Not
square, and we spoke about that in the last game. Like, the players aren't intentionally, doing errors or anything. Just the speed of the game, and the players are coming together, and sometimes you can get a little bit off balance. And the referees are right onto it, picking up, making sure you're facing your scoreline when you roll the ball.
Which is one of the fundamentals of the game, to make sure you're facing goal, as they say. Make sure you're up goal on your...
This is Azzy with a beautiful pass to the winger, and I think that's down. That's down. Christian Azzy delivers again for the Black and Whites.
Cruz Frangier gets the try, puts them in front 4-3.
That was very clever from the Magpies. I'm quite certain coaches Al Maui and Jacono picked up on that last try on the stroke of half time, and they've come out and run a similar play to start the second half. And they've caught Penrith off guard, and now it's Penrith that are going to have to absorb the pressure from West and see if they can respond.
Now the Panthers on the back foot, on the scoreboard at least. They need to respond. What have they got here? The ball goes to ground. Luke Taberti couldn't hold on at the key moment. So the Panthers let West off the hook. In front by 1. We've got 9:25 and counting to go in this semi-final under 16 boys. This is A grade standard. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We've got a good one here at Jubilee Park this morning. The under 16 boys turning it on for us. Long ball over the top. I don't think that's a sinker ball. That's more like a quarterback drive from the NFL.
Yeah, it was a bit of a late pass there, and you know, when we talk about the speed of these young boys, it's like you sort of expect the speed. What we're not anticipating or what we're not seeing, like this weekend, is we weren't expecting this sort of class of variety of options. This sort of class of attack, short balls, long balls against the grain. Like, this is really, really top-notch stuff from both teams.
Penrith on the attack just as they were building nicely. The ball went to ground. Nice ball on the outside from Jelicic. The support player couldn't hold on to it, so West again dodge a bullet, up by 1, 8:25 to go. Magpies pushing hard. Nader in the middle of it. That's Matter. Hasn't had a big game today, Joseph Matter, but Christian Azzi setting the Magpies alight.
Yeah, I think West and Penrith, both teams 1 through 14 are strong, but on the west side of the ledger definitely Matter and Azzi have been standouts.
Long sinker ball out wide for Cruz Frangier, but the penalty goes to Penrith. That long Harbour Ridge sinker pass.
It's obviously not sort of clear on your screen, obviously, because you're forward facing, but we've got a full grandstand behind us, and we've still got fans piling in from the outside field. So generally, when you get a good tight clash like this, you know, the fans tend to gravitate. They hear it's a good clash. Yeah, right along the fence line as well on both ends. This is the crowd and the energy in the stadium is really, really building throughout the day.
We hope you're feeling it through your screens here on Bar TV Sports. Mike Sheen and Jason Standen bringing you the action. Hope it's coming through your screens wherever you are through Bar TV Sports. Great to be with you from Wagga this morning. We've got a cracker here. The Magpies on the attack. 5 short of halfway. They'll reload now. Caden Kanan takes it up the middle. Good run. Now on the next one is Jukador. Kanan finds Lagos. They decide to hold it up. Jukador over the top for Lagos. On the last, they go short side. Lagos, no.
Very close.
No, the fans went up in the grandstand, but the referee said no.
Yeah, Lagos got down very quickly. That could have gone either way. Ended up being great defence from Penrith, but West will probably consider themselves unlucky not to get the result on that occasion.
Now Penrith on the counter-attack. It's Jelicic. He's been busy, the 23 for the Panthers. That's Isaiah Turia in the 25. Jelicic, long ball, sinker ball, try ball. No, denied, turnover.
Yeah, classy play from Penrith, but equally classy from the West winger, Alaro. And the West wingers today, Mike, I don't know how many tries they've saved.
They've saved plenty. Penalty to Penrith in good attacking position. Midway between the 10 and the 7 on the eastern side. This crowd is growing here at Jubilee Park. Woody's getting around.
Yeah, let's see what Penrith can muster up here. I'm sure Coach Buckley would have given some very specific plays for him here.
Short ball to Bertie in the long sleeves. Good touch made there. I think that was JP Tanous.
Yeah, they've actually conditioned the West line quite well here. West a bit maybe over-compressed. There could be an option for a wider play now for Penrith to score.
Long ball to Bertie.
It's probably
that's gone forward.
You just got to see. We'll unpack this in a second. I think it's going to be a try.
Say it's a try to Penrith. Try to Penrith. I'm certain that was going forward. The referee said no.
Yeah,
it was good.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that one. Even though the attackers caught it in the end goal, the referee's looking for how it comes out of the hands. And if it comes out of the hands backwards and floats forward, that's a fair pass. And now, in the blink of an eye, the Panthers are back out in front.
It's a 1 point lead either way. This time the Panthers hold sway. 4:50 to go in the semi-final. Under 16 boys. This has been a cracker so far. Kanan, that's Caden Kanan, takes on the line. Matter out of dummy half, goes himself. Got touched, so it'll be a turnover to the Panthers on the 7. Holding that slender 1 point lead, 4.5 to go. Every vantage point around Jubilee Park being taken.
Yeah, West possibly just got to be careful they don't get a little bit flustered. They sort of haven't had any of the 50-50s of late, and now there's a little bit of barking of the refs.
Not square, play the ball. So Matter makes the change as he comes off quickly. They'll play the ball now. Wests. There's Kanan, takes it forward to halfway.
Yeah, I think you'll find as you'll get on and see if he can construct a good set. He is there.
That was him taking the previous run. Now it's Lagos. He's with possession, Emmanuel Lagos. As he on the left, they go to
Jukador again. Yeah, these are the guns for West here. This is their best chance to see if they can construct something here.
Over the top, Lagos. As he sink a ball wide through the hands over the touch line. Frangier was looking at a double but couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, I think Penrith may have had that covered.
Penalty Wests. Penalty Wests.
Yeah, I think Penrith might have had that covered. Kanan got himself into a nice hole there at Link as well. So let's see what they can conjure up. This is a very big challenge for Penrith. West look like they're ready to pounce.
As he takes on the line, Lagos. No, he didn't make it. Back to the 7 they go.
Yeah, good save there by Penrith. Good scramble by the Panthers.
Lagos looking dynamic. They go wide to the right-hand side for Jukador. Jukador dives. Did he get there? I think they're going to say, yes, he did. Try time, Magpies.
And the black and white are back out in front. Jukador. Out of nothing. There wasn't even a number there. It was just... He just had a bit of a stop-start, show and go. And the Magpies, they're not done. They keep on coming. This has turned into a real cracker.
It's 6-5. Magpies lead it. 2:25 to go. Penrith on the back foot now. The crowd is growing by the minute. Here at Jubilee Park, the sun heating up. The action on the field's even hotter. Long ball out to the western flank for the Panthers. They'll play it on their left. They'll come back open side now. To Bertie. Settles it. Turia. Short ball, dive ball to Bertie. No.
Yeah, Matter equal
Penrith
to the task.
are up on the bench. They wanted the try. The referee said no straight away.
A good save for the Magpies. Look, if the black and whites end up getting out of this game, you can thank the wingers and that scrambling type defence. They've saved a lot of tries. Penrith have definitely created so many opportunities. And it's only West Resilience that have kept them in it.
Matter back on the park in the 7. Has no options. Goes long ball over the top for Jared Kanan. That's him with the ball in the 9. Now it's Frangier up the middle. That looks like Azzy back on the field. They go from one pass off the ruck. It was Jared Kanan with it, but they couldn't get there. That's a turnover. 80 seconds to go. Penrith have got one set in them. They get a penalty. Back 10 metres is the call from the referee. Inside the final 70 seconds. Penrith need to score to win. It is that simple in the semi-final of the under-16 boys. Penrith just short of half, just over the halfway. West's ball. Inside a minute to go. The crowd on the edge of their seats here at Jubilee Park.
Yeah, the crowd are definitely getting into this one. I can see the crowd yelling out, you've got it, you've got it. Others are saying, settle down. Others are screaming, get another try.
As he plays it just inside Penrith territory, takes a second hit up. On the 3rd now, it's Jukador. Scored what could be the match winner. As he trying to dance his way through. Was the touch made? Penalty to Penrith. Penalty to Penrith inside 30 seconds.
One last roll of the dice for the Panthers.
Inside their own 10, just short of the halfway line. West being called back onside. Good run there from the Panthers. That was Malachi Brown. Now it's Jelicic. Dancing, weaving. Was the touch made? Yes. down inside the final 10 seconds. Everybody screaming on their feet here at Jubilee Park. Final play, final chance saloon. That's gone 3 metres forward. The Magpies are home into the grand final. Wests are appealing, but it's all over. We've got a head clash here, have we? Time is up, 0 seconds. We've got a head clash here.
Yeah, there was a lot of there's a really big effort there to try and get the win for Penrith, and West equally with a big effort in defence, and I think a couple of players might have accidentally come together. I hope.
I didn't see anything
okay.
intentional. I was following the ball. I'm sure it was unintentional. The referee's on top of the situation, directing everybody away from the situation, trying to negate anything that could develop.
Yeah, it looks like a head clash there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pick up who that is. That's Matter for Wests.
And I think it's, is it Taberti for Penrith? I hope they're okay.
It looks like they are. Looks like we're going to have one play here, are we? One play to round out the semi-final, so she's not over yet, folks. One play to go. Can Penrith pinch it out of the fire? One play left on the 7-metre line. Up next, Hills and Canberra Brindy in the 18 girls. We've got 16 boys to get through first.
Mike, didn't you say West through to the final? They're not through yet. We've got one more touch. Penrith could pull off an absolute miracle here. It's a late penalty to Penrith, and West have a player in the bin.
So it's 6-on-5, ball to ground. This time the Magpies make it. This time they're into the final. West win at 6-5. The crowd in disbelief at Jubilee Park. The Magpies are going to the big one.
They're very happy about it. I hope they haven't played the grand final too early, but they should enjoy it. That's a very, very big victory. Two powerhouse clubs here in the Magpies and Panthers, and the West sneaked through on this occasion.
Up next, Hills and Canberra Brindy in the 18 girls. Yes. It's the under-18 girls semi-final at the New South Wales Junior State Cup. The Hills Hornets and Canberra Brindy take to the field. Mike Sheen about to be joined by Gab Rose up here in the commentary box. If this game's half as good as the last one, we're in for a blockbuster as we get ready for the continuation of finals day here at the Junior State Cup. Okay, so we've got the team lists for this under-18 girls semi-final. As we get
Perfect
underway.
conditions here today.
Yep. Conditions are absolutely ideal. We've got everything underway. Brindy in the predominantly red strip with the blue bar. Hills in the maroon and gold. Current club champions are Hills Hornets in the Junior State Cup, so they'll be looking to defend their title with the big girls into the final. That one's gone forward from Canberra.
Yeah, my Cronulla 18 girls have played both these teams in the round games and both were very impressive.
Okay, so you're the one with the knowledge on this one. Which way are you leaning? How do you see it panning out?
I'm going to lean toward Hills in this game and predominantly on the back of their superstar Mackenzie Davis, who's at dummy half now, number 15.
Okay, so that's the key according to Gab Rose. In the experts chair today, there's Chloe Baker taking it forward for the Hornets over the halfway line. Nice run out of dummy half. Got support on the outside. Baker once again backing up. That'll be a turnover on the last. Brindy holding on nicely. They've got numbers out wide. Good run there. That was Brody Maguire doing the work for Brindy. As they keep it alive back on the inside. Subs on the field as they go through the line, Brindy. We don't have a number 8. I'm guessing that might be Holly Nielsen in for the opening try of the day.
She's dropped the ball.
No, so no try. I was about to award it.
There was nobody on her.
No, slice through the line.
Mark that moment down. That could be an important part early in this game.
And with the 3-2 scoring system in the finals, that could make all the difference. If Hills come back and score first, that could be a pivotal moment. Barely 2 minutes gone first half. Hills trying to regroup here. Good run up over the 10 towards the halfway line. Now trying to settle play down. That was Baker. No, that wasn't Baker. That was Jazzy Hollis. Now the 23, Olivia Hill. Turnover on the last. 10 short of halfway. Brindy end of the ground. Sarah Small in the 3. 6 is Eden Morrissey. Now the 9 turning it on the inside was Megan Scott. Short ball there was a nice one. Finding Elise Simpson in the 14.
They're throwing the ball around nicely, Brindy, to start this game.
Looking very sharp early on as they go up the middle here. Charlotte Newton with it. Newton still going. Newton holds it up, settles it. Lily Quigley now. Diminutive number 1. Goes into dummy half on the last. Tag needs to be made. She gets it away on the outside. Try this time. This time it's in. It'll count this time. 3-0 to the Brindy.
Yeah, she simply just got on the outside of her player with a play-through call from the referee and good hands by the winger to put the ball down cleanly that time.
So 3-0 Brindy capitalised. They blew it earlier, but this time they get the score. It might have been Charlotte Newton, is it out there in the 2, who scored for the Brindy. So 3-0 they lead. Now we've got a number 12 out there. I don't have a name for the 12. So we will continue on, but she got the score for Canberra. Hills looking to respond. Baker fires it left-hand side now. That's a lovely dive and score. Mackenzie Davis says, we'll see, we'll call. 3-2, Brindy leads. Hills strike back.
Brindy will be disappointed with that. They've had all the run of the play, but Hills, as expected, responded back straight away.
So 3-2 the scoreline, 7.5 remaining first half. At about 4 minutes play in the opening term. Nice work from the Hornets there. They strike back. 2 highly polished teams, these ones. Hills and Brindy. The winner will meet in the under-18 girls grand final. I'll have a look at my trusted spreadsheet. It'll either be, we'll need to confirm who's playing in that other semi-final.
I know the Roosters are playing because they beat Canterbury this morning.
So it'll be Wagga or Orange in the other quarter final. So it'll be East against East.
I think it was Wagga.
It was Wagga. So we could have a local flavour to the under-18 girls grand final. That'll be the co-main event at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Second last game, or 1 o'clock this afternoon rather. Second last game of the weekend will be the 18 girls decider, the co-main event. Here we see Hills on the attack once again. Olivia Hill, but a turnover comes the way of Canberra.
They're getting it over halfway each time, Hills, but I don't think they'd be totally happy with their finishes on the end of sets at the moment. Plenty of room for improvement for this great team.
Simpson on halfway. She heads to the sideline as they keep the play moving here, Brindy. That's Lily Quigley, the diminutive number 1. There's Newton. Now a nice run through the line. Touch was made, a diving touch on Chloe Smith. Nicely done there by the Hornets. On the last, Quigley fires it out. Newton, dummies, keeps it alive. Quigley, good hands. Out wide, back on the inside. Quigley, touch was made. Had to be made a metre out, and they got there. Hills in the nick of time.
Yeah, they're playing a really nice, expansive game, Brindy, at the moment. Hills are playing quite compressed defence, so they're trying to utilise their speed and ball skills out wide.
Lob ball over the top was a nice one for Hills. They keep it going towards their own 10-metre line. Reinforcements back on the park for Hills. Weather's certainly a lot cooler today than it has been the last 2 days.
There's a fly play.
That's a lovely play through the line. Mackenzie Davis dots it down for try number 2. That makes it 4-3 to the Hornets. 5 minutes remaining first half.
We call that a simple fly play. They look like they're going to go down for the latch, and the player just pops out the other side. And who better to have running into a hole than Mackenzie Davis?
That was a beautiful piece of play from Davis. Ran that line beautifully. And there was no way they were going to catch her from there. So it's the Hornets in front by 1. Could we have a seesaw affair like we saw in the previous game, the 16 boys? Was there a drop ball there? I thought there might have been. Referee said no, play on. Eden Morrissey in the 6. That's a good running line. Touch, was it made? Yes.
Great defence.
Lani Hall with the dive there for Brindy.
They need to stick to their game here, Brindy. Keep doing what they've been doing well. They have found some opportunities.
Sykes played it. Hall kept it alive, but Hills come up with it. Turnover from Brindy. 4 minutes remaining first half. Hornets in front 4-3. Now they come to the right-hand side. A high ball there for Jacinta Hilton. Keeps it alive, but...
It's a good defensive set here by Brindy. Trying to trap them in their own half.
They've done very well. There's Jazzy Hollis keeping it alive on the outside. She'll be the option on the inside. Can't get on the end of that one. The pass was there for Hollis to catch, but just out in front of her, and fingertip control wasn't there. Hall. That's Morrissey giving it off. Ball comes out. Referee says we'll play it. Thank you.
Yeah,
just
they've only
inside the 10.
Got to get those fresh legs on now, Brindy.
Looking to do that. As we see a bit of a juggle there from Imogen Vaya in the 11. That's her with the visor on, which is a bit of a trademark of the touch football community, the visor. There she is again, Vaya, trying to cut through the line. That's a turnover on the last.
Good defence by Piper Johnson coming in off her link to pinch that last touch.
So Hills with possession inside 3 minutes remaining first half. 4-3 the scoreline. Now they push it out wide to the right-hand side. Hilton once again pushing up. There's Baker. She's been busy early on. Chloe Baker. Nice step there from Michaela Bowen. Fired it out wide, looking for Lily Simonson, but the hands weren't there from the number 2.
Same play that they tried before, but they had the option of it for the girl dummy and going through because the defence held off on that occasion.
Small takes it up for Brindy as they make more changes. Reinforcements on that short side right. Now Quigley. Nobody in front of her. Tried to draw the defence. A pass to Newton wasn't really there. And the turnover comes. Now Baker for the Hornets. Drew the winger. Tried to get across and find that winger. The referee says drop ball. In the play the ball. Brindy inside their own 10. Good attacking opportunity. Newton. Quigley fires it off. The 17 out there for the Hornets. For the Brindy rather as well.
They just need to settle themselves here, Brindy. Go back to what they were doing well. Nice wide play.
Brady Maguire in the 13. The wraparound ball was a nice one on the outside, finding the support runner.
I think she'd be good in the clear.
Yes, I'm still a fan of the grand final day sprint in each of the age groups. There'd be a bit of fun to be had. I reckon there'd be some girls and boys over 35 metres who could... I'd like to see the half field, but I've been told it should be full length.
Full length, yeah. Not sure you or I would be contenders in that race.
I'd struggle from the 7, just quietly. Last time I ran quickly was back in, yes, anyway. We won't go there.
A few years ago.
Quite a few years ago, more than that. As we see a dive there from
Call
Brindy.
the play through.
No, I think they're going to say touch was made.
They've got a lot of height, this Brindy team, so if they can capitalise on that with a dive from a few metres out, they might just catch the Hills trying to get back on side.
There's a nice ball for Maguire on the right-hand side. Maguire, the dive. Touch was made.
They're peppering.
If they can score in this final 45 seconds before the break, put the Hornets on the back foot. There's Morrissey. They go back right-hand side through their hands. Couldn't hold on to it.
They had them there too on the out ball. They brought the middle defender across, so the Hills started to shut down. They just could not get the pass to stick.
Now the Hornets will be looking to clean out this first half and take it to the break with a 1-point lead. 4-3 the scoreline. Baker takes it forward. We've got a drop ball here, so Brindy with one last chance. 15 seconds to go, so probably one, maybe two plays at most.
I wonder if they're looking at the clock.
I'm sure they are. They spin it to the outside. Touches made. There's the hooter in the background. Sirens being heard. Run downfield. Was the touch made? No. It's going to be try time.
Wow.
On the stroke of half time, Elise Simpson puts the Brindy in front 5-4.
That changes the game.
That changes everything. The halftime siren has sounded in the background. 5-4 the scoreline. Brindy leads Hornets at the break. Gabrose, what did you make of that first half from both these sides?
Well, I thought Brindy had probably more opportunities than the Hills, but the Hills just managed to capitalise the couple of ones that they had. But that first 3-point for that first try score definitely makes a big difference now.
That was a big score in the context of the game after the halftime siren. The Canberra side take the barest of leads into the break. I don't think Hills would be too concerned. Monique Nolan at the helm of the Hornets. I don't think she'd be too upset down by 1 point after the siren at halftime.
Yeah, she looks very calm there in the box, and the girls are all just taking a breath, having a sip of water, and they'll have some nice tips for them to come out hard in the second half, I would imagine.
And on the far side, Elise Wilson for the Brindy. Very much the same sort of composure being shown. That was a key word I heard on Friday. Composure the key. Both huddles showing showing plenty of composure.
I'd imagine that Brindy would be saying to keep that expansive play, keep doing what you're doing, using your speed. And from Hills, I think they'll be telling them just to get up the field, stick to their processes and try and go through the middle on those last couple of plays. Great
crowd here at Jubilee Park on the stadium field. Midway through grand final weekend, finals day. The under-18 girls semi-final. Brindy comes out of the rooms, out of their huddle.
There'll be a set play here by the Hills. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to condition the defence with a couple of plays and then come back with one of their options on the 4th or 5th.
As we see the siren sound and hear it in the background, we're underway for the second half. Hills running right to left on your screen. A drop ball early. 5-4. Canberra Brindy leads. That's them with the ball in the red with the blue shorts and blue bar. Hills in the predominantly maroon and gold.
Yeah, incorrect play. The ball there on touch 2 by Hills.
Ball to the outside for Canberra Brindy. Away and racing. That's Elise Simpson. They won't catch her. They extend the lead to 3.
Now it's getting interesting. They'll be under a lot of pressure now because they need to score 2 tries to get back in front, Hills. Let's see how they respond.
So it's 3 scores to 2, but 7-4 the scoreline in favour of Brindy.
And once again, just using the ball wide and using their speed.
I don't know if this would be classed as an upset, Gab. You're the expert on this, but I get the feeling Hills would be warm favourites coming into this semi-final.
Yes, I definitely think Hills would have been expected to win this one, but great pass.
The touch was made
Even
in the far
touch.
corner. Great dive on the right flank for the touch to be made. Canberra's left side defence, key play there. The step there, ball through Baker, no. Referees called it back for a late pass.
Yeah, they're really defending hard on Mackenzie Davis. They've got a great game plan here, Brindy, and they're executing it very well at the moment.
So Canberra Brindy with possession. They'll play the ball now just outside their own 7. A perfect day for football in the Riverina, and we've had some excellent games on display here this morning. Still have to remember it's only 11:15 on Sunday morning.
And it's nice to see they haven't closed up shop here. They're still using that ball. Mackenzie Davis going up there, trying to look like a forward pass there on that occasion.
The referee's called it. The crowd calling for that one.
I think so.
That was a crowd call, that one. I'm not sure which side the crowd's on here, the neutrals.
No.
I'm not sure which way they're going. I'm guessing maybe Canberra, but I could be wrong there. Hills, as we said, probably warm favourites, but been a great game so far. Brindy in front by 3. They had the first
There's
score.
that fly play again.
Long ball out wide. Winger comes across and makes a good touch there in the form of, that was, I think, Holly Nielsen in the 8.
Looked like she was limping there, the Hills winger. Hopefully she just stumbled.
Could have just been a misstep at the wrong moment. Now it's Ava Fox for the Hornets. That'll be a turnover on the last.
Their defence is very strong at the moment, Brindy. They're doing everything right at this point.
So Brindy coming out of their own end. The Territorians in front by 3. 2 scores needed by the Hornets. Inside 8.5 to go.
You can see Hills here is trying to start and start it with their defence. They're trying to rush up and put Brindy off their game. A great take there by number 8 from Brindy.
Yeah, that was a brilliant take, diving at a short forward leg. Long ball out wide. Couldn't be held.
No, it was on again, but I think number 2 from Hills would have had it covered in the corner.
That was Lily Simonson, the defender for Hills. So they make the changes here. The Hornets, Baker back on for Hills.
Good settling run there by Baker.
Mia Kalis in the 19. That's her with the ball. I'm sure she'd have to be related to that rugby league pedigree. As the ball goes forward, no, they're going to call that a forward pass.
Great hands by Baker, though, there, if they had got that away. Beautiful put down as well. They need to defend hard here, Hills, and try and force an error, which they've done.
And they've done it on the first play. Imogen Vea couldn't hold on to it. A lot of familiar rugby league names in these teams.
Sure are.
On both sides of the fence. With Chloe Baker playing the ball just outside the 7, looking for reinforcements. Here they come. That's the dangerous Mackenzie Davis. Davis has a look back on the inside for Michaela Bowen. Davis out of dummy half, wants Bowen to come back.
She'll be looking for a quickie here, I'd say.
Directing traffic. Davis out of dummy half. She go to Bowen
They're
again.
defending
yes.
well.
Not giving Davis any time or space here.
Straight
That's
back
the
to
last.
her.
Davis.
Watch for the long ball.
Davis out wide. Touch was made. It wouldn't have counted anyway. I think she ran over the touch line.
That defence is just too good at this point in time. They're following their systems perfectly.
Brindy are giving absolutely nothing to this Hills outfit. They've given them absolutely zero opportunity to get through the line at all. The touch was made, was it? Yes. That was Elise Simpson.
You don't want to let her run off again because
No.
she is fast.
She's lightning fast over 30 or 40 metres, which in touch football is about half a field. There she's with the ball again, taking it forward. 17 also out there for the Hornets, for the
Good defence.
Brindy.
They needed to make a stop there, Hills. They could not allow another try to be scored.
Nearly called them the Brumbies for the moment, Canberra. Understandable, but anyway, Simpson making the touch for Canberra. Now Hills reinforcements.
She's dummy
Piper
half
Johnston.
there, number 4, I thought. I could have been wrong.
As we see
Piper Johnson, good hands.
Cassidy Jephthah, I think that's how you pronounce her name. Apologies if that's wrong, Cassidy. She's got the ball now, the number 14. Takes it forward, good run there. Now it's Ava Fox.
Great
Couldn't
defence
step through
again.
the line on the last. Great
Lani
diving
Hall.
play. Lani Hall with the touch on that occasion. Brindy, the clock on their side, out by 2 scores with 5 1/4 to go.
They've just had to defend hard. They'll be wanting to get some new players on here.
Here's a chance for Simpson through midfield. Nearly got through the line up the other side.
They're looking a little bit fresher, Brindy, aren't they? They've got a bit more running in their legs at this point.
He'll seem a little bit flat, a little
Yeah.
bit flat-footed and just just not on their toes. Canberra really seem up and about and on their toes. As we can see here, the charge for the line won't count this time. Turnover on the 7.
Good touch, Piper Johnson. Potentially kept her team in the game there. But time is running short for about 4.5 minutes to go in this semi-final clash.
Looks like Balmain coming out for the next match, which would be the under-16 boys, is it? Okay, the under-16 boys, Balmain and... Oh, no, sorry, under-16 girls, Balmain and... No, hang on, we've got a mix
Orange.
up here. We've got
No, boys playing girls.
That could be interesting. That could get all kinds of interesting, and we'll leave that right there. Canberra Brindy.
They've had another incomplete set there, Hills. They're really under the pump, which they're usually in front in their game, so it'll be interesting to see how they respond in this last 4 minutes, but they need to get try on the board in the next couple of minutes.
As we see the Brindy side turn it over, I think that was Simpson making a rare error. She's had a very good game today. Elise Simpson, the number 14.
I think this is their chance.
They need to capitalise here. Hills, if they're any chance. Baker, she's worked hard today. She'll have a spell on the sideline. Nice ball out wide for Tasha White. White has a support runner on
chance.
the outside.
In great
the
finish.
corner, Lily Simonson. Simonson gets over. Makes it 6-7. Brindy in front by 1.
Game on with 3.5 minutes to go. 3-3 in the score, but again with that first try being worth 3 points, it's 7-6 to Brindy.
So 7-6 Brindy. Looks like we've got a Hills player. It might be Simonson, the try scorer, holding the ribs. I think she came off, might be just a little bit winded. Yeah. Doesn't look like anything too serious, just winded, which is quite uncomfortable having.
Sure is, when you're short of breath from doing a good run like that anyway.
Yeah, and I think the dive might have
definitely
might have got her as well, but I think just winded, so no damage done there. Been a fairly good weekend with injuries. We haven't had too many.
Sure has.
We've
Haven't
been-
seen too many to this
There's
point.
been a couple, but thankfully nothing too serious. Medicap hasn't been required on many occasions. Nearly saw Lani Hall get through the line there on the last. She'll play it on the 7.
She's solid, Lani Hall. She doesn't make many errors.
Long ball out wide to the winger in the corner, but she won't get there. They turn it over in that far corner for the Hornets. 2:20 to go. Brindy in front by 1.
Hills need to try and draw a penalty here. Brindy need to stay on side, but still be assertive in defence.
So Hornets on the attack, 10 short of halfway, their own side of the ground. Now up over the halfway line. That's a great run. The referee says no. Counts for nothing. They turn it over. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes to go in the semi-final. Brindy in front by a point. Another grandstand finish coming up in the under-18 girls semi-final. We had one with the 16 boys half an hour ago. Are we in order for another one on finals day? Brindy have it midway between the 10 and the 7. That's Quigley.
If they can get the stop here, they will definitely get another chance. They cannot let them score.
Quigley couldn't get it. Couldn't get there. I think they're appealing for a penalty. The referee's going to have a chat. I think they're appealing for a penalty there, but Hills, they might have claimed obstruction there on Quigley. Looked like she might have been obstructed or impeded.
I think they might have thought she might have got held off the play.
Yes, I thought there might have been something doing there. Ball goes to ground. Brindy with a chance to ice it. 70 seconds to go. A lot of the crowd behind the Canberra girls.
They're going to have to push up in defence here, Hills. They need to give themselves at least a few touches.
That's off Hills, so it'll be 6 more. Inside the final 60 seconds.
They can take their time here, Brindy, and just try and play out the set.
Nothing,
Walk up to the mark.
Nothing fancy from them. Sarah Small in at dummy half. She'll get it back. That's the number 3 with it. Now they'll go to the right-hand side of the Hills defence. Ball to the outside. Touch was made.
Should be a penalty. No, 6 to go.
6 more.
That might be all she wrote.
I think that'll be just about enough. They can ruck it out from here. Canberra, even though they're on the attack, they don't need to do anything too silly here. Scott back to Chloe Smith. Now they go short side again. Smith on the second play, back to the 7.
I think we'll hear some loud squeals in about 12 seconds.
I think you might be right. The Territorians are heading to the final. They could really just tuck it under the wing and milk the clock. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. The ball goes to ground. It doesn't matter. There's the final siren. Canberra Brindy into the final of the under-18 girls with a 7-6 victory over the Hills Hornets.
Well, I just think on that occasion, Brindy just stuck to their guns and defended so well on the line. There was no way through in the second half for Hills. But I know they'll be disappointed, Hills, but a very excited and well-drilled team in Brindy. Best of luck to them for the final.
Up next, the under-16 girls, it's Balmain and Orange. Balmain's the boys' team, it's the boys' team, not the girls. When I see Zeke Edmed, who I'm sure is related to Steve.
I reckon he'd be a gun.
Well, if he's... what's his brother's name? Plays for the Waratahs.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm thinking the same thing. You'll say that, I'm like, that's it. Tane Edmed, does that sound right?
Let's have a look.
Does that sound right? I can't remember.
We'll put ourselves out of misery.
The under-16 girls semi-final on finals day here at Jubilee Park in Wagga. It's Balmain and Orange doing battle. Similar strips, so bear with us. The Tigers have the Orange V, the Orange Thunder in the orange and white sash. Mike Sheen, Gab Rose with you for this under-16 girls semi-final.
They have made it hard for us here with the jerseys, these two teams.
About the only time we have an issue is Balmain and Orange in the semi-final. Or in when these two teams have met, I've seen a couple of games, Balmain and Wests. And they do look, Balmain and Orange rather, they do look very similar.
Best of luck to the referees.
Yes.
On this occasion, deciphering between the two teams.
There we go. The siren has gone in the background. We're underway under 16 girls grand semi-final rather. Balmain on the attack. We're chasing down a Balmain team list, but they're in. They're in already. The number 4 scores for Balmain. They go straight in. Barely 20 seconds gone.
That's the quickest try I think I've seen all weekend. It was probably on about the third touch, and as you said, 20 seconds in and just too much speed on the outside of her
In
link.
fact, that was Balmain that scored. I just want to check myself. They've turned around, so yes. Just want to make sure I got that right. Don't want to credit the wrong team with the score there. So it's 3-0. Balmain leads it. I think in the semi-final. Now I'm doubting myself here.
She's still got a few touches up her sleeve there. The link was hitting a good hole, but went for the safe play. Gives themselves another few touches. Yeah, Orange with the ball now, attacking the line. An intercept.
Intercept here for Orange. They're away and racing. We've got the Orange team list, so we can tell you who that is. Ball on the outside. That's Lily Clark. As we see the ball's gone forward, has it? So it'll be it's a play the ball for Orange. Did she get through? No, the touch has been made. So the touch was made by Balmain. Orange with possession. We'll see them roll to the left-hand side. Clark, this time they're in. That was Ava Cole getting the score. So it's 1-1, but it's 3-2 for the, at least I think that's right.
No, I think Orange might be up 5-0.
I think you might be right, actually. Thank you. We've just got a Balmain team list handed to us.
Excellent.
Yes, I'm trying to confirm that. We'll check that. Might check that at halftime with the officials. So we have got 2 team lists here. So we can give you all the players in this under 16 girls semi-final now. Balmain on the attack. They'll have it their own side of halfway. Now Balmain on the attack. That's Ellie Barnett playing it in the 27.
They need to try and hold the ball for 6 here, Balmain.
Lexi Medina fed it on. Found Zara Barakat. Barakat with it now. Ooh, lucky to get away with that one. The referee says penalty to Balmain for offside.
Yeah, she was very lucky to get a penalty there because she was dummy half, but the Orange team were caught offside.
So the just trying to confirm whether that's the scoreboard is correct or not. See if we can get a message down to the officials on the touch line. That was a good take there from Caitlin Russell for Balmain.
Yeah, good defence there by the Orange team then. They shut down. Little short side quickie here. She's come back the open. And again, great defence by that far middle from Orange.
So Orange on the defensive here. Now they get possession.
They'll be heading to their box to get some fresh legs on here, but nice wide expansive play, but they've called it forward. So Balmain will get another opportunity here on the line.
Just trying to catch up and see if we've got any, looks like we're having some technical issues here to get the live feed of this match. So it'll be a Balmain ball on the 7. Attacking end of the ground, that's Erica Casson in the 15.
Great rush defence there by the Orange team. They could see that Balmain didn't have enough players on, so they came out to pinch a couple of touches.
Now it's Balmain trying to reload here. Coming to the left-hand side, that's Casson once again. The ball goes to ground, but the touch was made. Referee's going to say all fair play on. No drama there. As we see Balmain on the attack on the last, they'll come to the left-hand side. Good touch made.
Good defence there. They went for an outball there on the last play, which wasn't too bad. but the Orange defence had it covered.
So we've got, I think you might be right with that scoreline. I'm trying to bring it up on my screen here, but having a little bit of trouble with that.
This is the best set we've seen from Orange. Oh, that might be a penalty. A bit too hard in the touch there from Sienna Robertson. They need to get a stop here, Balmain. They can't afford to let Orange get in for another try.
Got them with one at the moment. They're coming to the left-hand side. The dive, and I think they're going to say she's in, yes. I think
that might have been Lily Clark.
Yes, I was going to say Lily Clark for the score, so that's at least their second. They are certainly in front. Orange will confirm this at half-time.
Lovely little right foot step there. She got her defender to fade in towards her and then knew she was going to beat her on the outside with that right foot step.
So the score is Orange definitely in front of Balmain in this semi-final. The under-16 girls.
Again, it's just like a brick wall, that defence. They're knowing when to shut down and when to just get up and paddle to the outside. Give them the short side. Another great shutdown. Good defence on a couple of occasions there by Chloe Marsh.
Yeah, that's what I thought it might have been, so just had the word come through. That is correct. So it's 7-0 Orange in front. Slight operator error there.
They're running on at speed here, Orange. See what they're finishing the set off with. Looks like a strike dump.
So it's 3-0. So I think that was Freya Gibson with the opening score for Balmain, for Orange rather. So Orange up 7-0. We've just had that officially come through from downstairs. Team working hard behind the scenes to make sure we get all of the...
Probably thank goodness they're not changing ends for us here.
Yes, I think that's what's really... And both in the black and gold.
It's very hard to decipher between the two.
Yes, I did doubt myself, but in my mind I thought I saw something, but I've been trying to confirm it. But I think I am correct with what I saw. So, yeah, I think that first try for Orange was Freya Bryant, the number 4. Heavy touch there on halfway. Balmain really need to get back into this game in a hurry. 3.5 minutes remaining. As we see, it looks like the Cronulla, or the Sharks, 18 boys. And they just
16 boys there.
16 boys, are they? They look like 18s to me.
Yes, varying sizes. I know a lot of the boys there.
Dive for Balmain doesn't reach the line.
I'll give a shout out to the Cronulla 16 boys. They've done a great effort. They're into the grand final. Go the Sharkies.
Are we allowed to call them Cronulla, Gab? I know that's a bit of a taboo subject.
We'll call them the Sharks. I've got my own son and 2 nephews in the team.
And it looks like they're
wishing
playing
them all the best in their grand final next. But back to this game.
Yeah, Orange on the counter-attack. Upfield, she's through the line. Needs support. Has to find somebody. Oh, I don't think she got there, no.
No, it looks like a train wreck there at the moment.
Yes. Bodies left, right and centre. I think Lucy Martin was too late, but we've got a penalty to Orange.
Might have been a hard touch, was it, or obstruction?
I'm not quite sure what the ruling was there, but call goes against the Tigers.
They need to stop him here, Balmain. They need to find a way to keep him from scoring. Good defence.
Heavy push there on the 88 for Orange, which is Keely Thornhill.
Two minutes left in this half.
To the right-hand side of the Balmain defence, touch made on Lucy Martin.
Good defence there by the Balmain winger.
So we see Orange on the attack. Paige Gibson in the 5. The 88's Keely Thornhill.
Thought she had her there if she'd kept going.
Got numbers to the left-hand side. Too easy for Lucy Martin. So 1, 2, 3, 4 on the board. 9-0.
There didn't look to be much happening there, but she just skipped again outside her defender to get their 4th try in this first half. Be good effort to come back from here, Tigers, to try and get one back before half-time.
There's only 90 seconds remaining. They need one before the break.
Here comes the Cronulla 16s coach here, my brother-in-law, Gary Toohey. Excellent coach, and will have these boys ready to go in the final next.
So they're taking on... they have got... I'm just having a look at my screen to see if I can find it here.
Great touch, Lily Clark there.
I think it might be Wests in the grand final coming up next. Yeah, that's the next game, Wests and Cronulla.
West will be on a high from that
Dramatic
epic
victory.
win.
Oh, that was an epic win. So that's coming up very shortly. The 16 boys. I think I'm having a breather after this one. David Stone to jump into the chair to keep the action moving here on grand final day from Jubilee Park. All the main matches on the stadium field will be covered today. Right through to the 18 boys decider at 1 o'clock, I think it is.
Just need to hold on to the ball here to the halftime break. They've got about... Oh, they're adventurous here, looking for some ground. Got about 10 seconds.
As we see Balmain going to the right-hand side, that's Lexi Moderna. Back to the open right for Robertson. 73's Russell, that's Caitlin Russell. The referee says that's half-time.
I didn't hear the hooter, but the referee has called it.
Yeah, he's looked at the clock, which says 0-0, and the siren has sounded. The officials on the touchline giving the nod to say yes, that is the break. So 9-0 at half-time. Balmain trailing the Orange Thunder.
Be interesting to see if Balmain, their coach, give them a good halftime talk to keep them up and enthusiastic for this second half, try and get the first try.
And I'd imagine Orange will be just saying more of the same, thanks.
I would assume so. They haven't made many errors, Orange, and their line defence has been on point to date. But things can change quickly, as we have seen today.
They certainly can. It's certainly not over by any stretch.
Conditions are quite good today.
Yes, a lovely day here in Wagga. Certainly nowhere near as hot as it has been the last couple of days. I had a nice shade of lobster pink last night. Once I got back to my hotel room.
Yeah, there have been long days for you up here in the commentator's box.
It's been a very long weekend, but I was aware of what was coming. But even for us, this has been a massive effort. Well done to all the team involved. An amazing effort. Our camera crew upstairs on high, they've done an amazing job over the weekend, keeping on top of all the action.
Yeah, and it's great that people back at home or all over New South Wales can be watching their loved ones, friends, and see them in action and see the effort they've all been putting in over the last few months. So well done to New South Wales Touch and everyone involved for getting this carnival through in such hot conditions.
And also to the broadcasters, Bar TV, doing an excellent job of putting everything in order for us. Mike Sheen and Gab Rose with you for this game. And a pleasure to be my first appearance at the State Cup, the Junior State Cup, and hopefully it won't be the last. Been a thoroughly enjoyable experience for me, and learning a few things along the way. Picked up a few tidbits thanks to the crew that I've been working with over the weekend.
And you're impressed with the standard overall?
The standard has been outstanding this weekend. Thoroughly impressed with the standard. It's probably surprising how good the play has been. Some of the play, especially the 18s in particular.
Yeah, the standard of the game across the board from 10s right through to 18s. Our sport's really in a good position at the moment. The kids love it. They're fit, they're fast, and it's always played in a good spirit from what I've seen this weekend, which is important as well.
There was only one spot fire yesterday that almost erupted into something. But beyond that, we've had very few dramas all weekend. There was a head clash earlier today, but that seemed to be nothing more than just an unintentional...
Might be a 4 sub here, yes.
Yeah, 4 sub for
Orange.
That's Paige Gibson.
Holding back. It looked like Tigers were straight through, but he's come back and called the penalty, and they'll get another chance here. They need to be quick because they've only got 5 on the field for the moment.
Now the referee
No, she's got to go back to the box. I don't think they've realised, Tigers, they need to shift the ball.
Now she goes on. That's the 88 in Keely Thornhill.
Not enough urgency there.
No, they didn't realise they were a player short as they dived for the line. The touch was made there on Hallie Robertson.
So for those that don't know there, what happened was one of the Orange players got forced sub to the sub box, but the new player cannot come on until the player that was removed has reached the box.
So they have to wait till they get to the box before they can come on, whereas the replacement was already on the field and hadn't waited. As we see a long ball out wide. This time Balmain's in.
That's a ball down. That's a try.
That's the 75 in Leah Russell.
Right, so they couldn't see the overlap with the 5, but they managed to get it back with the 6. Well done, Tigers. You are back in the ball game.
They certainly are. It's 9-2 in favour of Orange with 9 minutes remaining in the second half of this one. That gets them on the board at least.
Yeah, they need to hold them out here and then have a good solid driving set.
Now Orange on the counter-attack. Good push upfield. That was Maya Simmons. Now Daisy Boringer.
They've had some speed through the link channel in this game, Orange, so let's see if they go back to that.
Lob ball over the top, back to Boringer. Now it's through their hands and goes to ground.
It's
Lucy
a penalty
Martin.
though, and she's quick
Ooh,
onto it.
They got out of jail there. Orange. Lucy Martin couldn't hold on to it. Lily Clark.
She's
with the
very
ball.
enthusiastic, Lily Clark. I like her.
Number 1 gets it away. The touch. No, I think they're going to say.
It's called the touch.
No, it was made. I
Thought he was going to the video ref then.
I thought he was going to give the all clear signal there, but it wasn't given. He said the touch was made. Penalty to Orange.
Had to move up there, Tigers. You're not allowed to stay on your line. So I think that might be the second penalty. Could be wrong.
So another one here. Could see a player out for the set. There's Clark. Dives. Touch was made clearly that time. Can't get over this crowd here at Jubilee Park. The grandstand pretty well at capacity.
Sure is. Under
Certainly
the
very
shade
full.
there.
The big gum tree at the northern end is drawing a lot of attention.
He's
Clark
gonna-
dived but didn't make it.
Great attempt there. She dived from about 3 or 4 metres out, but a good touch from the link in Balmain.
So it'll be Orange ball on the 7. Boringer, Clark, Boringer. That's Clark once again out of dummy half. Has an option. This time they get it down. Boringer's in.
Yeah, and again, through that link channel, they're just finding a bit of space in between that far middle and the link. And a great scoop through there from Lily Clark once again.
So 11-2 the scoreline. Orange in front of Balmain in the 16 girls semi-final. Certainly looks as though the Thunder will be rolling into the grand final. Can they walk away with the trophy in a couple of hours' time?
Coming back for a sweeper play here, Tigers. They'll have to go back the short side, which is exactly what they've done.
So next up, the under-16 boys grand final. Wests and Cronulla doing battle.
That was a great drive there from Orange. They've taken him over halfway in the first 2 touches and coming on at speed.
Now Orange on the attack through the right-hand side. That's Millie Banks in the 22. The number 9 is Layla Barrett.
Going.
Nice ball there. Barrett got it away. Was the touch made?
The touch was made.
It was just in the nick of time.
Perfect set there by Orange. I mean, they didn't get a try, but they got it the whole way down the field and now can set themselves in for a strong set in defence.
As we see the Balmain side coming out of their own end.
Yeah, and this is a great defensive set by Orange. They are not letting him to get to their box, and as you can see now, there is only 2 players on the field for for Tigers. But they've been a little bit too eager there. They've gone up before the dummy half touched the ball, meaning Tigers get a bit of relief and a penalty to take them pretty much to the halfway line. Got their full complement back on the field.
So now we're back to 6 on 6. We've got 5 1/4 minutes remaining in the semi-final. That was Frances Walsh making the run. Number 72.
They need to drive at him here. Create some opportunities.
Walsh again.
She looked like she was just going to meander
Goes
through
the
there.
line there. just ghost through the line and do it in a canter. She'll get the ball this time, Walsh. They're up quickly on Amaya Simmons, said not this time you don't. And Orange has it on their own 7.
Let's see if they can continue that good driving that we've seen from Orange throughout this game.
Now Orange up towards their own 10-metre line. It's
Here we go.
Boringer. Now they roll through, getting some good drive in their set here. That's Keely Thornhill in the 88. She's running one off the ruck. Short ball there. Found Paige Gibson, but it might have been, well, it's been turned over. It's Balmain ball. 4 and a quarter to go.
Well recovered there by Balmain. They looked a little bit under the pump.
Walsh again. Through the line. Puts the ears back. The touch was made. Paige Gibson with a diving bootlace level touch.
She's got a good
Frances
turn
Walsh.
of speed, doesn't she, then?
Excellent turn of foot. Frances Walsh, and she's spent on the touchline. She's cooked. Ball, they need to get the ball away here. Balmain, the touch was made. They're going to say it was. Bodies everywhere. Walsh is absolutely
Yeah, she's
spent on the
definitely given it
sideline.
her all, hasn't she?
She has left it all on the park, which is what you like to see. Certainly can't fault her effort. I think she knows that the efforts will be in vain, which is unfortunate. She's given her all, as have all the Balmain girls, but just not their day today.
No, I'd say not. With only 3 minutes to go, Orange, you're right, can just roll on through to the grand final.
The Thunder will keep rolling towards a grand final date.
Against who, I'm not too sure. I think Cronulla Sharks might be in the other semi-final, but I'm not sure who they're playing. They'll be playing right now. Time's held up here for a moment. Right on the halfway line, Orange are getting to start their set of 6.
So we'll see what
That was Dixon there.
develops in this set here.
Lily Clark's back on, so I'm assuming they'll be going to her. Some little trick play. They're just playing a bit of static here at the moment, slowing things up, which why wouldn't you with only 2.5 minutes left on the clock?
So we can ink Orange Thunder into the grand final with a dive
Lily
there.
Clark,
She's got it down
mark
for
her
a
down
second.
for another one.
That's 2 for Lily Clark. No, there was no, I didn't hear the whistle, but we're all coming back to halfway.
Yeah, they slowed it down for a little while, and that got the defence to slow down, and then Lily Clark just put the afterburners on and dived through for a great try.
Oh, that was very impressive. So Balmain.
You might
trailing.
know this answer. One of my Canadian friends has told me you can dove, which I hadn't heard, but we did look it up and dove
It is a word.
in Canada. They dove.
Okay. I can put that into context. I could say that she dove for the line.
Which is exactly how they use it.
Yeah. Some people, the Australian word would be that they dived for the line, but dove would certainly pass muster as
Exactly
a
the
legitimate
conversation
word.
we had.
Yeah, so it would pass.
Yes.
If you're playing Scrabble, it would.
You'd get the points.
You'd get the points.
Don't ask me how many points you'd get.
No, I don't know. But if you had got a triple word score, you're. And the kids all listening like, what are they talking about?
That's right.
Go and Google it, YouTube it. Mum and Dad know all about it. Don't worry.
But the score here is 13-2 to Orange.
They're cruising through to the grand final. We can ink them into the decider this afternoon at 12:30.
And against either Sharks or whoever their opponents are currently out on one of the backfields. Field 2, I think they're playing on.
So next up, the 16 boys grand final. I think Cronulla's the home team, are they? Not sure. No, I thought I had the team list in front of me, but
I've been watching West warm up in the background of this game, and they are looking pumped as well. So it should be another great game. The 16 boys grand final coming up in around 5 minutes' time.
Should be a belting game.
Orange will have one last crack at the line here. Lily Clark's back on. She'll be looking to work with Daisy Boringer with about 15 seconds to go.
The
Good
countdown is
defence.
on from the Orange supporters and fans. 10 seconds to go.
There's some excitement on a backfield there. Looks like the Cronulla Sharks might have taken a try for a victory in one of the junior teams.
Well,
Might be a grand final.
As we see The siren in the background. In the
Oh,
corner,
they're
she
finishing
scores.
with a try.
Lovely try in the corner to round it out.
Millie Kunich, I think, number 21, if my eyes are correct.
I'll go with that. And that will be full time in this under 16 girls semi-final. The Orange Thunder rolling through to a grand final victory, 15-2 over the Balmain Tigers. Up next, the first of the grand finals, the under 16 boys, Wests and Sharks.
Go, Logan. That was comprehensive.
Yeah, I think there is.
I'll say Gab's got nice legs on the TV
This will
screen.
be interesting commentary. You and I, West v Cronulla.
Yeah, I
Grand
don't
final.
know whether I count as West. I'll Bankstown this year, but when I was West for the seniors. Take the scoreboard, Jace. Have I got the scoreboard? Yeah, you got that. Just make sure it's going down for us.
Gaz coaches his team.
Who?
Gary.
Oh, really?
Husband. I got a son and two nephews in him.
Oh, wow. This is royalty. And on the other side,
Kits.
have we got team list?
Yes, that's it.
And this is the GF?
Yep.
Wow. All right. So we just shout out to who's Brian Thomas? Is that
Yeah.
Belinda's husband?
Yep.
Wow.
So his son, Hayden.
So this chance we're not playing that, right? I'll set up the. No, just kidding. Oh, that's awesome. All right. Well, you'll know
The first of the grand finals is here at Jubilee Park in Orange. It's the under 16 boys decider. Sharks and Magpies. Three wide, no cover here in the commentary box. Mike Sheen, Jason Stanton and Gab Rose with you for the first of our grand finals for coverage today from Jubilee Park. The grandstand is full, the hill is full, the commentary box is full, and we're ready for what should be a ripping grand final to kick off grand final day.
Yeah, this is probably could be almost the pick of the grand finals. I don't want to go off too early, but these two clubs, powerhouse clubs. It wasn't that long ago that Sharks and the Magpies were like cellar dwellers, but now these two clubs are setting the standard, and it's absolutely amazing to see the Sharks and Magpies match up, Gab.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game. West had a fantastic win in the semi-final in drop-off, and Sharks had a comprehensive win in their semi-final. So coming in from two different areas in terms of how they went in their semi-finals, but it's going to be a great game.
The Sharks in their sky blue, black and white. The Magpies in the traditional black and white. We're ready for the first of our grand finals. The 16 boys. As we mentioned, the semi-final was a thriller for the Magpies, scoring late in the game to steal
was a
victory.
great end. That was a great end, wasn't it, Mike? And this is like almost like the jewel in the crown for these clubs. Just sort of looking through the, we were talking about it earlier in the days that they're putting like their elite, their highest performance coaches into these programs. On the Cronulla side, we've got Gary Toohey, Brian Thompson, on the west side, Miller, Al Maui, Michael Jacona. Like these are the greats of our games. Being involved.
And there'll be some nerves running through both teams, I'd imagine. I know for the Cronulla boys, there's some boys probably in their first grand final at State Cup. So it's been a great effort by their coach to bring them together from two different ages, and they've played amazing all weekend.
Yeah, they're really strong programs. Gab, I was mentioning, I think it might have been yesterday, that because of the double age group, sometimes you might have like a 14-year-old boy in the 16. So he's like the coaching crew have got to really upskill him quickly.
Yeah, they do. They really do. In this situation, I think there's probably half a dozen of the boys that are a year young, and possibly similar for West as well.
So we're ready. Wests will start play in the under-16 boys grand final. This is for all the chocolates, for all the glory. This is the one they've been waiting all year for, the under-16 boys decider. It's the Tui Cup, and we are away.
Of which Katrina Tui's son Logan is playing. Oh, it's not the Tui Cup.
No, I was going to say
That's in the 16 girls.
Okay, I've got the wrong one on my screen. Apologies there.
Unless it's Gary. Did Gary get a division? He might have.
He might claim it now.
He might claim it from the missus, his better half. All right, here we go. That's Matter with a long ball.
No, it's the World Cup. My apologies. Cronulla Sharks have an early possession. Midway between the 10 and the 7. The sun really coming out here at Jubilee Park. The Stars.
The intensity's up straight away, isn't it?
The heat is up both in the grandstand and in the middle. Number 10, Max Fife, takes it over the halfway line. Nice little step there. Tried to beat the line. Does beat the line. Great run
Ollie
there.
Lester.
Oliver Lester. Lester, will he get it down?
Yeah, he's
No.
one of the key players in this team, Oliver Lester. He's fast, good pass, and a great step as well.
No try, so not allowed.
Yeah, showed good composure there, but Leicester didn't panic. He just didn't have the support, unfortunately, but he was nice and calm, and hopefully we'll see a bit more from the young fella.
West on the counter-attack up towards halfway, getting reinforcements on the field. Over the halfway line, that's a great run there. Luke Abuzeed, he's on in the number 60 jersey. There's Christian Azzi, the playmaker in 77. He's had a whale of a tournament. His effort in the semi-final to lift them over the line was outstanding. Azzi has the ball, goes himself, got it away. Had Abuzeed on the inside, but just couldn't reach him.
Yeah, who are the ones to watch on the Shark side? Because we had the Magpies play earlier as the TV game, and we saw Christian and I think it was Matter and Michael. Is it? Have I got the
Yeah,
right list
Michael
there? They were
Ducador
strong.
and-
How about on the Shark side? Who should we look out for?
I'd have to say their captain, Logan Tui, who I will say is my nephew, but he's been playing amazing all weekend. And we've also got Caden Thompson, and probably Oliver Lester would be the top three, I would say, coming into this game for the Sharks.
Magpies on the attack on the 7-metre line. They get a penalty here.
Yeah, I think it was Michael Ducador. He was the one I was trying to get my head around.
Yes.
He's got the ball at the moment.
And Emmanuel
And-
Lagos as well.
Yeah, and him with Christian Azzi. So, there's lots of players there to watch when you're at home.
Here's a chance for the Magpies. The dive was cut short. Good tag there on Ducador. He'll play it on the 7.
I'm
That
guessing
was
once they
Logan,
get to
wasn't it?
this
Yeah.
level for grand finals, it requires a whole team effort. So every one of the 14 players,
Sinker ball out wide. Try ball. Wests are in.
forward pass.
Oh, it's been called back, has
I'm
it?
calling it forward.
And she's got it right.
Gab, you got to watch Mike. He calls the tries a little bit early. But no, that was forward, and it actually was forward. So good call from the referees, good pick up.
That's why they're in the middle and I'm up here.
Yeah, I'll second that, Mike. But I think that was a
Thanks.
good save there. I think it was the number 76. Was that Tui? I think we did.
Yeah, that was
talking
young
about him.
Logan again.
Yeah, good defence.
Now the Sharks on the counter-attack. Thompson gave it to Lester. Lester in open space, had a man on the outside. That one went forward. Penalty goes to West. Magpies have it, no score, 8 1/4 gone. 8 1/4 left in the first half of this under-16 boys grand final for 2023.
That might
World
be a
Cup on the
penalty.
line, that will be a penalty.
There's nothing in it to start the game yet.
As we see the Magpies just inside their own 10. That's Joseph Matter, plays it as he gives it off to Caden Kanan. Now just rolling upfield, that's Jared Kanani's brother. Looking for the touch on just outside the 7. As he matter. They've been instrumental for the Magpies getting them to the final. Can they repeat the dose once again? Might only take one score to get them home here in the grand final. They did it the hard way against Penrith in a thrilling semi-final. As he showed it, did he get it away? No. Touch was made, turnover.
Yeah, what was really strong there in the Sharks' defence is they didn't bite in. Christian, as he was looking for them to shut down, but they just sort of hedged a bit or held off a little bit, allowed the play to unfold in front of them. Great defence from the Sharks.
Yeah, that was their link on that occasion, Thomas Powell, who's quite new to the game. I think this is his first Junior State Cup, but a great effort there.
Now on the attack, Tui gives it out wide on the right-hand side. Found Zane Pisani, but the ball went to ground. They get 6 more here, the Sharks.
Yeah, one of their underage players there in Zane Pisani in the link. There's 3 underage players on right at the moment in both wingers and the far link.
So
that's a credit to the Sharks program. How do you come in as a first-timer and have this sort of level of play?
Yeah, they came up from the 14s last year and they had a good tournament last year, but Gary and Brian have done an excellent job gelling this team over the past few months.
Now the Sharks have the ball on the 7. Tui directing traffic. Goes himself out of dummy half. Fired it wide. Pisani for the winger in the corner. He can't hold on to that. Turnover ball. 6 minutes remaining first half. No score in the grand final.
Yeah, great D there from Wesker. What I'd like to see from Sharks is probably a little bit more heads-up play. I felt like they had them beat on the inside, but they sort of rolled through the move.
Agree. I think they did have them beat and then kind of overplayed it, giving West a chance to recover in defence.
Yeah, so that might be something Tomo or Gary pick up in the box. Would you give those instructions throughout the game or wait till half-time?
Oh, I think knowing Gary and Brian, they're very calm in the box, but they'll be giving a few tips as they go along. Both very smart components of the game.
As we see Cronulla with the ball on the 10-metre line, west side of the ground. Number 5, Jordan Barlow.
I think the flow of this game, Mike, suits Sharks. We saw in the semi, West had that upbeat tempo, the energetic, the yelling and yeah, and, really energetic. This is a bit more of a subdued grand final, and I think that's playing into Cronulla's hands at the moment if they can execute well. So that might be something West correct at half-time.
I think you mentioned it in the semi-final, Jason, that West might have played their grand final a game early.
Yeah, and sometimes you can get overexcited, but hopefully the Sharks just stick to their game as we find there. Well done, young Cooper Penman. Got a change over on that occasion.
The error comes from the Magpies on the attack. Now Sharks have it.
He's small in stature, Cooper Penman, our number 14 on the wing here, but don't be deceived. He's very quick and he'll run all day.
Talk about small in stature. I think he makes me look tall, and that's saying something.
He's got a big heart, that young man.
Here it is.
They
Inside,
usually do.
inside.
Leicester got it away, but it's gone to ground.
Yeah, a few opportunities that have gone begging. They've got another set of 6, though. They've got their 2 key playmakers on in the middle there in Tui and Leicester.
I think the West are going to have to do well to hold him out here. I think Cronulla's well positioned to get one here, particularly if they can bite in.
Cooper played it. They've got the
number 15 for the Sharks, Elijah Wells, hits a great hole.
He almost did it there, running onto the gap. Tui on the inside almost gave the ball away, decided to hold on to it. Tui's directing traffic nicely. Goes himself back on the inside. The touch was made. Penalty to West there for a forward pass. So they get out of jail there, the Magpies. 3.5 minutes remaining first half. Still no score in the grand final. Wests and Cronulla, a bit of a sloppy play the ball there. Referee said it was okay. Just short of the halfway line now as they roll over. Bustani getting some momentum here. Lagos picking up the tempo for the Magpies. Now it's Bustani again, got it away. Intercept for Cronulla. The Sharks are away and racing.
Yeah, you got an intercept in the semi, Elijah Cooper.
Great touch there from Elijah Cooper. He looks like he's pulled up a little bit lame there, the number 15, but
it was a good read. He actually saved the try, ignoring the intercept for a moment. West looked like they're in for all money. Great read from Cooper.
Yeah, he can find an intercept, young Elijah. He did it in the semi-final and ran the length, so I'm sure his legs are getting a bit tired now.
As we see the Sharks on the attack again, Barlow plays it on the 7. Approaching 2.5 minutes remaining, first half, no score in the grand final. The World Cup goes to the winner. They dive out of dummy half. No, it'll be a
Don't
turnover.
give away a penalty there. They're very lucky to get away without giving away a penalty.
I think so. There's so much talent on the field, Gab. I just want to get your thoughts as a comparison. Like if you look at the West side, because they've got like the Premier League program, and we've seen some of the juniors come through. You know, players like Junior Catalano. You know, one of the the ones to watch. Great players of the game coming through these junior programs. So West has sort of got a bit of a pipeline through. So you can imagine Christian Azzi maybe being a Junior Catalano tomorrow. With Sharks, what's the gap before we start seeing these come through?
Well, funny enough, the 18 boys, we did get some Vorden Cup team going this year and for State Cup in the men's first division, as we see a good touch there from young Max. But the plan is at Cronulla to get a men's Premier League team within the next couple of years. And we've got enough young local talent in the 16s and 18s coming through that I really think we're a good chance of that. And they're very keen touch players as well.
Yeah, because that's the thing that surprised me, like being out of the game for a little bit and coming back, is this is almost like watching men's for me. Like they're so talented. So hopefully the transition between 14s, 16s, 18s boys into the senior programs is a bit quicker maybe than what it used to be.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. And given they can play that first and second division, get a few of their more experienced players to... So we see Logan Tui with a great pass there.
Over the top, couldn't be held. West's holding on in defence, just over 60 seconds to the break.
But I know the boys, they are keen, the 18 boys, and mixed with some of these boys are keen to have men's Premier League back on the table at Cronulla Sharks in the next few years.
Well, they've definitely got the ability, and I don't want to sort of like, hopefully my prediction comes true. I think the second half's going to be totally different because I think these players have settled in a bit. It's a grand final, as you said. A lot of them, it's their first grand final. I think being to have a chance to get your breath back, get some words of wisdom from the experienced coaches, I'm expecting the second half to be totally different. I doubt it's going to be
I don't think we'll see a 0-0. I hope not, because I had a bet with my older son that we would not see a 0-0 score in the grand final today.
Well, we're on track for a 0-0 half-time scoreline. Whether you get the half-time, full-time double or not remains to be seen. Sharks trying to rectify that before the break. Thompson played it. Long ball out wide.
Good hands, Cooper Star.
Touch was made by West on Star. They come back to the open side right now. There's the hooter in the background for Thompson. That's the siren. They've heard the hooter, so that's half-time in the under-16 boys grand final. No score on the board at the break. Cronulla and Wests in the decider. The winner gets the World Cup.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on that first half with Gab off air for a second there. I actually think any plays, like often we'll say like against the flow or against the grain. So you might have a sweeper to the left side of the field, give it early from the ground, maybe get it back, or dummy the sweeper and go back and throw the ball the other way. I think those sorts of plays.
Yeah, you want to. Sometimes it's obviously best to be unpredictable. And I think what you're saying there, Jace, is that the defence is trying to get a step ahead and read what's going to happen. So if you can kind of go against the grain or do what they're least expecting, you might be a chance to sneak through for a try.
Yeah, I think so. So if I was in the Sharks box, I guess I'd be looking for that sort of a little bit clever type plays, to get West guessing. If I'm on the West side, from what we saw earlier, I just think it's energy. I think West can upset Sharks if they're powering down the field, dropping the ball for Azzi and Matter. I think that's where they look good. So I think it's contrasting styles, and I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think you're right. We might see breakout one way or the other in the second half, but I'm sure the West coach will be telling them to increase their energy and try and out-enthuse the Sharks. Whereas on this side of the box, I'm sure Gary and Cato will tell him to keep the intensity but still remain calm and stick to their processes that have worked all weekend for them.
Yeah, I think so. And they have I'm not sure I think this is one of the bigger divisions. I think it might have been 23 teams or something like it's one of the bigger divisions, 16s boys. I think to sort of be up for the whole 3 days is not really practical. So you're going to go up and down.
Yeah, you have those lulls.
Yeah.
So it's a good game. I can't pick this one yet.
No, this is a tough one to line up. Which way this will go.
Come on, Mike. Surely you've got a spreadsheet there somewhere that says who's going to be the winner.
Oh, geez. Based on what we saw in the semi-final, I'm not going to bite that one, Jason. I'm not going to bite that.
Loves the spreadsheet, Mike. Colour-coded.
What we saw in the semi-final, I'm going to tip West, but by a fingernail as we get underway for the second half of this under 16 boys grand final.
Who are you tipping, Jace? We know who I'm tipping.
You can't leave me hanging there, Jason. Come on, you've got to put it out there.
I think can I be cheeky and do it if?
No,
I think
no.
I think if West get loud and pick the energy up, they'll win. If they don't, Sharks will win because I think Sharks have got a bit more
on the line
structure about them.
On the line, which way's it going? Intercept. Magpies are away over the 10.
No, it's a penalty to Sharks.
They've called it back.
I think he was home there if it was all free. My son Billy Rose was giving chase, but he had a bit of a head start on him. Get out of jail free there for the Sharks.
Okay, put it on the line, Jason. Who wins?
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Got to make a call.
3 seconds.
Magpies, okay.
And Jason Sandon's just gone rolling off the back of the commentary box.
It's all good
Here
fun.
we
Now
go.
they're in. The Sharks are in.
You owe me that one. As soon as I said Magpies, the
Yeah,
Sharks
commentator's curse.
scored. A great try.
Just confirm that was Billy Rose.
No, that was Oliver Lester scored
Oliver
on that
Lester.
occasion.
Okay, Lester gets in.
Tui to Lester.
That was very, very clever. Almost like, I'd almost say unexpected. I didn't expect Sharks to be cutting back like
No.
that. That was excellent.
Very good play there. We have seen that a fair few times this morning with those two players, and it's worked very successfully. And just how quickly the game can change. West were down for an intercept. We're going to run the length, and yet now it's 3-0 to the Sharks. Let's see how West responds here.
So
Should be strong. Sorry, Mike. I particularly like how quick Leicester got down, like getting under the defence. That was very sharp.
this might spark the Magpies into attack. Sinker ball wide.
Oh,
Got
here
it
we
back
go.
on the inside. That was beautiful football. Ducador gets it down. 3-2. Sharks lead. Magpies strike back.
Great play by the winger there for West.
Yeah, the inside ball. And that, to me, that try again, that's similar to the Sharks one. That's a bit unexpected, Sharks. Sharks can handle that in their defence, and I think probably maybe a lapse in concentration after their try because I think they've been so solid with the defence throughout the tournament.
Yeah, you really want to make that stop after you've scored. But in this format of 3-2, Sharks have still got their noses in front.
We had a thrilling semi-final with the Magpies. Can they reproduce the goods? They led on that occasion. They had to score to win it. Can they do it again in the big one? The trophy's on the line this time around. Sharks on the back on the inside. Touch
Great
was
touch.
made. Max Fife diving for the line. Great touch on the line. 7 metres out.
Yeah, sharp play there. I think that's Logan Tui. He looks really sharp.
He's been very impressive. Step through the line. It'll be a turnover. Touch was made.
Another good touch there. That was Joseph on that occasion for the Western Suburbs team. They need to get to their box here, West. But the Cronulla Sharks are pressing forward, trying to keep them in their own half.
3 minutes gone, second half. 2 tries, one
There's
apiece.
the error they
They
needed.
got the result.
There's
And
an-
that's something that the coaches really like, whether we might be called pressing or shooting, or the whole idea is to get up and not roll. And Sharks got the result there.
Yeah, it was big effort. And when you're tired, it's hard to put those efforts in, but they did a really good job on that occasion.
Sharks hold a 1 point lead. We've got 8 minutes remaining in the grand final. 3-2 the scoreline. Sharks over Magpies. Mike Sheen, Jason Stanton, Gab Rose with you from Jubilee Park in Wagga. This is the first of our grand finals. We'll finish with the 2 co-main events. The 18 girls and the 18 boys from 1 p.m. today. Stay with us on Bar TV and through the social media channels. Hope you're enjoying the coverage out of Wagga as we bring you all the Southern Junior State Cup action. An error there, not
Great
played
defence
straight.
there by West. That whole set of 6, they were like a brick wall.
That might give the Magpies the chance they were looking for to get to the box. But the Sharks' defence has again been up in their face. They get 3 and 4 on this time. Now they roll to the box nicely. West's much better from the Magpies over the halfway line.
Got a 7 on, I think.
That's going to be a penalty.
Or
Too
maybe
many
a
men.
forward pass. No, 7 on.
Too many on the field. Too many men.
Frustrating penalty over there for the West box, I'm sure.
Yeah, so Cronulla's had a couple early turnovers from West to get the ball, so they've got to capitalise that and try and turn that into a score here if they can.
Yeah, they definitely need to try and get an advantage here. They've had all the run of play this second half. Got a lucky pass away there.
Yeah, Cooper Penman shoveled it away nanoseconds before he was touched and would have been a turnover to the Magpies. Now Tui directing traffic. Bit too young to be on Tarrant Point Road, but he's certainly directing traffic. Goes short side, they go to the right. of the West defence. The touch was made. Back to
Nice
the 7
work
they
there
come.
by Luke Jenkins.
Back to the right-hand side. Tui.
Oh,
That's
he's straight through.
beautiful.
No,
But
he's
no, they're going to
claimed
say
the touch.
turnover.
Christian Azzi.
That was two of the champions coming together there. Tui
dummy
and
half.
Azzy.
He got
Sharks.
one back on him there. The game has definitely increased its intensity this second half, and we're about halfway through.
This is
5:40.
like third set, Mike. Third
Yeah.
set for the Sharkies. They've got to get a score, I think.
Yeah, third set, 4-all, 30-all if you don't mind. Tui will play it on the 7.
So these are those swings I think you spoke about earlier, Gab, where Sharks have really got to get the score here and they win the grand final right on this set. If they don't, then all of a sudden it could swing back.
Yeah, that's right. Agree. There's a turning point in this set of 6.
Tui
Another set.
knocked
They'll be
down.
coming their way right now. Number 9 there from West.
Jared
Jared.
Kanan.
Stuck the big hand out to prevent a try.
I really like that play, but that sweeping to one side coming back, I really like that. I think they had West on toast there if the ball could have got through.
Yeah, they'll be trying to condition them here with a few different plays and then run their trick play as an option at the end of the set. But defence from West, to their credit, though, we get another penalty here.
That was for
They're
offside.
sustaining good pressure at this point, but we'll see how long they can do that for. I don't think they moved up off the line on that
No,
occasion.
that was Jared Kanan on that occasion. I could see the referee talking to him, telling him to move up in the line, and the referee wasn't happy with what he was doing. Now they go left-hand side.
That's a try, I think. He's going to rule the try.
Yes, they're going to say all
Young
fair.
Luke Jenkins.
All fair for the Sharks. They go out to a 5-2 lead.
And that played out perfectly for the Sharks, and nice patience showed by the Sharks there to just keep controlling the ball, keep sustained pressure on the Magpies, and they got the result.
Yeah, they haven't made many errors this half, the Sharks, but yeah, great dive there by another of their underage players in Luke Jenkins, who's got a great turn of speed as well and showed his diving skills on that occasion.
So we see the Sharks on the defensive now. Cronulla having to defend. West on the attack. Nice dive. The touch was made.
I'm not sure if he's called him onside, has he?
No, he's called him on. I was just crunching my face up because to me it's just happening so fast, and sometimes the players are a step over the line, a step back, and it's going so quick, and putting pressure on both defensive lines. That could have gone either way. That one.
That could have gone either way. It was good recovery by Oliver Lester, and they're starting to get a little bit frustrated there.
It's perfect.
West,
This is what
which
Sharks
is exactly
want.
what the Sharks will be looking for, and it's winding the clock down.
Exactly, and this is where the first score being worth 3 is something a little bit of a different dynamic. So West are going to have to score twice now to
That's
win
right.
the game. So Sharks, this is from this point, it's all about being calm, controlling the ball, and making sure West start every set from their own try line.
Yeah, and on the other side of the coin, West are going to have to try and come up, get an error out of the Sharks to give themselves some time on the line.
Caden Kanan was the man who drew
They're
the
just
ire of
following
the
their
crowd.
processes perfectly at the Sharks.
Now they're on the attack here. Sharks once again. Weaver in the 99. That's a long ball going his way. The touch was made, so it'll be a turnover to Wests.
Good defence there. I think it was number 60 in Luke
Abu Zaid.
Abazid.
He's got the ball right now. They go to the outside,
Good
finding
touch by Weaver. Jarvis Weaver. That's
Amu-
Billy Rose.
Amadeo. Now Wests down that eastern touch line. Back on the open side left, Jared Kanan
This is
finds
a better set for West.
Yeah, I think-
Ducador.
Yeah, I was going to mention. I think like West probably are not. We're not seeing the performance that we saw in the semi, but I think that's because Sharks are actually controlling the game, controlling the tempo. So it's one thing to say, well, how come West are not upbeat and energetic? Well, Sharks are controlling the ball.
Yeah,
they're clean.
they're not giving him anything, are they? It's mistake free at the moment. I don't want to give a commentator's curse, but they've got a penalty here, and it's a forced sub, which is going to make matters worse. That was his second hard touch.
Second hard touch. Well, the first one was actually for throwing the ball back to
Correct.
the player a little too forcefully, and then a hard touch. So 2 in quick succession for Caden Kanan. He goes to the sideline.
This is turning out to win this, and this is turning out to be a really, really big sort of accolade for the club. 16 boys. That's one of the prime divisions.
Here's a chance for them. The touch
Yeah,
was
another
made.
good dive, but a great touch there on that occasion by Michael Bustani.
Got there just in the nick of time, Bustani. That's a good piece of play on Elijah Cooper. Now Wests Can they go back to the open side?
They need a miracle try here in this set of 6, I think, West, to try and claw their way back in.
Well, they've got Christian Azzi. Can he spark something? He's got the ball. Not at the moment. That's Bustani taking it forward. Now it's Azzi over the 10-metre line. Draws the contact. Bustani. Now, do they want Azzi? No, they're going to go to Jared Canaan. Azzi with a long ball over the top. But
My heart's pumping here as a proud mother and auntie of my own son and 2 nephews in this team with 45 seconds to go.
It's amazing. We've had lots of references, if you can just quickly unpack it a bit for us, about touch being such a great sport from a family point of view, like brothers and sisters, mums and dads, former players, everyone getting involved. So in this Sharks setup, we often talk about West as being a family club. Well, this team's very much family as well.
Very much family. 25 seconds to go, and I know my own mum, Nana June, will be at home watching. She's had 10 grandkids playing this weekend, 3 in this final, and she'll be sitting at home extremely proud right at this point.
the touch was made.
With 15
turnover.
seconds to go and probably a penalty for giving the ball away here. Sharks have just got to hold it for a couple more touches.
Yeah, so we've got the countdown from the crowd here. The Sharks rise into greatness here in the stadium.
That will be it. The final play will come. There's the siren in the background. The referee says we'll take the touch. We'll make the play to make it all official. The World Cup heads to the Shire. Sharks are premiers in 16 boys. A 5-2 victory over Wests.
Look at this. I know you can't see it on your screen. There's an absolute sea of blue in the grandstand. The black, white and blue. Top of the tree, and Gab Rose there next to me. She's got a smile
Like
from
a
ear to ear like a split watermelon.
That's
I'm
it.
not often lost for words, but on this occasion I am. I'm very proud of our club. It's a great family club, and all the boys and the coaches and every one of those boys in that team have put in a great effort. So congratulations to them all.
The next game is the under-14 girls grand final, Balmain and Hills. Grand final day continues from Jubilee Park in Wagga. It's the under-14 girls decider, the Taylor Cup between Balmain and Hills. Mike Sheen and Jason Stanton with you for this under-14 girls decider. Both these teams have worked their way into the big game this weekend. Looking forward to this one, Jason. Should be another cracking grand final. The first one wasn't too bad. If that's the entree, bring on mains later this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got a couple real crackers coming up here. Have we got? Are they rolling through? Is it 14s, 16s, 18s? I think. Have we got three GFs in a row here?
4. We've actually got 5. We have the
And the
16
girls,
boys, 14 girls, 16 girls, 18 girls, 18 boys are the co-main event, at least according to me. They're the co-main event, the 14,
Yeah, so
the 18s.
hopefully you got a nice cold drink wherever you are, and you're about to see pretty much the best of the best here. 14s girls, followed by 16s and 18s girls.
Next couple of hours will be some high-quality touch football from here at Jubilee Park. We'll bring you all the action through Bar TV and the New South Wales Touch social media channels. Balmain in the traditional black and gold, Hills in the maroon and gold. Just waiting for the all clear from control to get us underway.
One of the things to look out for here, Mike, we've been talking about it for for the last couple days of play is the with the female footy, the level of skill continues to amaze. The width of pass, the speed of play, whether they're running the little quick release plays or the wrapping plays, sweepers, bump and runs. They've got the full repertoire of plays at this level, and it's going to be exciting to see this one play out between the Balmain Tigers and the Hills. What's their mascot? That's escaped me for a second.
The Hornets.
Hills Hornets, okay.
There's the siren. We're underway for the under-14 girls. The Taylor Cup goes on the line. Balmain and Hills doing battle in the second of our grand finals today. See if we can rustle up some team lists for you as we continue through grand final day. There's an early
what
score.
A pass to start the grand final.
There's an early score to Hills.
But the referee's called it forward, which is a real shame because it was such a well-executed play from the Hills. It was a quick release play in the middle of the field and a beautiful long ball to the winger. But unfortunately for the Hills and fortunate for the Tigers, it was called forward, and we don't get a score to start it off.
No, we're back at, we're still at 0-0 in this under-14 girls grand final. We've only had it 60 seconds or so in the first half. As we see Balmain trying to counter-attack, but they get 6 more here. The crowd wanted 6 more. The referee agreed. 6 more was the call.
Yeah, lots of noise coming from behind us. The grandstand quickly changed colour from from black and blue to black and orange,
yes,
as the Balmain faithful come charging in full of voice. And they want to see the Tigers raising the cup this afternoon, Mike.
We know the Balmain boys don't cry, but will the girls be celebrating with tears of joy in half an hour? We'll find out. They've got a chance on the left-hand side. Touch was made at the key moment. So it'll be turnover to a forward pass, so Hills get the penalty on the 7-metre line. We've had just over 90 seconds first half. So the Hornets looking to come to the outside.
I didn't think the Balmain side looked that strong early in the tournament, Mike, but they've really developed and progressed, and they continue to raise their level throughout the event. And now that they're here in the final, and you know, every chance to be the best team here at the titles.
Yeah, the 16 boys will see the Sharks head to the state titles in a fortnight. The State Cup final, the ball goes to ground there from Hills on the attack. The Hills 16 boys can book their ticket to Tempe in a fortnight. Will it be Balmain or Hills booking their ticket for the under-14 girls Southern Conference title? Of course, next weekend, off to Dubbo for the Northern Conference finals. We'll have all that action on Bar TV Sports and, of course, through social media. Great to have your company from Jubilee Park in Wagga today. 4 more games to go if I've got my maths right. We've got 2.5 hours of action to come. Ball to the outside, goes to ground.
Yeah, so we've got our Northern and our Southern Conference finals. We've got the State Cup split in 2, and then the 2 winners converge on Sydney 2 weeks from now.
That's right.
And
best of 3 series.
Best of 3, yeah. So that's exciting format to see which team's going to be number 1 in the state.
They can genuinely claim to be the best touch football team in their age group in New South Wales. As we see a turnover from Hills there, Balmain on halfway. 8 minutes remaining first half. No score in the grand final. Mind you, we had a long time without score in the previous game, the under-16 boys. So we're working our way towards the big games, the 18 boys and girls. The girls at 1 o'clock, the boys at 1:30.
Yeah, Hills defence looking very strong there. They do have quite a compressed line though, Mike. So I think if on the Balmain side they might be looking for a bit of width of play, maybe some long balls to get around this tight Hills line. On the other side, I think with Hills attack, they look quite strong. They look quite strong when they're sort of more going down the middle, forcing the Balmain defence to collapse on them. So
I can tell you,
interesting.
Balmain lucky to get through. They won 5-4 over Wagga in the semi-final. Hills 7-2 winners over the Sharks in their semi-final. And the next game coming up after this at 12:30 will be the Tui Cup, the under-16 girls between Orange and Hills. Have we got a score in the corner this time? Referee says yes, it's all clear. It's all clear.
I think it might be forward, Mike.
I thought I saw the all clear signal there. Penalty, forward pass. So it's going to be...
Those ones are really close. I think they definitely, both those tries from Hills on the bottom of your screen, I think they're both probably in that 50-50 bucket where it could easily have been 2 scores to 0, but instead 0-0.
We're still at Donuts, 6 1/4 minutes to half time in the under-14 girls grand final. Balmain on the counter-attack. Good run up towards the 10-metre line. Directing traffic now. Which way do they want to go? They'll go to the right-hand side. They've found some space. Almost getting through the line, but the turnover comes on the last. I think the cavalry's just arrived for us, Jason.
And we see this often in the grand finals, Mike, where, like, if you look at the Balmain side, they're just absorbing the pressure, hanging on. And Hills have got to stay composed. Otherwise, Balmain could swing momentum back.
They certainly could. I think we need to get the attention of downstairs to get those. Meanwhile, Hills on the attack just outside the 7. The touch was made, but again it's gone forward. So it'll be Balmain ball on the 7. No score in the grand final so far. Balmain on the attack, coming towards halfway. It's a good run up towards the Hills 10-metre line. It'll be Hills ball now, just their own side of the 10-metre line.
Tony, good.
As we see the Hills Hornets. The Hills Hornets on the attack. So we finally got the teams for this game, so we can bring you the player names and details. So Hills, the home team, on the attack. The ball on the bounce out wide. Balmain holding on. So no score, 4 minutes remaining first half. Crowd growing here at Jubilee Park. Okay, yep. So up next, the under-16 girls. We've got the 14 girls right now. Hills Hornets back in action on the second last game for the girls, the under-16s. Taking on the Orange Thunder. It should be a fascinating matchup. After this at 12:30, now the Balmain side to the right-hand side. Ended up with Sophia Rout. And over the turnover comes. Now it's Gabriela Fernandez in the 7. They'll go short side right for Shah Wakely. Now it's Jessie Stairmand trying to step away through the line. Wakely into dummy half, finds the diminutive Bethany Wilson in the number 2. She'll cut back to the right. I'll go to her. Let's come off a Balmain hand, so that'll be 6 more.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen the. You might have it there, Mike. The matchup for the 18s, but I noticed Hills girls featuring in the 14s and 16s. It's a very strong female program out there, and they'll be looking to try and win this conference, so they can go through and maybe match up against some of their arch rivals. They're the Renegades or the Manly Sea Eagles. Manly and Renegades are in the Northern Conference.
No, it looks like it's East and Canberra Brindy in the 18 girls. So Hills have been knocked out in the semis. I think Canberra Brindy might have knocked them off. I think I saw 7-6. Yeah, 7-6. And we won't see a home team.
Balmain hanging on here, Mike. Hanging on. Hills just Hills come in this game favourites and they're expected to get on top. But Balmain are just they're finding a way. They're scrapping. They're finding a way to hold him out.
The famous Tiger Spirit from Leichhardt. I'm not sure if Laurie Nichols is in the neighbourhood today. There's a try in the grand final to Hills. It's going to be given, I think it was Charles Wakely getting it down. So
And
Hills go up first in the grand final, 3-0. Minute 50 to the break.
finally, Balmain almost got there. They seemed like they were hanging on for an eternity, getting within a couple minutes of half time, just hanging on, but eventually the sheer weight of possession resulted in Hills getting that elusive try, and they go up 3-0 here in the 14s girls grand final.
So Balmain, the task in front of them, 85 seconds to the break. As we see the Tigers now, that's Julia Meeker in the 80. Number 9's Kiara Stanley. Yes, the all clear's given Kiara Stanley in the grand final. A grand final try. The Balmain fans go up at Jubilee Park.
Kiara Stanley, that was a very well executed play. The player that dumped the ball actually spread wider, and Stanley came straight through the hole, and showed a good show and go, dummy in, and over for the try.
So 3-2, Hills lead Balmain in the grand final. 40 seconds remaining, first half. The grandstand almost at capacity. The northern hill, the western hill in the northern corner. He's chock-a-block under the big gum tree. The dive! No, touch was made.
Yeah, great touch there from Kiara Stanley as well, I think, the number 9.
She scored the try to get Balmain on the board. Now it's Bethany Wilson. Wakely gets the wrap around, beats the player in the corner. It'll be another one for the Hornets. Tamika Withers gets it down. 5-2 to the Hornets on the stroke of half-time.
And that's the siren going off. That's going to hurt the Tigers. Tamika Withers in the corner with an absolute superb finish. A full-length dive.
And went from about 2 metres away as well. That was a big effort to get over in the corner. She's had about 4 or 5 cracks at it, Withers. Finally got one over.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a coach killer, that one right on the stroke of half-time. Balmain almost appeared to wrestle back momentum and somehow be in the contest. But that try will make Hills feel a little bit more comfortable with the situation here.
So Hills with their noses in front, 5-2 at the break. But 2 scores in it. Certainly not a lot given between these two teams. The Hills coaching staff having a chat on the western side. They've got the near side box for use. Balmain on the far side. Hills being the home team in the grand final.
Yeah, Hills definitely a polished outfit. They're put together by Kirsty Wakely. She's another one of the, like the touch royalty, been around for a while, won at a whole range of levels, and proven to be a very strong coach as well. On the other side, we've got the Balmain team, pretty much up and comers. Like surprising most of the competition. They've been put together by Andrew Phillips and Sophie Godbrand. So, shout out to the coaching staff putting together some great programs here.
Big draw from the Hornets as they break for the second half. Siren about to sound for the second half here at Jubilee Park. Only 3 more games to go rather. 3 more games after this. About an hour and 3/4 of football remaining for the 2023 Southern Conference Junior State Cup. It's been a whirlwind 3 days. We come down to the business end. This one is the, I'll get it right in a moment. This is the Taylor Cup. Get it right. The Taylor Cup. Balmain looking to snatch it back. Did they get it down? I think they did. No,
touch was made out there. You almost get the feeling that the Balmain Tigers have to score first in this second half. to give myself a chance. If Hills can get on the board first, it'll be a big mountain to climb for the Tigers to get back into it.
Certainly will be a tough task if they can do it as they roll upfield. There's a forceful push. A penalty goes to the Hornets. Balmain fans not too happy with that call. Thought it was a little bit marginal, but the referee on the spot.
Yeah, a lot of support sprinkled around the ground for Hills and Tigers, but definitely most of the grandstand behind us is Tigers faithful.
Yes, a lot of Tigers fans on the grandstand on the western side. Ball goes to ground. Balmain ball. Can they do something with it here, the Tigers? So it's Hills by 3. Running left to right as we look at it. Balmain in the black and gold, the traditional Balmain black and gold. As we see
that's McAllister and Meeker out there, and the try scorer Stanley. Definitely she looks dangerous with the ball. It'd be good to see her having another go at him and see if she can get one back.
Now it's with Edie Scott in the 21. She'll fire it off to the right-hand side. There's Meeker once again. Touch was made. Heavy contact. Referee says turnover. Balmain wanted a penalty. Balmain fans screaming for a penalty, not getting it. 9.5 to go.
It was nice to see the Tigers fans giving a bit of encouragement to the referee, maybe reminding them that they want a penalty as well. Yeah.
2 teams on the field, sir.
Yeah.
Don't forget the team in the black and gold. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
very polite, of course.
I must say the touch football fans are super polite. Good chance for Hills down the sideline here.
Good touch on Jordan White. That's the last. They'll play it short of the 7. They'll come back to midfield. The wrap around there finds Tegan Nicholas. Long ball out wide. Might have been marginal. Referee says play on. Touch was finally made there on Tamika Withers.
Yeah,
she'll play it on the 7.
Gee, she showed some good evasion there, eh? Left and right, off the left, the right footstep. She was weaving, and Balmain did well to hold her out. Withers could have easily put that down for a third try.
As we see Balmain rolling towards their box, making some subs on the eastern side. Great crowd here at Jubilee Park. I'd say we're probably nudging 1,000 here in, well, certainly well over 500. A lot of them in the black and gold this afternoon, but just as many in the maroon and gold of Hills. The club champions for 2022, can they retain their title?
Yeah, Hills are up 5-2, 2 scores to 1 on the scoreboard, but you just sort of get the feeling that the scoring's not done in this game. Hills will be looking to score next to take the grand final, but if they're not able to put Balmain away, the Tigers definitely have shown they've got enough in them to come back at Hills here.
The Hornets on the attack once again. That's Bethany Wilson. The diminutive number 2 fires it right-hand side. Found Shah Wakely. The tag was made. Balmain get possession. So they'll play it now. Midway between the 7 and the 10. Western side of the ground. They'll roll back open right towards their box. That's Magella Murphy taking a run.
That's a strong run for Murphy. At least 20 or so metres there she's picked up for her team. Great run.
Chloe Quinn on the next run takes it forward. Now the one after. That looked like Edie Scott going for a run. Now it's Amali Brown in the 10. Up towards the 7, last play. Arm goes up. They'll spin it to the right-hand side. The touch was made when it was needed, though.
Yeah, better set there from the Tigers. And there's still 6 or 7 minutes left in this one, so there's still plenty of footy left.
There's a long way to go.
Oh, good pressure there from LaRue.
The ball goes to ground. So it'll be a Balmain ball.
Yeah, Kate LaRue's forced a turnover, and with Valentini they can do something here. They're all offside.
Balmain screaming for a penalty, urging their players on.
There's lots of noise there from the crowd.
The Balmain faithful are up in arms. It's like we're back at Leichhardt on the hill.
Yeah, it wasn't so much the penalty there. I was trying to encourage the Balmain player to run at him, because I think there's a good chance for a play-through try.
Amali Brown has it now for the Tigers. 5-2 they trail. Balmain urging them forward.
We've got Brown and Phillips trying to see what they can put together here.
Brown,
over the top of the
ball
wing. It's head. Oh!
They want 6 more. They get 6 more. The Balmain, I was going to say the bench, it's the supporters off to our left, baying for blood.
Yeah, once again, a nice reminder from the Tigers fans, letting the referees know it was 6 again.
As we see the Tigers on the attack, it's LaRue playing it. Chloe Phillips now. Brown takes the touch. A little bit flat here, a little bit static, the Tigers in attack. Not a lot of offense coming from the Balmain side. That wasn't the best pass out of dummy half from Phillips there, but they get away with it. It'll be a play the ball on the 7 last play now. Brown fires it wide. They think they've got a chance out there, but they don't. Shut down Madison McCarthy out wide for the Tigers. Hills in the box corner where they want them. 5 minutes remaining. 5-2 Hills over Balmain. That's a good rushing play there from Balmain, forcing the error or forcing them back in defence. Attacking with their defence. A juggle there on the outside from Jessica Crooks for Hills. Keeping it alive on their own 10. They've got numbers to the right-hand side. The reinforcements come. The tag was made there by Katia Valenti.
Yeah, the Tigers continuing to press in defence, and while they're doing that, they're always giving themselves every chance to get back in this game.
So now it's Amali Brown for the Tigers once again. They'll work right side. Esther Romaniuk. Balmain fans thought there might have been a penalty. Brown again. Takes one more before she heads to the box. Back to the open side. Left-hand side for Balmain. That was a nice run there. Now coming back to the open side left. Mika directing traffic. That's Edie Scott. Short ball coming through was Millie McAllister.
Yeah, that's the same play they run in the first half for a try, so pretty clever to try it again.
They thought they'd catch the Hills snapping. This time they're awake to it. Mika, right side. They want that right side. The tag was made.
Suffocating defence from the Hills. They're strong. They've got the final siren within sight. The Hills only a few minutes away. They want to really, truly keep controlling the ball and maybe get one more try to ice this grand final.
3.5 to go. 5-2 Hills over Balmain. Hills in possession. That's Jason Stanton. I'm Mike Sheen. This is grand final day at the Junior State Cup from Wagga Wagga. Hope you're enjoying it. As we see the Hornets on the attack. The touch was made. Yes, turnover ball. Balmain happy with that call.
It's just this could almost be it for the Tigers because they're going to need 2 scores. They've got 3 minutes on the clock, so probably the next couple sets is where they're going to have to put their best foot forward and see if they can grab a try.
Now it's Kiara Stanley for the Tigers. McAllister into dummy half. Gives it off. That's Edie Scott playing it. They keep it going just as they were building the momentum nicely. The drive was going well. They've turned it over. 2:40 to go. It's only a 2-score game, 3 points in it. As the Tigers try to win the Taylor Cup Grand Final for 2023. Hills one hand on the trophy, you would say. They don't have 2 hands yet, but they've got one.
Yeah, Hills could have done enough here to win it, especially with the first score. But the Tigers have been very spirited against their more fancied opponents here today.
Hills on the attack, coming to the right-hand side, the open side of the field. Good touch there on Tegan Nicholas, turnover ball. What have we got? 2:05 coming down to the 2-minute warning in the grand final. It's all on the line. The Taylor Cup will be claimed in 2 minutes. Who will take it home? The Tigers have something to say about it. Mika, good run from her. Referee's going to say we've got a lost ball. There, Hills have it. 140 and counting. They're in front by 3. 2 scores to 1 would be enough in the grand final. That's a poor pass. Balmain need 2 in 90 seconds. Can they do it? The Tigers fans urging them on. One last push from the black and gold. Sophia Rout up the middle. Sophia Rout, great run. Forceful touch, penalty Balmain. Forceful touch, the penalty goes to the Tigers. The fans roar in the grandstand. Now it's Magella Murphy to the right-hand side on the 7. Chloe Quinn back to Rout. Rout trying to draw the defender in. Takes the touch on the 7. They go short quickly. The ball to ground. Hands on head from Quinn. She knows that was a costly one. Hills can almost taste it. They're almost there.
Yeah, there's a lot of applauding in the Hills, boxing around the ground. They know they've got it now.
They're almost home. 30 seconds to go in the grand final. 5-2 they lead it. Hills pushing for another one. Ruby Guinea gets it out wide. Charles Wakely, one of the try scorers, scored the one in the first half. Now they come back right-hand side, Millie King.
Yeah, this is
Wakely
very
and King
well
a little
deserved from the
1-2.
Hills. Hills have been the number one side throughout the last few days. You just mentioned Wakely there. She's been strong as well.
She's with the ball. The touch was made. It'll be a turnover. Balmain fans say go, but there's 3, 2, 1 to go. There's the hooter in the background. The Hills Hornets claim the Taylor Cup with a hard-fought 5-2 victory over the Balmain Tigers. Victory to the Hornets. Can they double up with the 16 girls next? They take on Orange.
Yeah, big congratulations and shout out to the Hills for their whole female program. They've been very dominant. That's a polished performance. Balmain, a spirited effort. They just kept going at Hills. They're more fancied opponents, but Hills were able to prevail in the end, and a much-deserved victory. And this sort of team that almost be thinking about the State Cup final in a couple of weeks' time. That's a sort of the class and expectation around the Hills female program. They're expecting success, and I noticed Kirsty Wakely, the Hills coach, was joined by her husband Manu in the box there, and doing some really strong things out there in the female pathway at Hills.
Up next, the under-16 girls grand final, Orange and Hills. Yeah, I'll take one. We might share the 18 boys.
Yeah,
Go
that's
3 wide.
That's what mate said.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm easy.
Yep.
Step me out of the pocket.
We'll go to Chase, go and grab the ball. No, you're right.
When,
Horse is getting a bit rough.
when we had no hooter in that
Yeah, I can see you were
semi-final of the West semi-final versus Penrith.
Oh, yeah.
It just was insane for an hour.
Oh, that was wild.
Yeah, and I was chasing the referees and shook my head.
3 left. 16 girls, 18 boys.
Cam, when you're done, can you come over to the stadium for us, mate, if you can? No worries, mate. Just when you're ready. You jumping in or out?
I might. I'll get you some.
And welcome back to the under 16s girls grand final between Orange Thunder and the Hills Hornets. Two clubs that have got good following, got Country versus City. I'm joined in commentary with Jason Stanton. How do you think this one will go, Jace?
Well, it'd be hard not to tip the Hills after seeing how well their girls teams have done over the weekend. They just polished off the 14s title, and the 16s would be looking to go for the double. There was quite a nice little entrance there.
Yeah, they had a nice
Big
tunnel
tunnel.
happening, and they're all off the field, and we're all ready to roll for the big dance. And we got Hills. Hornets will get the tap off underway. This is definitely a player to watch in the 23. Daisy, wrong side. Ellis, young Ellis there in the 23. And also the one in Jones. These two young girls will work together a lot. They've played women's open system for Hills as well. So a bit of experience from a young girl. And here is Ellis from half straight away. Finds a 21, and they're in the corner straight away with Matthews. Hills open on their first set of 6.
That was super well executed there from Hills. The sometimes referred to as a bit of a trail where the scooper goes through, taking on the line, and then the player that dumped the ball almost follows them.
Yep.
And that's often quite tricky to defend, and it caught Orange out on that occasion.
Yeah, I was taught that as a very young one. Where the hole is, where the dummy half goes through, that's where the hole will be for you to go through. So here we go, Orange try and hit back. This is Dixon with the ball. 88 is Thornhill. Thornhill gives back to Dixon. Dixon with the long ball out to the 22 in Banks, but just couldn't hold on to the ball. Here we have Hills working the ball from their own box corner. Plays direct on one. That's good touch. Just ran over the mark. And this is Ellis. Ellis with the ball. Here we have Hills bringing fresh legs on in the 2. Rangvani. And this is Ellis again. Dishes the ball back. Is down. Ellis scoops from half. She's through. She's opened them up. Straight down the middle. And here's... oh, wow. Ellis has carved him up through the middle. And that would be Hollis. All clear, Mr. Referee says. And we're going up 5-0 on the 3-2 scoreboard.
Yeah, and absolutely great drive there from the Hills team. Often we see the try at the end, or we see the good scoop, and we have to not forget that it was on the back of great team play and great drive to set the platform for that scoop. So well done, Hills.
Yes, well done to the young girls. And let's see if Orange can hit back here with a 3 in Cole. Young Ava Cole with the ball, and the 1 in Clark. Clark and 23, and Baringa is working well together here, and this will be Cole again. Looks to dish ball inside, but held on to it, and this is the last play. We'll see if they got a trick play on the last, and Cole with the ball. Goes out to Clark. Clark out to the wing, and they just kill it over the sideline, which isn't too bad. We'll see some defensive pressure coming here from the Orange Thunder.
Yeah, Orange, we've been noticing many of the Orange teams featuring in the quarters and semis and finals. Stoney, has that been something of recent where they've come strong, or have they been been strong in the juniors for some time now?
In the girls' system, they've been quite strong. They've had a good pathway. They've got some good coaches. But once again, 21 will come back to that. 21 is broken away, and Matthews opens them up. And wow, having the Hills Hornets started strong.
They're out of the blocks.
But yes,
out of the blocks. I think Orange are a bit shell-shocked.
Yes, we'll jump back to the Orange system. They've got some quality coaches in their pathways at the moment, and they're taking a lot from a state level and a national level back into the Orange affiliate.
And they're sharing the knowledge.
Yeah, their development program's been really good in the women's, and also their boys' system's really starting to come forward as well. So one of probably the stronger country affiliates. They've just moved down to the Suns region. They were with the Hunter Hornets, but with the new region split, they are now down with the Suns, and you can also see the progression that the Suns have come with Wagga and Orange combining. They're a real stronghold in the regionals now as well.
Yeah, I've noticed very big jumps from Wagga as well. That's a great long ball.
Dixon with the long ball out to the wing.
It's going to be close.
All clear, and Marsh has scored it in the corner. So Orange hit back.
That was a great try, and I'd like to see them probably do more of that. They need to we've been talking about a bit throughout the day, those plays were against the run of play where you might do a dump towards the middle, make it appear like you're going to go left, and then take back off to the right, the opposite way with a long ball to the winger, and that was very well executed there by Orange.
Yes, very well executed. And here we have the 5 in Bazzini. Bazina, sorry. Bazina. And Lemusu with the ball. This is Thomas from half. And good left to right pass there by the 13 in Hollis, but just couldn't find the target. So good defensive set there by Orange. They'll work off their own line for touch one, but we can see the press defence here from the Hills Hornets and good communication telling the defenders to push out and try the little trail play. Yep. Try the little trail play, but just the pressure.
Yeah, that was very good pressure there from Hills, and different teams will use different words as we come.
And here we have them down the sideline. The 10 in Hayne. Hayne scores in the corner, and they hit back straight away as just that defensive pressure. I don't count that on the try. I count that the defence.
Yeah, 100%, and that's where you come back to the team as a whole, or even larger to the female program and what you instill in the players, and that was really good pressure. I was just before the try, I was going to mention some teams might call it a blitz or a press or shooting.
Yep.
Pretty much as a defensive line, you can either wait for the attack to drive at you, or you can actually get up. And those things are all interchangeable type terms: shooting, pressing, all those sorts of things. So yeah, Hills did it very well.
And here we have Barrett, and here's a 3 on the sweep back into Barrett. Good defence there. Oh, we may have an injury.
Yeah, I think there might have been a knee or an ankle. Hopefully she's okay. But we sort of rolled into the next couple tries. But I think it was Matthews from Hills on that breakaway. I thought she was at top speed, Stoney, and then she had another 2 gears. That was exceptional speed shown by Matthews. So we'll just pause the game. I don't know whether we've... I don't think we stopped the clock in this situation. So... could have been a left, it would have been knee or an ankle. It was a well-executed play, but unfortunately she got a little bit tangled up there, so hope she's good. All right, let's see what Orange jumped the gun a little bit there. The referee will get him back and make sure everyone's set. So it's, I think it's 4 scores to 1 or 9-2. So Orange got a little bit of work to do, but Hills have definitely got out of the blocks quick here and really set the standard for this grand final.
Yes, thank you for covering me there, Jace. I was just making sure that medical was coming to the stadium for that young girl. But we've got the Hills Hornets coming off their own line. They're playing a direct set here in the 17, and that is Marchant. Here is the young girl, Ellis again. Play on's a call, but what a step. They've opened them up again. Oh, I just couldn't find that last pass, unluckily. But once again, Ellis. As soon as she's got the ball, you know something's going to happen.
And there's lots of rivalries, I think, starting to build in the female programs. I know up north, you probably talk about maybe the Renegades and the Sea Eagles, and down here we've got the Vipers and the Thunder. And who else would you add to that, Stoney?
Well, obviously the obvious one would be probably East Canterbury. That's one that comes to mind. Who else we got? Panthers, probably Hornsby in the men's system from a few years back. They were both powerhouses at the same time. But yeah, we always get the clashes, and they come through in the same age brackets. But looks like at the moment the Hills Hornets, they're a real stronghold of the South. But be interesting to see come state finals how many Hills Hornets may match up against the Manly Sea Eagles, who are a dominant force in New South Wales touch. Yeah,
big rivalry there. Can we squeeze in Port Macquarie?
Still in development.
What are they? Port Macquarie, what?
Makos now, so...
Makos?
We could go to Makos for the Sharks, but they've opened them up once again, and what ball skills by the young girls to finish it off in the corner, and they've taken an 11-2 lead.
Great finish, but again, as you said, Stoney, before this is coming from that defensive pressure, from the good drive. It's very good team play, not more so than a trick play or something on the end. This is good team play being shown here today.
Yeah, so 2 minutes 30 left to go before half time, and I think Orange Thunder, they really need to hit back hard here and keep themselves in the game. Here we have the 5 in Gibson driving the ball forward to the 88 in Thornhill. Thornhill and Gibson with the ball again. Split and dump, and steps back, gives it back to Thornhill, but ball was down, and good tight defence once again by the Hills Hornets.
Yeah, Orange have had a very strong weekend, and they've obviously come up against a classy outfit here, and it'll be going to be interesting after the break what they can come up with.
Yeah, that is true, but just there a 4 pass by the looks of it. Yeah, the referee looks like he's picked something up back over there. I was looking where the ball was, but they've gone
Going to go back, are they?
Yeah, got to go back another full.
Yeah, so you skipped over the Port Macquarie Mako. Is it mud crab, something else? Mudgy mud crab?
That's a mudgy. Probably the Port Macquarie Maxville.
How about Pirates? Port Macquarie Pirates. Can I change your logo on the fly here?
That's the rugby club up there, mate. You're into your rugby too much.
Can I change it? How about Port Macquarie Parrots? If you've got any good ideas, can you send them through? I think
it's only been changed to the Port Makos because it was the Port Sharks there for a while.
It was the Sharks, was it?
Yeah.
So it was the Port Macquarie Sharks.
Yeah, just that was after the rugby league team up there, but they've changed to the Makos because now we've got the Cronulla Sharks in touch. So here we have back to the game. Hills driving the ball forward. Once again, they're going very direct and away from their box, which is, I think, they've picked something up in the ruck again.
They've got 7, 8 on. How many can we have on the field at once?
Yeah, they've pulled something, a forward pass, and they got to count off. No, they got Sado. They've pulled another one off, so they got back to 6 on the field.
I think so. I'm not very good at maths, but you don't need to have a calculator work out. They had too many on then.
And Thornhill dishes the ball off to Dixon. The danger. I think that's a danger player for Orange. And here we have the one in. Clark gets a quickie play. Dishes it back into the 23, and Barriga back against the grain, and
I love it.
They've opened them up through the middle. That could be something they go back to later on in the game, but they needed to score there just before half time with 15 seconds to go on the clock.
Yeah, Thunder showing they've got a few tricks up their sleeves. Another trail. I love seeing that variety in attack. Not just lateral going around or not just driving forward, but changing the line and having a trail. That's very good from the Orange Thunder.
Yeah, very well. And here we go down the sideline again, but good cover defence there by the Orange Thunder. A big one in this halftime break. I'm interested to see. We've got 2 very talented coaches and national coaches in Mel Mitchell and also Joel Begnall. It'll be interesting to see what tips and strategies they give their team to go into the second half with. We'll take a short break and be back with you in a minute.
Pretty good performance from the referees too, as well. We haven't had to mention them much in the commentary, which shows that they're opening up the game. Good early calls, good positioning, and letting the allowing for a great entertaining match.
Yes, they have been good, and I had a little tip from a couple of the referees we were talking about before, the top 3. They've just been filling in, so they will not be on the 18s game like we said. So after your rankings, we got Mr. Calabria finishing number 1 from the weekend. From your point of view.
No, that's not my. That's the official Guzmani Gomez referee rankings. I'm not sure what New South Wales Touch do with the 1, 2, 3, but we're pretty clear at GYG how we set this up. We've got Calabria 1, Kim Skelly 2, Baggio 3. Baggio will be okay with that because he was ranked number 1 for like 48 years. So.
All right, so back to the game. We'll come back to that a little bit later. And once again, we've got the Orange Thunder tapping off here. Looking to hit straight back.
Yeah, a couple
Get
early
themselves-
scores. What do
yeah,
you think they
get
need?
themselves back into the game with Baringa with the ball. This is the one in Clark. Clark and Baringa. They did set up that last try, so they've gone back to that same play. And here's Clark again. Here it is, the short side quickie. Step back, the link's in. They've hit long ball out to the wing and just unfortunately couldn't find that long pass, but it was the same play, well constructed. So obviously Joel Begnell done a bit of his homework during half time.
Yeah, that was very well constructed play, and
Here's
this Orange are showing their class, aren't they?
Yes, they are, and here's a cheap turnover here for Orange. So once again, they got another chance. Here's Clark. Clark with the ball and Baringa again, once again. So Clark splits the opposite way this time. Clark goes short side, and the 4 gets a little bit of a push, but referee said that's fine, and Bryant plays the ball, gives it to Clark.
Yeah, really important for Orange to see if they can get a try. Whenever you're able to get a cheap turnover, you've got to make the more fancy teams pay.
Here we go. There she goes. She lines it up again and just couldn't balance herself up. I think that's the right idea. As soon as she steps back, the Hills defence is shutting down, but she couldn't balance herself up to rip that big long ball.
Yeah, sometimes the defence when they rush you or they get up in your face, it makes it hard to, because you need to pass the ball earlier than what you want to, and that's what puts you off balance.
Yeah, that is correct. And this is a 19 Lemusu driving the ball forward, made good ground there, and the 17 in Marchant Lemusu, and the 3 in Thomas. Thomas drives the ball, dishes the ball back to Lemusu. We've got a sweep coming here. Thomas from half. She's through. She's over. She's looking for open play. She's still running. They've left her alone, trying to find open players, but just couldn't find that last pass.
Yeah, it went to ground, but needless to say, that was a first-class scoop there. It's one of the most difficult things to teach is to, when you get the scoop and getting the in goal, then calm yourself, don't rush it, and try and look for an open player. And she did a great job there. Just a little bit unfortunate. Almost got the try.
Yes, it wasn't far off, and just couldn't find that last pass. But once again, we've got Orange working the ball through the middle and look to have a middle drive. They pop out. They throw the pop-out play. They're trying to get the ball down for Dixon, but the 9 goes short side. And this is Barrett. Passes the ball at Simmons. Just couldn't find open space. Once.
And this is this sort of tempo game is gonna suit Hills now. They're happy to flow up and down the field here for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Take the wind out of the sails out of this grand final, and it's going to be up to the Thunder. They've got to press the issue. They've got to get up. They've got to ask questions.
Yeah,
see if they can swing momentum back.
Very much got to add defensive pressure to this game. And here we have the 1 in Jones. Calling the plays here. Jones will go to half. We'll look for a strike dump. We could see something from Matthews out wide. And there it is. Out to Matthews. She's through. She's over. Matthews going to find the try line and she scores. I believe the ball is down. And that is it. That makes it 13-4 with 8 minutes to go to the Hills Hornets.
Was that Tia Matthews again? It's
yes, it was.
Express pace. You're not going to often pick up her for the touch from behind, are you?
No, she's got a lot of pace about her. She's a taller girl than a lot of the others on the field. Here we go, Orange. I think really need to strike here and then try and get a defensive set. Stop, and we have Clark with the ball. Finds the winger down the sideline, the 17 in Naden. Good cover defence there by the Hills girls. Here we have the ball dished off to Clark. Clark and Baringa again in the middle. Baringa splits. We've got a sweeper play coming around the open side. That is Martin with the ball.
Yeah, well contained from Hills. Great D.
Martin and Clark just throws the ball out just to kill it on the sideline again. But this is where we need to see that pressure that we're talking from. The defensive pressure. Here we have Hills working off their own line.
It wasn't that fantastic play up prior there with Hills. I think it was Jones. Jones
found the open space.
She's been fantastic all game.
She has been, and I'm just starting to really watch the Hills rucking set. It's a lot different to most other teams. They're actually sending 2 girls off early, and they're getting fresh legs on really quick. So something a little bit different from Mel Mitchell and the coaching staff from Hills. But here we go. Ellis through the middle, steps, finds that girl again.
Matthews.
And that is Matthews, and I think that could be a hat-trick, I think.
Yeah, she's not shy when it comes to scoring tries, Stoney.
No.
She knows her way to the line. And that driving you're talking about, I think it's when you were talking about the Hills team, when you send a couple of players off early, it's sort of like a bit of a measured gamble, because if the opposition doesn't shoot at you or you can get that first drive, then you get a big benefit.
Yes.
If the opposition get up in your face and you don't get a good roll on, then you don't have many players on the field to get the drive going. So it's something that the coaches will assess before the game, and no doubt Mel Mitchell there has assessed what's required, and she's come up with something different for the grand final.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And here we have the orange, and that is the 9 in Barrett with the ball. Barrett, I'd like to see them get Dixon in the link here involved. And Barrett, here we go. Dixon for a Rooster play. No, they run a chicken play. So it's on the out, and there's a trail back on the inside, but they try to construct it, and I'd like to see him get Dixon involved. I think she could be the weapon for Orange to try and make a comeback, and this is Ellis.
Yeah, we've seen, can't speak highly enough of the Hills program, seen the 14s dominate in the previous grand final, then adding that, or coupling that to this performance, we're seeing the obviously very strong program out there at Hills.
And here we have the 17 in March and trying to scoop through, but they come back to that rucking set. That's probably what you said just before, Jace. It's a bit of a risk and reward. If it pays off and you can make ground early, it can be good to have the fresh legs. But just there, they got a little bit stuck in their own half, and the Orange girls really pressed, and they really were scooping from halfway. So something to look at for the coaching staff, obviously, to review possibly if they do go on and win this game.
Yeah.
A little bit of heavy contact, but a bit of an accident.
Yeah, a bit of an accident there, I think. And that's what will happen. That's why this unique format is it's very intriguing. Like Mel Mitchell, hopefully they get the win today, and then she'll reassess what worked, what didn't work. She'll also watch the Bar TV live stream next week, no doubt.
Just mute it.
Yeah, and then she'll come up with the...
There's Clark, returns the ball to Baringa.
Yeah, she'll come up with the game plan for the final.
And here we go, Clark and Baringa working again together. These have been the two dominant players for the Orange Thunder, and that's Clark, gives it out to the link.
Oh, had the number there.
I'd like to see him go back to that open side quickie play with a step back. That's possibly something they could go back to try and get a couple of late tries in this game. But here we go again. Here's the rucking set. 2 off, and the 3 or 4 girls are going to drive the ball through the middle.
Here we have that 3-man drive you're talking, 3-player drive, and that's where, as you said, risk and reward. That's probably a good way to put it.
It's broke down. Jones had no half, but they get the ball away, and Jones finds a flow, and here comes Ellis flying on from the sideline, and Jones and Ellis. Ellis will go from half. She goes short side. She's opened them up once again, but they've called Baringa on, so we'll play the referee. And
is Ellis one of the players that made the women's this year? Like I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing today from Ellis.
I believe young Ellis and young Ava Jones, they both played the women's premier division for the Hills Hornets this year, or last year, should I say, at State Cup.
Yeah.
2 very young girls, but a lot of talent there. I saw them at the Aussie camp a couple of weeks back, so very talented young girls. Here we have Dixon. Dixon dishes the ball out. We've got Orange.
What a dummy, what a finish.
Oh, wow. We've got Simmons.
And that's well deserved. Deserved. They've had a great tournament.
They've tried hard.
Outclassed a bit today, but...
Yep, they've very much tried hard, and I think young Dixon's the one there that could have had the hot hand, and she showed a bit of a skill there. She's maybe one to watch in the next couple of years for the Orange Thunder, and I believe Joel Begnall and their coaching staff will possibly move on to the next age division with this group. But once again, we have the Hills Hornets. Here we have Matthews again.
Is that 4 for Matthews?
She's got some speed.
She's blinding with speed, Matthews. The thing with Ellis that I suppose jumps out a bit at me is that she's clearly very talented, but I think there's a lot more development. I think she's got 4 or 5 more levels of development in her. So that's
definitely
pretty scary. Definitely one to watch.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. And here we have the Orange Thunder driving the ball off, and this is Baringa again.
Yeah, it's great work by Hills.
Fresh legs on, yes.
Yeah.
They're pushing forward hard here. Orange Thunder running. Here's Dixon. Dixon from half. And this is the 9 in Barrett. Barrett comes out of half. Gives the ball out to the wing and just kills the ball out wide.
Many in the touch community might be aware of Brad Mitchell, which I think is Melissa Mitchell's better half. So maybe that's part of the game plan as well. Brad, you stayed home and,
Yes.
let me do the heavy lifting.
No, I did see him here somewhere. He's roaming around the fields, but
Oh, we'll give him a water bottle or something then.
maybe
Melissa's
the
doing a great job here.
The spray bottle for the girls, you reckon?
I think we've got to stamp Brad Mitchell's file with not required because the hills look amazing here and Melissa's doing a great job.
Yes, and there we have Thomas out of half again. She looks lethal out of dummy half. Once again, Orange working off their own line. And once again, just the Hills Hornets, just their press, they're just sending one up. I think Orange need to try and play a bit of eyes up on touch 2 and 3 to try and get behind the first line of defence. Here we have Baringa and Clark. Baringa and Clark through the middle with only 30 seconds to go on the clock. Clark out of half, steps, returns the ball, and it's a late pass, so good touch there by the 25 in Smith. And Smith taps the ball, drives the ball forward. They're going to play direct, straight through the middle they go. And the 6 into Marcivi. And this is Thomas. Thomas with the ball, dishes it back to Smith. And here's Thomas out of half. Jinx steps. Back down again for Smith. Just slows the ball down, and I think they'll call that's it. Hills Hornets. No, Thomas hasn't given up. Beats Baringa on the outside, and Thomas rubs a bit of salt into the wound, and she never gave up until the whistle had sounded, and Hills Hornets run out winners.
That's a great try. Hills putting an exclamation mark on this championship with a win try after the siren to seal the win, and can't speak highly enough for the standard of play we've seen. Orange definitely had a solid weekend and beat many of opponents that I think would be more fancied to get through to the final, but no match unfortunately for Hills today.
No, there was no match. I think that's a couple of teams that they'll fight these grand finals out, I believe, about 2 or 3 years ago. There was the same 2 teams battling it out in the 18s girls, and the Orange girls got the upper hand in that game, but Hills get the upper hand this year in the under 16 girls, and we'll be back very shortly with the under 18s girls grand final between Eastern Roosters and the Canberra Brindy girls.
When you're holding it like that, when you're doing the co-main event of the weekend, the under-18 girls grand final. It's the Rose Cup. Easts and Canberra Brindy. Mike Sheen with you, Jason Stanton about to rejoin me. My partner in crime and mismanagement for the weekend. He'll be back on deck in just a moment for the second last game of the weekend. The Roosters and Brindy in the 18 girls grand final. There's only one to come after this. I've dubbed them co-main events, the 18 girls and the 18 boys. This is the big one. The Rose Cup goes on the line right now. Easts and Canberra. Canberra in the red with the blue bar. Easts in the white with the red and blue V. So we're down to the second last game. I think I saw somewhere in the order of 650 games over the weekend. We are away in the girls' grand final, the 18s. Easts running left to right with first possession. As we see the Roosters on the attack early. Can they spark an early score here to give them the buffer of a 3-0 lead? That's Jessica McRae playing it. Now goes to Tynese Bowry. It'll be a turnover, Brindy ball on the 7-metre line. Now Brindy on the attack, coming out of their own end. Nice ball to the right-hand side, finding Imogen Vaya. Sophia Sykes, as they make the changes. Good touch there for Easts, shooting up into the fence. Jason Stanton with me for this one. Megan Scott back to Chloe Smith for Brindy. Scott out of dummy half, needs to find support. Couldn't find a support runner there. Crowd sounds like they're possibly on the Roosters' side.
Yeah, East would come into this one as favourites, I would think. They've had a very strong weekend, coached by Clay Sutton and Amanda Squawko. I think Canberra be looking for an upset here, Mike.
I would certainly think Canberra would be the outsiders in this one. As we see the Roosters on the attack, Elise Parsonage turns it over. Outside the 7, Brindy still getting an early touch. We've had 90 seconds in the grand final. Chance down the outside, Eden Morrissey got it away. I think that's Nielsen in the 8. They come back to the open side. Newton dancing through the line. That's the diminutive Lily Quigley, the number 1. Fires it out wide for Elise Simpson. She's got a pair of wheels on her. Have a look at those, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Brindy 3, East 0. Elise Simpson with the wheels.
Simpson has stunned this whole stadium. Most of us would be forgiven for thinking this is just going to be all the Roosters' way, but Simpson out of nothing down the sideline and a try for the Brindy girls.
We said she's got the pace and she just showed it on cue right there. Brindy 3, Roosters 0. Is there an upset on the cards in the 18 girls? Roosters have to score twice to get back in front. The 18 is Sophie Davis. That's who with the ball now. On the outside, they've got numbers out wide. Can they get there? I think they have. They have in the corner. Nice work for the Roosters. They're in. Back to 3-2. That was a nice run there. Ball down the left-hand side. And I think that was Alia Ibrahim getting over in the corner to make it 3-2 Brindy.
Yeah, immediate hit back there from the Roosters, and that's what classy teams do. They don't want to be down for too long and let the pressure build. And if you can get a quick hit back, that's a good one to settle things into the game. So the Roosters will be very happy with that.
So now it's Megan Scott for Brindy out of dummy half, giving it off to Eden Morrissey. Morrissey showing her pace. Penalty to the Brindy. Tap taken. Only one game to come after this, the 18 boys. David Stone will join us up here in the box for this one. Try to the Brindy. Try in the corner to the Brindy. It's been given, so it's 5-2 Brindy early.
Yeah, Brindy haven't read the form guide. Canberra are coming to this with high expectations, and they're not too worried about Roosters being one of the powerhouse clubs for female touch footy. So they're out. It's 5-2.
They haven't just ignored the form guide. They've seen it, ripped it up and thrown it in the bin. We don't want to know about it. The Roosters on the counter, approaching the 7. That was a nice run there from Ava Kuhn. Kuhn plays it. Louisa McMahon gets it back. That's her with the blonde hair. Goes short side. McMahon. No, the touch was made. Short of the line. Good defence there from the Brindy. Numbering off. They've got numbers to the left-hand side. Easts. If they go that way, they turn it back on the unders line. Good touch on Parsonage there. Brindy get away with it. Quigley finds Chloe Smith through midfield. Quigley, good hands again to the outside. They've got numbers here. Brindy, there's the flying Elise Simpson.
Ooh.
The cover touch was there.
It's a great save by the Roosters.
She was away again. She'd flown the lids and was off and racing. The cover was coming in the nick of time. This time they got there. Now it's Lani Hall keeping it alive to the outside. I think it's Holly Nelson with a try in the corner. Make it 7-2 Brindy. Well, the upset is on.
Yeah, Canberra, one of the things that Canberra's doing very well that the Roosters wouldn't have seen a lot of is Canberra's happy to shift the ball in midfield. They're happy to shift it on the drive, and that's really putting the Roosters team off balance. And Coach Sutton and Amanda, they're going to have to make an adjustment there because Canberra's really hurting them on the drive.
And I've noticed they're happy to go down either flank, not just one side. They're happy to go left and right wing. They're happy to go either way. There's Davis, one of the key players, touched on the 7. She'll play it now. Sophie Davis. Happy to direct traffic. Gives it a little 1-2 ball. Did she get it back? No. Yeah, Emma Judija.
I think the Roosters will be counting. Like, I know we're very early in the game, but I mean, they'd be really looking to get some sort of half time to change the momentum of this because it's definitely Canberra really enjoying it. You see the pass here. They're happy to move the ball while they're driving. This is a little bit different for the 18th division, and Roosters are going to have to adjust.
As we see Quigley fire a ball, looked rather flat. The referee said it was okay. Touches made just short of halfway. Quigley directing traffic. Newton. Quigley fires it left-hand side. They've got numbers once again. Touch was made there on Chloe Smith. Key moment there from the Roosters. Had to make the defensive play.
And this would be a bit of a challenge for the not only the Roosters, but I think also the coaching crew, because I don't think many times they'll be down 3 tries to 1 over the course of the weekend. So this will be something that's a little bit different for them. See how they respond.
Penalty to the Roosters here for a push in the ruck area. So they get the ball. 4.25 minutes remaining. They're down by 5. 2 points for every score after here for each team. So Roosters need 3 to get back in front. Here's a chance for them. Nice little step from Tynese Bowery. Plays it 5 metres short of the 7. That was a forward pass there. Looked like it might have been. The referee said it was.
Let's have a look at the drive here again from Canberra, something we've been talking about. Look at the width. They don't mind passing the ball around. It's not one-ups. So they don't mind moving it around. It's something a little bit different we've seen in the grand final. And it'll serve Canberra well if they can keep the ball control and keep doing it.
Through midfield, Lani Hall from half. Got the ball away. Touch was made lightning fast. Hall out of dummy half again. Ball to ground. Sophia Sykes making the run. Couldn't hold on that time.
Another strong set for Canberra. Roosters a little bit different here. There's a couple substitutions happening early in the set. So Canberra will be looking to shoot up and try and pressure them and make it difficult for them, as we're seeing right here.
Roosters just short of halfway. They roll to the left-hand side. Bit of a juggle there from Parsonage. Nearly got through the line, but the touch was made just in time. Back to the open side. Parsonage again. Out of dummy half, it's Ava Kuhn. Parsonage, touch made on the last. It'll be a turnover.
Again, we're seeing very strong refereeing here, Mike. I obviously not on the outside field, so I can't speak to that. But definitely the stadium games. This is one of the highest standards we've seen from our referees. So they should be really happy with their performances.
Well, as I've said, it's been the co-main event, so it's going to be down ball. Roosters get it just short of the Brindy 10. As I said, it's been an excellent weekend of refereeing from all concerned. They've done an outstanding job, and with the co-main event of the 18 girls grand final, you'd expect the referees would be at the top level, and they certainly aren't letting us down.
Yeah, they're doing really well. Just a little bit of context, I guess. I think that's Pikey out there in the middle. He may even have refereed beforehand, but I remember him refereeing the World Cup in 2003 in Japan. So he's been not only a high-performing referee, but high-performing over a long period of time.
Over a long period of time, 20-plus years. That's the last. Quigley out of dummy half, needs to get it away. Got it away on the bounce, though. Turnover. It'll be a penalty to the Roosters for a forward pass or a lost pass. But the ball goes to ground. 1:40 remaining first half.
I might have to go back and check the form guide because Canberra don't seem too worried about being on the big stage at all, Mike. They're comfortable here.
Don't bother getting the form guide. It's in the bin out the back.
Mate, this is
it's
their...
been shredded up.
Mate, they're acting like this is their home ground. They're really comfortable. Roosters are going to have to go the next level. Good scoop here.
The Black Opal race days in a couple of weeks' time down in Canberra, so they might be getting in early. The Roosters are in, are they? Yes, they're going to say that's a try.
Yeah, the awesome try by the Roosters. The Canberra defensive line got caught offside there, and that's something we haven't seen for the whole first half, is Roosters ramping up a higher intensity, a faster speed, a more direct drive, and Canberra couldn't get back onside quick enough. And maybe that's the correction that the Roosters have needed to get back in this game, a higher tempo drive.
Now we see Canberra on the counter-attack. Brodie Maguire keeping it alive. That's her with the ball. No, that's not her. That's Lani Hall. Penalty to Canberra, though. A penalty to the Roosters, rather. It's 7-4, 30 seconds remaining. The Roosters fans roaring for a penalty. Not getting it. The turnover comes. Hands on heads from the Roosters. Can they do something before the siren in 20 seconds? Brindy. Lani Hall takes it forward. She's been good. Dummy half, ball to Sykes, back to Hall. Sykes on the unders line, goes back to Hall. Sykes couldn't hold on to it. So we'll head to half-time with a 7-4 scoreline in favour of Brindy. The upset is on the cards. There's the hooter in the background for half-time. The ball goes to ground. Referee says, that will do us, ladies. Go and have a drink. Half-time in the under-18 girls grand final. It's 7-4. Canberra Brindy leads East Roosters.
Yeah, just having a quick look at their at their road to the finals. East were quite comfortable in their quarter-final against the Doggies to get through, and Canberra equally had a quite easy matchup when they played their hometown rivals there in the Magic. And then as they come through to the semi-finals, this is where things got a bit interesting because the Roosters just marched on with a win over the Wagga girls, but Canberra upset the more fancied Hills. Hills were looking to win 14s, 16s and 18s because they were favourites in all three divisions. They won the 14s earlier today, as you would have noticed if you're on the stream, and then they just won the 16s. But Canberra weren't too worried about not being the favourites for the semi. Got over the Hills, and then now in the final, where me included, we thought Roosters were going to have everything their way, but Canberra are showing that they're not too worried about rankings and form and for and against, and they're here to win, Mike.
They certainly are. They're here to win, and they want the trophy. They want the Rose Cup. Heading back to the capital tonight. Only one game to come after this. The under-18 boys, Parramatta and Hills. What a game that'll be from 1:30 to round out what's been an amazing weekend. And we should thank all our sponsors. ISC, the official apparel partner of New South Wales Touch. Budgie Smuggler. Can't see the van today from our vantage point. It's been visible Friday, Saturday. I'm sure they're here. Also, we have to thank Guzmani Gomez and our fourth sponsor, which
we've
is
got our merchandise partner as well, Hyperactive.
Hyperactive
They're always doing a
Merchandising.
great
That was
job.
the name I was trying to think of. Hyperactive Merchandising. I made a visit this morning and picked up some merch, including the cap. A couple of drink bottles to take back home. Might be shared around the tin lids tonight or tomorrow when I get back home.
Yeah, Hyperactive have been in the touch community for a long time. Always making great products, and
Yes.
we've been shouting out to GYG all day. Where we fell in love with Guzmani Gomez with
Well, you did.
our player gift
Here's
cards.
a chance to the outside for the Brindy early. Touch
Everyone
was
got a player
made.
gift card, Mike. So it wasn't just me that fell in love with him. I think a lot of the players were enjoying the burrito.
Or two, or three. Good charge there from Lani Hall for the Brindy. They get the penalty here.
Yeah.
Wholesale
2023.
changes.
That's the year that's mark it down when the touch community went Mexican.
They didn't go south of the border. They discovered Guzmani Gomez.
Here we go. So Canberra here, Mike. If they can get the first score, it's going to
Pretty well
really
game
make
over.
it difficult. Really going to make it difficult for the Roosters.
Was the touch made there? Yes. Late pass. Penalty Roosters. Minute and a quarter gone in the second. 7-4. Brindy leads it.
And what do you think about the Roosters with the way they scored that their second try with a really big drive-in set? Do you think they can? Do you think they can repeat that? Do you think they can bring that into the second half?
I think they certainly can. They're trying to do it right now. Junager with a great run. Left behind on the pickup. Referee says penalty Roosters for offside.
Big drive-in set from the Roosters. So clearly, Coach Sutton and Coach Squarco's picked up on that, and that they're going to try and make that the game plan for the second half by the looks of it.
Now Junager plays it on the 7. Back to Sophie Davis. Finds McMahon. McMahon for the line. Touch was made. McMahon protests. Protest dismissed. Placing stand. Told to take it across a couple of metres onto the mark. McMahon. Davis. Junager ran a dummy. Davis. Most dangerous player on the field's the one with the ball.
Yeah, that's correct. And we have been mentioning, I think, the last couple of games about how well East have been put together as a program with Coach Sutton and Amanda Squarco. But if you look on the other side with Canberra, coached by Elise Wilson, their sort of preparation would have to have been second to none, because they've come out here. Obviously, I put the commentator's curse on them with the drop ball, but in general, they've been getting up and down the field with ease.
Yeah. Quigley there making the error, I think it was, for the Brindy girls. That's her peeling back in the number 1 shirt. The 22 is Lucy Norburn. For the Roosters, they keep it alive. That's Tynese Bowery. Bowery goes herself, Tynese Bowery. Game back on here at Jubilee Park. 7-6.
A great example for any of the youngsters out there watching this game. Bowery with the ball in 2 hands. When the players got the ball in 2 hands, they can pass left, pass right. They've got options. They can dump. And on that occasion, she had the ball out in front, and the Canberra defence held off, and she was able to get the try.
Just a little conference between the referees before the restart of play. Not sure what that was about, but Brindy up by 1.
So it's only the first score that's the difference here.
Yes.
Canberra
Nice
continuing
hands.
to throw the ball around. They've got to stick with that game plan. That's what's worked for them. The difference we're seeing in the second half here, Mike, is that Roosters have picked up the tempo on the drive, and that's given them the try.
Nice shimmy there from Sophia Sykes for the Brindy. Hall finds Smith. Hall out of dummy half, needs support. Has to get it away, does get it away. It won't count though. Touch was made, late pass penalty to the Roosters.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame there for Hall, because she did really well to get the Roosters in trouble. Probably had the long pass on for the try, but it wasn't to work out on that occasion. The Roosters are going to keep running at them. I don't think Canberra's going to be able to protect this lead. I think they're going to need another try or two to win this, Mike.
I think you're right. I don't think 7-6 will be the final score. I think they'll need more points. Sophie Davis trying to ensure they need at least one more to secure the victory. But Brindy hold on in defence. Their defence has been outstanding this weekend. Their scramble on the line has been excellent. Quigley at first receiver. In fact, that's not her. That's Megan Scott. to the outside. They had the numbers there. I think that was Elise Simpson coming through, looking for some space. It was. They double back as they find some room here.
Yeah, the ball movement on the drive, Mike, in just been really comfortable to spread the ball like we're seeing on that occasion forward. But I'd like even including the young, the other divisions, the boys teams, 14s, 16s, 18s, pretty much the whole tournament. No one is driving with that width of play as good as this Canberra Brindisi team.
They've been very impressive as they roll forward now. Just as I say that, they'll get the ball back here, the Brindisi.
Yeah, I think that was Simpson forcing the error. She's having one hell of a game, Simpson, out on the wing there for Canberra.
She's on the right wing. She's having a blinder of a game this afternoon. Sarah Small out of dummy half now. Quigley, they've got Simpson on the outside. Quigley's going to go into dummy half. Now Small going left-hand side.
Yeah, you can see the Roosters charging up. They're trying to actively raise the tempo of this game.
Newton, Quigley through the hands. Morrissey, touch made.
Yeah, it was a late pass there. It was a 50-50. Canberra probably a little bit unlucky, but great scrambling by the Roosters. They're hoping for some big drives in these last 4 or 5 minutes. Try and finish over the top of Canberra.
Here's the Roosters on the attack now. Returning serve, Carmody in the cap in the 7. McRae in the 9. No, we've got an error. Crowd is very mixed here. A lot of Roosters, a lot of Brindisi supporters. The neutrals, I think, on the Brindisi bandwagon for this one. Not sure how they'll split the next one. Simpson nearly through the line.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there for McCarthy. There was some really good drive there. I'll probably get the surname wrong, but Emma Janija has been. I've really been liking her up pace, upbeat driving as well.
Yes, Junija's been very good. I'm not sure if that's how you say it. Apologies if we've got it wrong, Emma. We're doing our best here. These Lani Hall, they want 6 more. Yes, they get 6 more.
Ooh.
Late call.
Ooh, mark that down. If they're able to get the try to convert that 50-50 into points here, that could be a defining moment in this grand final. Roosters have got to be tough here.
Vaya. Smith back on the inside. Has support there. Long ball out wide for Simpson. She won't be able to put the Jets on from there. Sykes.
I think you need 2 defenders to mark Simpson. That speed is next level.
But she needs to be coming off the back fence from 10, 12 metres out. I don't think she's able to do it. They're going to go short side. Intercept. That's Louisa McMahon off and racing. She knows she doesn't have the speed. Over the top. Olivia Ward inside the 10. Tries to take on the cover. In fact, it's Tyneese Bowery. 3 1/4 to go.
Bowery's everywhere. I can't speak highly enough for how impressed I am with her game. Both ends of the field. Defence, attack, driving. Bowery's been a standout for the whole tournament.
Penalty to the Roosters. Might have been a touch harsh there, that call. Hands in the ruck was the call. And a forced sub as well. Sykes off. They have to make the change before they can get back to 6. So the Roosters with a 1-player advantage for the time being. The sub comes on. They're back to 6 on 6 on the line. The dive, the touch. Referee says no. Penalty for a late pass.
Yes.
The Canberra half celebrate that.
This is really set up for a big finish here because Roosters have come out with a different game plan. They refuse to go away, Mike.
They will not die. Have you ever known the Roosters to be beaten until it's over?
No, the red, white and Bluesters.
They know when they're...
And this could be right now where they take the grand final away from Canberra.
As we see another forced sub for Canberra. In fact, no, that's a second sub.
No, it's a sin bin now. So it's going to be 6 on 5 and Roosters, they've been tough for the whole game and now they finally get a chance to steal the grand final at the death.
McMahon, no, touch is made.
6 on 5 with a minute or so. It's been set up for the Roosters to finish it off here.
1:40 to go and counting. Brindisi by a point in the grand final. Trophies on the line. 1 to come after this. The touch was made. Back to the 7.
Oh,
The crowd can't look. The players can't look.
Surely Canberra can't hold him out again. Surely.
Well, let's see what they've got. Long ball to the outside. It was forwards. It was forwards.
No, Bowery came up with the right option. Bowery showed great poise and executed the long ball, but it wasn't to be.
Olivia Ward on the end of it, but the referee said it was forward. 65 seconds for Brindy. Can they hold on? We thought they needed another score. They might well need it.
Well, Roosters will get one more set at 6 on 5. So Canberra have got to have a really strong set here.
Simpson to the halfway. The cover comes. The touch was made. The touch was made back here by Norburn.
But it's killing the clock, Mike. It's killing the clock. Simpson needs to take her time. Canberra need to complete the set and make Roosters go length to length, coast to coast if they want to win this grand final.
They're holding on by a fingernail. Quigley takes the touch. Down to 30 seconds. This is a grandstand finish in the grand final. Ball goes to ground. Here's the chance for the Roosters. 20 seconds to go. Probably 2 plays in it. They're over the halfway line. Bodies on the deck everywhere.
Canberra still down to 5 of players down. Canberra down to 4. Roosters, I think the dummy half's been touched.
I think that's going to be a turnover, Brindy ball.
Oh, no.
It will be Brindy ball. They're going to hold on. The upset is complete. Canberra Brindy are premiers.
The touch world has been turned on its head as it appears that Canberra in this 18 girls division may be the champs.
That's it. It's full time. It's over. Canberra Brindy steals at 7-6. What a game. The co-main event lives up to its billing. Brindy steals it from Easts.
Canberra Brindy, if you're anything like me, you're coming to the weekend thinking, what's Brindy? What's this all about? You know who Canberra Brindy are now. They've got through 6 round games, a quarter-final, a semi-final against probably the number 1 ranked team in Hills. Then they've come into the final against the Roosters, down to 5 players. One of the 5 defenders actually fell on the ground, 6 on 4, and they held on.
Time beat them. They got home, the Brindy. The trophy heads to Canberra. Next, the co-main event, the 18 boys, Galea Cup, Hills and Parramatta.
Can the boys possibly live up to a high-quality game like we've just seen? I'm still a little bit trying to absorb what I just saw happen. 6 on 4. Just needed to get the ball through their hands to take the grand final, but Canberra said, no, you don't.
Okay. Okay. time for the co-main event, the final match of the weekend, the under-18 boys grand final. Hills take on Parramatta for the Galea Cup and the title of under-18 boys premiers. Jason Stanton with me, David Stone will join me in a moment. After what we've seen today, who knows what's going to happen in this one?
Well, I think after we just saw the 18s girls playing out quite clearly the match of the tournament, I think you can throw the form guides out the window when it comes to this clash. But we definitely have the two best men's teams in the tournament here. Parramatta's been impressive right throughout. Hills, a couple missteps along the way, but I think they had their eyes on the grand final for the majority of yesterday and this morning. I think they knew where they needed to get to, and now it's going to be Clash of the Titans, though.
Yeah, Clash of the Titans. We've got a couple of good young players here in Fahim for Hills, but also we've seen a couple of games on the live stream here from Parramatta, and Maroon, he's definitely one to watch, but also young Rawali. I think they've been saving him for this game, and I think this is the game he'll stand up.
We're away in the grand final. Hills in the maroon and gold, Parramatta in the blue and gold, running left to right on your screen. First up, Hills with possession, trying to work something to the outside. That's Angus Gobrin. Makes the touch made. Gobrin keeping it alive. Josh Curl to the outside, touch made on Jacob Fahim.
Yeah, good save there by Parra, because Hills had the number there, and one of the things that Hills are going to have to contend with today is the great defensive reads and outside pressure from the Parramatta wingers. Liam Bissett and Charlie Abituma, hopefully I got that name right. They were very strong earlier today, and saving tries.
Young Biss has been really good, and his older brother was in the state system last year at the State of Origin, so he's also coming through. Going to try and cement his own pathway into the state sides, I'm guessing, later on in life.
The one I'm looking forward to is on the bench at the moment, Prince Guyarn. He has got some serious talent about him, the number 25. Speaking of which, Daniel Takshi kept it alive for Christian Charbel Musa, but it's Hills ball on their own 7.
Yeah, there seems to be weapons right across the park. You mentioned Guyarn. We've got Luke Maroon, who's been absolutely tremendous for Parramatta. And on the other side, we've got Cade Majali's been strong. Joshua Curl. There's been lots to watch here.
Cade Majali with the ball now. He's with it, the 11. Majali trying to stutter step, sell some candy to the defence. Sold it beautifully. Touch was made. So Parramatta ball on the 7. That's VK Rawali to play it. Nothing in it so far. Nearly 2 minutes gone, first half, grand final, under-18 boys. Rawali to the outside, had a man there. Now it's Guyarn, this man that I think is a serious talent, backing up. Dane Grosvenor up the middle. There's Maroon. Guyarn got it, but the referee's blown a penalty.
Super scoop there from Maroon. It's almost, you can see the people in the stand. They just lean forward when Maroon gets the ball in his hand. A pass to the winger there, Bissett, would have resulted in the first try, but unfortunately didn't get it.
He's a very fluent player, and he's a link side punish play, but well defended there by the Hills boys. But yeah, Maroon, he's a very smooth runner out of half.
Grosvenor, Guyarn,
Rawali, Maroon. Where do you look when you're looking at this Parramatta team?
all over the park. Crowley, no.
Great touch by the 11.
Yeah, that's Majali. It's a great save there. Crowley almost got through. You mentioned that play, the punish, Stoney. I'll come back to that in a second and unpack it for the crew at home. But let's see, we've got Maroon on an early sweep here. The winger's on.
Long ball out wide. Bissett cleans up the opening try of the grand final to Parramatta.
That's an exceptional talent. On the sweep, go in the opposite direction and just steps back and bombs the ball out to the wing. And there's some exceptional talent there in Maroon. But yeah, you want to unpack the punish play like we're talking about?
Yeah, you mentioned punish. Pretty much what that is you'll have, say, the middle of the link will dump on the defensive link, if you can imagine that. And then rather than going away from that player, you want to be diving straight at his feet, the offside player, and he can't really get any help from the rest of it. So that's why it's called like a punish. You're trying to punish him for coming up and making the touch. So. But just what you mentioned about Luke Maroon, if I can just continue with that, to actually sweep from right to left and run in that direction and be able to pivot and come back and throw a long ball the opposite way is one of the most difficult skills in our game. And Maroon almost made a mockery of it, how easy he made that look.
Short ball on the outside. They're going to say no. Touch made there on AJ Byrne. He'll play it on the 7. Gets it back, Byrne. Tries to spark something. They come back to the short side. Curl. Wow. Harbour Bridge. Sinker ball. Only finds the sideline.
That was great defence there by the 8 for Parramatta. He just read the ball was going along. He just released himself on the out, but that was a very good ball on the up as well. So something to watch on both sides there.
Guyan up the middle. Great run. Good link play. The next one is a penalty against AJ Byrne.
It's a little bit concerned about the first couple of sets I've seen from Hills. I'm not sure if that's the way. I think man for man playing that lateral game, I don't think they match up well against Parramatta. Hills, when they play that second phase footy, like a dump into a dump and on the run, that's when they've looked strong.
Yes.
And that's where I think Parramatta's vulnerable. Hopefully Hills get a bit more into that rolling game, because I think laterally Parramatta's probably got their measure.
Yeah, the foot speed and the leg work that Parramatta have across the board is dangerous.
Here's Grosvenor. In fact, it's Oscar Gray. Touch made there. Nice one there. I think it was Curl making the touch. They come back to the right-hand side. Little flick on ball, but the referee says it was forward. So the touch with Hills now. Aspen plays it to the right-hand side. There's Fahim, one of the weapons. They get good work from Parramatta, rushing up a shooting defensive line penalty there. Referee said he was offside.
Yeah, they're lucky to get away with that one because they sort of substituted too early, and this is sort of rolls into that previous point I made. Hills look good when that extra pass, the +1, the extra pass, and the drive. Yeah, so here, just to dish it again, one more pass.
Yeah, there's no point just dumping it on the same person that's only presenting. They need to try and work over the Parramatta defence because they're only sending one up at the moment. So, once again, a splitter play through the middle. Well defended there by Parramatta. I think you're right, Jace. I think they just need to... Parramatta, all they're doing is present one defender, and they need to get in behind him and get to the second line of defence. Create a bit of havoc.
So. I think so. Well, look, in the earlier games, we made the comment that Hills were attacking almost like a men's open team, like the way it was so structured. And if you remember, we had, I think it was Jonah Pham on the back of the drive, Majali on the back of the drive. And that's when they look to be really strong. I think they've gone away with it a bit. Sometimes you get a bit sucked in to trying to copy what the other team's doing. And Parramatta clearly are strong laterally. So Hills have got to resist that temptation and play Hills footy, not Para footy.
Fahim up the middle, midway between the 10 and the 7. Coming back through the middle is Mujali. Back on the park, directing traffic, Kate Mujali from half.
I'll send Fahim on the sweep here, I reckon.
Let's see what they do. There's Fahim, long ball over the top. That's a lovely ball, appeal for the
that's
touch.
A try. Yeah, I reckon that's a good call by the referee.
That's going to be a try, Zane Capavilla.
So that's what they call a splitter play, where they pretend it's the quickie, but a player comes through the middle and actually plays open side. Yeah. So it's what they call an old splitter play.
Yeah, and that sort of feeds into what we're just talking about. They didn't try and run around Parramatta. They're going through Para.
Yep,
They've run the splitter play that you're talking about, where the defence looks like the ball player's about to dive and go through, so they collapse. And then obviously a very impressive pass to the link.
Penalty to Parramatta here for offside. Guyan and Gray doing some nice work in the midfield. Gray with the tap. Guyan. Gray out of dummy half, back to Guyan. No. Was short of the line.
I'd like to see him get Rawali out on the repeat sets. Unless they're saving him for the back end of this game, that's his pet play, them link punishes. And at the moment, they got Guyan doing it. I think he's not over successful. That's the second time he's tried it.
Yeah. Parramatta to the right-hand side. Touch was made.
Parramatta's strong. I think Mike and Estonia, I think Parramatta are going to be strong whatever they do. It's a case of, is that the best play?
Yep.
So running the punish is a good play, but when you're talking about Rawali, Maroon, with some of the sweeping plays we've seen throughout the tournament, is the punish the best option? So that's what the Parramatta coaching staff, I guess, have probably got to reflect on the first half here.
Oh, we intercept.
What do you call it? Play selections, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think possibly bring on a couple of sweeper plays, also to open them up as well, open the defence up. They're very tight there on them punish plays, the Hills Hornets, so try and open their defence up a bit.
This is better. This is that phase play we're talking about. This is better from the Hills. Good chance here. Oh, the winger was on, but much better. That's great to see. I think we've got a game here now. I think these boys are settled in.
Yep.
They've worked out who they are. They've done a bit of, what do you call it, bit of jabbing, a bit of jostling.
Yeah.
Now we're ready to play some footy.
Couple of punches thrown in the boxing parlance. A couple of early blows traded, but now they've settled into the rhythm of the game. Penalty to Hills. Penalty to Hills in possession. Parramatta turn it over. Jesse Cochran in the 18. That's Joshua Curl. Pham in the 7. Curl and Pham directing traffic. Another penalty to Hills.
Interested to see what they construct off this. I'd like to see that Fahim on a sweep, I think. He can be lethal off a sweep, or whether they go back to that splitter play
Think of
again.
it. Yeah, was it? I might have been saying it wrong. Sorry, Jonah Pham, is it, or Fahim?
Yes,
It's
yeah.
Fahim, I believe. I was talking to
Yeah, sorry
couple
about
of
that,
people before,
Jonah.
yep.
But yeah,
But they've
Oh.
defended it well.
Parramatta on the counter attack from the other end. Coming out of their own side. Nice rotation through the box. Aspen, the 88s. Abu Tuma keeping it alive. Wickman through the hands. They have to score in the corner. They do score in the corner. Much better from Parramatta.
Yeah, that's good ball movement by Parramatta.
Yeah.
The winger from Hills just caught a little bit too tight on that last play and just too much leg speed, but the ball movement was really well constructed there by Parramatta.
Yeah, classy from Para there, and I noticed Josh Phillips down there, Ricky Hetherington in the box having a word to the players, and I don't think it's any surprise they picked up the pace, went very straight there. They didn't stop for a static like a punish or anything on the run, and they got the result.
Now Parramatta on the defensive. Hills on the counter attack. Blake Shanahan.
So Hills keeps setting up here for Fahim for his right to left passing, but we got an intercept.
Oh,
It's
go
a
on.
foot race.
On. He's away to the halfway, the 10, to the 7. They won't catch Prince Guyan. He almost runs out of the stadium.
He's got a set of wheels. We saw it in a game before today, and we've seen it once again. As soon as he's in the open clear, he's put one up.
Oh, Guyan. You're not going to catch him unless you've got a motorbike handy. He was absolutely flying. And if Hills was going to have that unlucky intercept, I think if you listed the whole Parramatta team, you'd want anyone but Guyan to be the one that
Anybody else.
takes it.
Anyone but him.
Yeah, he's definitely got a set of wheels on him, but once again, that could really hurt the Hills team because that puts them up 7-2 at the halftime break.
Now, I do want to know, Elise Simpson from the Canberra Brindy 18 girls, Prince Guyan in a sprint. Who you got? Yes.
I'm not sure. They're both. All I can say to you for sure is that I wouldn't catch either if you gave me a 20-metre head start. That's all I can say for
I'd
sure.
need-
What we could do, I've got an idea here,
Like a
Jace.
store gift.
I believe
We need the grand final sprint.
you took an intercept at State Cup. I reckon we can match all the live stream games up and see who wins it first.
Can we
A
have
little
it
bit
like
of post-production? I
what do you
like
call it?
this.
Can we have it scaled like per kilo? Because I think I was about 108 kilos for that run.
We got to give you a 7 metre head start.
These players are about 50 kilos, so can you put mine at double speed, 2 times speed, and then I think it's a fair contest. What do you think, Stoney?
Very good.
One of the things I guess I wanted everyone watching at home on the stream to sort of think about is, especially if you've caught some of Hill's other games, is they seem to be very effective with the early sweeper and the second phase dumps. And I think this is a case of Parramatta probably just fluster him a little bit, and I don't think Hills are playing Hills footy. So definitely, if you see them getting back to their style of footy, I think they're definitely capable of causing an upset. But I mean, as it's going now, it's all Parramatta.
Yeah, it's all Parramatta, and that last try would hurt them on the scoreboard. But Hills have definitely got the talent to get back into this game. But look at Parramatta running here. They're on the fly, and Ruwali out.
Oh, he had it open there, the winger. Had it, if he'd taken that cleanly the first time he was in the corner. A bobble there saved Hills Bacon there. Gray, long ball over the top, Maroon, no.
Yeah, great scramble by Hills, showing that they've got a very, very solid defensive outfit.
They're very persistent with that little sinker pass over to the link. But the winger is shutting down, so the open side wing's open. So possible long ball coming on later on in the game.
Now Hills on the counter-attack, approaching the 10-metre line. Parramatta end of the ground. AJ Byrne takes it forward. They've got some speed up here. Good drive. They get it away. That's a try to Hills.
That's Fahim, and that's what you're talking about. The flow for Hills Hornets, and then Fahim. I think he's the man to come to.
I think it was Josh Curl who got the try in the end, but Fahim set it up beautifully.
Yeah, that was see how strong the drive was,
Yeah.
and that's all that I think would make Hills be a very good chance to win this game. That has to be every set.
Yeah.
They can't just hit. It's got to be every set.
I was about to say, could Hills outdrive Parramatta every time they just drive at full intensity in attack? Is that the key to getting through this Parramatta side?
I think so. Like Hills might have 2 or 3 absolute weapons. Well, Parramatta's probably got 6 or 7. So
There's
you're
that long ball.
not going to get in win the gunfight.
Liam Bissett in for Parramatta. He's got a double.
There's that long ball we were talking about just a minute ago. The winger was in too tight, and the Parramatta side saw it straight away and hit the long ball on the out, and well finished off by young Bissett.
Yeah, that's a nice settler, and I think Parramatta's in a bit of a rhythm now, where they're happy to go try for try and coast. They're a few up now. This is where Hills have to get into the grind and have really strong driving sets every time. Press in defence.
Yeah, we'll see what they've got off this tap-off set. They've got a good chance here to... They don't want to make it too static, but looks like they're going to go on short side sweeper. Also known as a Cindy play. He steps back. But once again, well defended there by the Parramatta Eels. I wouldn't mind to see a release and shift it back out to the open side on that sort of play, because the Parramatta side, they're coming in hard.
Hills have it on the attack. That was Gobrin.
It was a nice play. If he happened to hit the length there, I think he would have waltzed over. Nice play there from the Hills construct. I think that might have been Curl. Nice option. Oh,
Intercept.
Away again.
Prince Guyan.
no.
Goodbye. They won't
The
catch
six is
him.
flying.
Guyan.
They won't catch him.
Oh, they've pulled it back.
It won't
They
count
pulled it
though.
all the way back.
I think
It was a good run.
Offside.
Guyan, as fast as he is, I think he got a bit of a head start off the
Yeah.
line there.
Yeah,
And
very
the
much
referee
so.
said he jumped the lids there.
We're talking about playing direct through the middle, but I think you're right, Jace, with your step back and your phase plays back against the grain. I think that's the plays that Hills need to go to against Para here. The Para open side shutting down really hard, and then plays against the grain will really be effective. And we can
For
see there.
him. No.
Yeah, nice save there from
In
Parramatta.
fact, that was Gobrin. Gobrin plays it 6 metres out.
Trail.
Curls through.
Oh, did he get the touch?
Oh.
Yes. Yes, he got the touch. That's 4.
Oh, he's been mouthing off. He's
I
going to
think he's
turn
a
the
bit-
ball over here. He didn't need to be doing that when he's got the ball.
I think he's a little bit frustrated. I think that at best is a 50-50. I thought he was touched before he even caught it.
That was
My initial read, you can watch it back in replay and prove
was
me wrong, but unlucky not to
reffed.
get a try.
well ref by Ryan Wake there. He just took his time, calmed the kid down, but kept the ball with the attacking team. So well done there by Ryan Wake, the referee.
Yeah, Ryan was exceptional there. It's one of the things that I'd love to see more from the referees. Is when there's a 50-50 call, just be a little bit more patient and just calm things down a little bit, because some of the players will get sort of frustrated and you don't want to escalate it. So that was very well done by Ryan in that situation.
There's Rawali taking on the Hills defensive line. Got it away. They've got numbers. Bissett again in the corner. Celebrates in front of the scoreboard. He knows they're almost home. He's got 3.
Yeah, well refereed there by.
Yeah,
No,
I haven't
so
got
they've
his
called it
name,
back.
but
Referee.
the controlling referee here, that's one of the most impressive things I've seen today because one of the Hills players had grabbed the Parramatta player and he could have easily have blown it and put him in the bin. He's allowed the player to go, given the advantage. Parramatta's got the try. Now the Hills player's going to the bin. And that's outstanding game awareness and knowing what's going on. I think sometimes if I'm refereeing, you see someone get grabbed and you want to blow the whistle.
Yep.
But he showed great poise there to let the play unfold.
Yeah, well refereed.
Sorry, I don't
by
know
the
his
young
name,
man.
but
No,
great refereeing.
Well refereed and well picked up, Jason.
As we see Hills now with 5 in the attacking line for the next little while. Let's see what they can produce here. Fahim gets it back. Fahim trying to step his way to the outside. Ball turned over.
Yeah, nice little matchup there for him versus Maroon.
Maroon, yeah, two of the top players from this tournament, and there's a penalty. Just a push to the side. So I think just watching how Parramatta's playing their tournament, Rawali's got to come into the back end of this game because every game I've seen him, they haven't used him early in games, but I reckon he's got to come into this game now, come into his own.
Yeah, I think so. And just sort of thinking about for him and just looking at some of the other names in the lineups with, Boutros, Musa, Maroon, Abutuma. I think the Lebanon men's coach, Mick Mercer, he'll be telling Ideen down here with his notepad out.
No, not this
just
time. Abutuma couldn't get there.
Yeah, just couldn't hold that one, but
Penalty
yes.
Parramatta.
Also, Majali. I think there's about quite a few Lebanese players out there. I think Mick Mercer will be working overtime.
Could have a very young side, but that's exciting for the Lebanon community.
Here's Rawali.
Goes to the right-hand side. No.
Sharp.
I reckon that's try.
Rawali sharp. That's if you want to do a quick rewind, that's the punish that Stoney was talking about earlier. The dump on the length, diving straight in under him.
Yeah, that's one of his specialties, Rawali.
He
gotta go
fancies
do it
himself again.
Yep.
He fancies himself again.
Step back, boom. There it
This
is.
time he's got it
That'll do
down.
us, I think. I can't see him coming back from here.
That blows it out to 13-4 with the 3-2 points score system.
Yeah, Rawali's showing great experience there, Stoney, where he's run the the quick release or the punish on the link, taking him to the short side, like towards the winger, and then he's run the same play again, faked like he was going to go to the short side and dive back under him towards the middle, and that shows a lot of experience.
And that's what they call conditioning the defence. They got the defender to do something that he wanted him to do.
Now Hills, a mighty mountain to climb, 3:20 to go.
Yeah, strong by
I
Parra.
think we all agree this one's probably in the bag. What was billed as a heavyweight title has turned into a one-sided fight. Parramatta landing blow after blow.
Just while we got a bit of a lull in the game here, I'd like to thank all our partners, ISC, Budgie Smugglers, GYG for the Northern and Southern Conference for this year. But here goes Hills straight through the middle over to score a try in Harvey. But just back to our partners, a big thank you to you all for supporting touch football in New South Wales, but also the council, Wagga Wagga Council. You have been really good with your venue this weekend, so a big thank you to you guys before we finish.
And I'll jump in on top of that. A few thank yous of my own to the organising crew, to Kylie Hearn and Nathan Loveday. Thank you for the opportunity to call this weekend, and to all the crew that I've worked with, Stoney, Jason, Gab Rose. I'm sure there's a few more that I've missed. Ricky Hetherington, Scott Buckley. Thank you, everybody, for your assistance over the weekend. It's been wonderful to be here. Hopefully you'll have me back again, as there's another one for Abutuma.
I think that's Abutuma in the corner. Great finish. We mentioned his great defence, but he's pretty handy with the attack as well, Tuma.
Just sitting back watching this game, I like what Parramatta's doing. So the last try they scored was Rawali on the short side, getting the team to pull corner. That side, they ran the splitter play and got them on the open side. So at the moment, Hills just don't have an answer for either option. And it just goes to show how many options that the Parramatta team have in this side.
And what do you do if you're running a men's program in New South Wales at the moment? The Parramatta men's Premier League just got edged out in the State Cup final by Dawson. Then you look out here and you've got
These
plenty
kids
of men's
coming
players
through.
coming through. Wow.
You got these kids coming through. Their men's prems are strong. Their Div 1 team strong, and now you got the 18s team strong. Their men's prems is set for a really strong period for the next 5 or 6 years in touch football.
I think so. I might go out and get myself some blue and gold merch.
Oh, he's going to see his mate
reckon?
Musa.
Go the Eels. Is that Taxi?
That was
The
Daniel
flyer.
Takshi.
Daniel Taxi. Dare I say that's another Lebanese name?
There's a lot of names, I believe, around that you've played against, Jace. A lot of the common names are coming back in this age group.
Oh, let
Would
me
these
tell you,
be
the
sons and-
sons and daughters are a lot better than their parents. We've definitely got an upgrade in ability by the next generation. I can tell you that for sure.
Turnover from Hills inside the Parramatta 10. 35 seconds to go.
Parramatta.
This one is on ice. The trophy's heading to the Golden West. Not to the Panthers, but to their arch rivals, the Parramatta Eels.
Yeah, I might stop off at Parramatta Leagues on the way home and just be an eel for a day, because that was very strong performance here.
I think Jace is going to see his mate Michael Musa. There could be a bit of a contract agreement here coming soon.
Either that or the Canberra Brindy girls. That was absolutely amazing performance.
There's the siren in the background. The result is academic. Parramatta will take the touch, and they will take the trophy back to Parramatta. They have won the under-18 boys grand final with a comprehensive 15 points to 6 victory over the Hills Hornets. David Stone, Jason Standard, thank you for your assistance over the weekend. It has been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you to everybody who's been involved in putting this together. A wonderful experience to our camera crew upstairs who have done an amazing job on high in extremely difficult conditions. Well done to you guys. You've done an amazing job. Parramatta claimed the title. What a weekend.
Yes, thank you, Mike, and thank you all out to you out there watching. And that concludes the 2023 Junior State Cup Southern Conference. Look forward to joining you in only 6 days' time. We pack up, we leave the Wagga venue, and we're straight off to Dubbo. So see you in 6 days' time for the Northern Conference.
Jason, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to join you guys. It was an absolute pleasure to do this. You guys made it so much easier for me. All of you guys made my job so much easier.
Make their way to the presentation there, so we can complete the presentation.
Put him on notice. I asked him to give me a stack. He gave me 2. Is he fair dinkum? And I haven't had one because I give him away.
La